Chapter 101 Cash on Delivery. This what is going on? Cobra looked at Bailey, who suddenly disappeared in front of him in shock. If he hadn't known from Kyle who was the culprit behind Alabaston, and had heard a lot of evidence that could prove all this, he might really doubt whether he was being teased by a pirate with special fruit abilities. But, thinking of the information Kyle told him before, Cobra couldn't help but take a breath, and his whole body was sweating and his hands and feet were cold. The air is shaking cold. When will ordinary people stand up? Mr. Kyle, the transaction has ended, thank you for the information. I'll ask someone to collect Clockdale's evidence of his crimes, and then report it to the world government, and ask the Navy to send someone to arrest him. Considering your identity, I still hope that you can leave the Kingdom of Alabaston as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Cobra thought sincerely for Kyle. But how could Kyle, who tasted the sweetness of trading, easily let go of the big fat fish in front of him? Wait a minute, His Majesty Cobra. With an inexplicable smile, he looked at Cobra and said, "Do you really think that if you let the Navy handle this matter, there will be a good result?" Huh. Cobra looked suspicious. Is there any problem, Mr. Kyle? For Kyle, he still had a little awe in his heart. Especially after Kyle spoke out the location and opening method of the crypt hidden under the palace, he no longer had any doubts about Kyle's words. Because there is no need for that anymore. In the face of absolute strength suppression, any suspicion of his is nothing more than the clown's random thoughts. So instead of thinking about what the purpose of a mysterious pirate like Kyle is, it is better to choose to believe it directly. He is a strange pirate who is willing to abide by the rules. There is a big problem. Kyle's voice was short and he looked at Cobra with a funny look. I wonder if His Majesty Cobra has ever thought about Clockdale's strength. To be honest, in this country where sandstorms are everywhere, he has the ability of shark fruits, which is definitely not something that ordinary Navy can defeat. It may be possible that only the combat power of the general level can be subdued immediately. However, it's so difficult to find the ultimate of a person in this huge country. Your Majesty Cobra, you can guarantee that after learning that the things he planned were exposed, wouldn't Lockhart be so angry that he would vent his anger on the ordinary people in this country? Quote, for a guy like him, it's really easy to slaughter a city or something. And once the news about the legendary ancient weapon, Pluto, is hidden in this land, what kind of bloody storm will erupt on this hot land? As soon as Kyle finished speaking, a slightly excited smile suddenly flashed across his face. Looking at his smile, Cobra's spine chills. He suddenly discovered. What Kyle said is not a reason. It is the future of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Yes. How could a pirate who gave the Navy a headache and had to give the name of the 7 warriors be arrested by the Navy so quickly? And once information about Pluto is spread, the consequences are simply unimaginable. May I ask Kyle has any insight? Cobra immediately asked. He knew that Kyle, who brought the topic here, would never be aimless. Kyle smiled slightly. You can't talk about Gao Jian, but I have a way to help you and your country once and for all. What is it? Cobra lowered his posture to show his sincerity. It's a pity that Kyle is not the kind of person who shows mercy because of the other party's good attitude. It's very simple. Kyle smiled softly. 5 billion Bailey, I will come forward to solve all the difficult and complicated diseases for you. 55 billion Bailey. Cobra made a surprised voice again. Immediately he showed a look of embarrassment. That Mr. Kyle, 5 billion Bailey, is a bit too much. Before Cobra could speak, Kyle interrupted him directly and asked. Aren't your national worth 5 billion? This, Cobra gritted his teeth, and in the end, he made a decision that went against his ancestors. Okay, Mr. Kyle, I'm willing to pay the 5 billion Bailey's remuneration. It is indeed safer to have 1 pirates go out to fight against 1 pirates than to directly inform the Navy. But, can you really make sure you can defeat Clockdale? As you said, that's an opponent that even the Navy needs to send general-level combat power to solve. Faced with Cobra's question, Kyle's expression did not change at all, but at the same time, he did not answer this question positively. Kyle just raised it up at the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. His Majesty Cobra, we support cash on delivery. Cobra. I see. Cobra suddenly smiled. This is the first time he felt that he had experienced the drought crisis in the country. Hope is coming. That's all, please, Mr. Kyle. I'm going to have someone prepare for Bailey, waiting to hear your good news. No problem. Kyle turned around and looked. Agent, give me the phone bugs of Dasky and the others. Okay, Captain. Ajin, who was silent from beginning to end, finally said the first sentence he said after coming to the palace. Immediately afterwards, he inserted his hand into his abdomen in an incredible look in Cobra's shocked eyes, and then slowly pulled out a telephone bug wrapped in a transparent protective cover in a pile of mud. Kyle took out the phone bug, shook the number disc on his body, and waited quietly. After more than 10 seconds of ringing, the phone was quickly connected. 1 day later. The largest casino in the Kingdom of Alabaston is located underground in the Rainfeast. This is a secret office place that ordinary tourists will never find. In a shadow, a woman as mysterious and gorgeous as Violet suddenly walked out, exuding a mature and intellectual beauty. She is Nicole Robin, who is listed by Kyle as one of the main recruitment targets and has the title of Son of the Demon. Opposite her was Clockdell, one of the 7 warlords, sitting on the boss's chair and having a horizontal scar on his face. Boss, you have investigated it clearly. That ship is from the East China Sea, a pirate ship called the Dusk Pirates. According to the latest information, they seem to have joined Doflamingo, who has the same identity as your boss. Doflamingo. Clockdell, who listened to Robin's report, was suddenly stunned, and a curiosity flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath of the cigar, his eyes sinking, extremely gloomy. Interesting. Why did that bastard's subordinate come to my territory? There must be something strange about this matter. Faced with Clockdell's questioning gaze, Robin smiled and praised inexplicably. The boss is the boss. Indeed, according to the information we have before, this pirate group should have been located on the border of the Great Way not long ago, but when it appears again, it comes directly to Alabaston. Is such a strange behavior, almost 99% confirmed, they came here with some purpose. And according to witnesses, their pirate group seemed to be heading forth direction of the rainy land is moving forward, and I don't know what is going on. Quote. Da. After Robin's voice fell, Clockdell suddenly fell into silence. He escaped from the New World defeat and knew very well how terrible that guy Doflamingo was. That was an existence that he didn't want to mess with. But now, the new member of the family that the other party had promoted not long ago suddenly appeared here. A bad idea suddenly flashed through Clockdell's mind. Could it be that guy Doflaming also wants to get involved in Plaids? Chapter 102 Sand Sankai Boy Crocodile. As soon as this guess appeared, Clockdell was immediately startled. Indeed. Since he was able to obtain information about Pluto by chance, it is hard to guarantee that others would not obtain this information from other channels like him. But, Brother Doflaming, if you dare to stretch your hands across the boundary, I don't mind cutting off your limbs. Clockdell's eyes suddenly became cold and exuded a loud murderous intent. But soon, his momentum suddenly weakened. Everyone will say harsh words, but when everything falls into the deeds, the truth often makes people desperate. The power of the Don Gillescode family is far beyond the reach of his Baroque working club. The gap between the two is too huge, and he must take this matter seriously. Clockdell fell into deep thought. At this time, Robin stood quietly in place and stopped speaking. As a senior secretary, she knows very well when to shut up. After a moment, Clockdell suddenly thought of something and suddenly asked. Where are those pirates from Don Gilshote now? Did they refer to the pirates in the evening? Robin replied calmly. Last night, someone saw Kyle, a pirate who was taking the crew to have a dinner together in a restaurant in the rain. I think they should be in a hotel in the rainy place now. Robin actually didn't care too much about this group of pirates whose only captain had a bounty of 3 million Bailey. If it weren't for the shadow of the Don Gilshote family behind them, she wouldn't have even reported this to Clockdell. But now it seems that her boss seems to pay extra attention to this pirate group. This made a strange look flash in the depths of Robin's eyes, and he felt extremely curious. However, at this moment, a phone worm ringing suddenly broke the atmosphere in the office. Blah blah blue tilde. It's the casino manager's phone number. Robin, who took out the phone bug from his pocket, looked up and asked Clockdale for advice. Clockdale nodded silently. The phone worm raised his microphone and an anxious voice suddenly came from the microphone. Shopkeeper. Someone is cheating in the casino. At the same time, the huge casino in the rainy field is in the rainy feast. This is a miracle place created by manpower in the desert. While other areas are still worried about drought, the Yuyan casino is full of vitality. The entire casino is surrounded by gorgeous artificial pools, and various fountains pour precious fresh water into the sky, which is extremely luxurious. The dealers in cool clothes twisted their bodies swaggeringly, rubbed past the gamblers with blood, and used hormones to keep them here forever. This is a paradise for the rich people in the kingdom of Alabaston. Every day, people make a fortune here, and some people lose their families here. But the large casino that should have been very lively is a bit deserted today. It's not because there are few people coming. The opposite is. Today, the casino's passenger flow even exceeded the past. At this moment, everyone in the casino was surrounded by a gambling table. Gudong tilde. The sexy dealer responsible for shaking the dice suddenly choked up and looked at the beautiful woman with a smile and golden eyes among the two chip peaks. The dealer's voice trembled. Miss, do you still have to place bets? Certainly. Nami opened her hands and suddenly pushed the chips in front of her. Press me all 3-6. Wow. 3-6 more. She must be a fraud. Sure. Nonsense. I'm not a cheater, how could I get 5 consecutive games and 3-6? I don't believe that the world has such luck. If she wins again this time, her chips will have to go from 100 yuan to 2 billion yuan. You guys say, can she really bring this money out of the casino? Play and make fun. The gamblers who have been in casinos for a long time are not real idiots. They actually understand some of the rules of casinos in their hearts. Seeing Nami's chips getting higher and higher, the gambling men present seemed to have all put themselves in the person sitting at the gambling table, thinking about how to exchange these chips for the real Bailey. But at this moment, the dealer was about to open the dice cup, but suddenly he held his hand over the micro headphones beside his ears. Then she felt as if she had received some order, and even sighed with relief. The dealer suddenly said, Sorry, this little guy's sister and all the customers, my job position has changed a bit, and next, other dealers will continue to be responsible for the bet. Quote. Hey, what are you doing? You should open the dice cup before leaving. Damn it. It's not that the casino wants to lose money, right? This is a casino run by Clockdale. How can it do that kind of thing? Hey, you said it's Clockdale. You won't really believe that a pirate will tell you what credit you have, right? What are you talking about? You know that the other person is cheating and you still have to give the money to the other person. Are you an idiot? Bastard. Is Clockdale your father? Are you protecting him like this? Ha. You will never be able to match that adult's toe in your life. As the sexy dealer left, the customers present who were watching the fun immediately started arguing. In recent times, in order to successfully steal the country, Clockdale has begun to deliberately maintain his position in the national center, and has even become a hero. Therefore, many people value Crocodile's character and came to the rain banquet to have fun. However, facing the questioning voices of everyone, the dealer was neat and took off his gloves and retreated. Immediately afterwards, a graceful figure instantly replaced her position. Sorry, I will take over this bet next. Robin, wearing a white cloak, showed a mysterious smile on his lips, and his eyes shone like crescent moons. The waves on the chest were slightly undulating, which immediately attracted the attention of countless men. Oh, have you changed someone? Seeing Robin's appearance, Nami smiled meaningfully, then stretched out her hand indifferently, indicating that Robin could open the dice cup staring at nearly 100 pairs of eyes. She can control the airflow at will, and she doesn't care who the dealer is. Anyway, she can't lose. However, Robin, who took over the gambling table again, did not immediately announce the results, but instead began to raise his eyes and look at Nami. Looking at this beautiful girl with a slight appearance as she suddenly smiled. This beautiful lady, you should not be from the kingdom of Alabaston, right? So what? Does this casino have regulations that only people from the kingdom of Alabaston are allowed to enter? Nami replied playfully. Of course not, just. Robin suddenly leaned close to Nami's ear, and said softly. My boss, I hope to meet your adults. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin suddenly stretched out his slender jade fingers and opened the lid on the dice cup. Instantly. Everyone in the casino focused all their eyes on the 3 dices and muttered in unison. 1-6, 2-6, 3-6. Win again. Everyone suddenly held their breath and looked at this scene in disbelief. Of course, what they are even more incredible than Nami winning money continuously. Clockdale actually let such a obviously cheating man take so much money away. Is this possible? Everyone began to be curious. They are looking forward to what will happen next. The expected conflict did not happen. After Nami once again doubled the chips on the table, several staff members immediately came over and under Nami's arrangement, they exchanged all the chips for 2 billion Bailey's cash. A little bit is not much, and it is piled together, a hill is as high as a hole. Just as everyone was wondering how Nami would take these Baileys away, a man with a black face suddenly came to Bailey and touched the ground with both hands. Swamp. Swallow. Wow tilde. Pieces of mud suddenly gushed out of the man's hands, and immediately wrapped all the metal boxes containing Bailey. Under the action of gravity, the metal boxes sank into the mud bit by bit and disappeared. The natural ability person. Looking at the scene in front of him, Robin, who had originally looked down on the Twilight Pirates, suddenly frowned. This is the devil fruit ability as powerful as Clockdale. Now it actually appears on an unknown person. Is Clockdale's concerns correct? Is there really someone who has obtained information about the ancient legendary weapon Pluto? For a moment, Robin became suspicious. After all, Bailey was taken into her body by Agent, Nami immediately stood up and turned around and smiled sweetly at a man behind her. Captain Kyle, I have agreed before that there is 10% of the money in it, and I will share it with me. Okay tilde, I will give it to you. Kyle smiled sweetly, but he thought to himself. Is it better to sell Nami's 300 million billets or 500 million billets? He believed that Nami would not watch others awaken the magical new form, and would be content with the status quo and wait to be surpassed by others. Sample tilde. I asked you to make a fool of yourself, but you still dare to negotiate with me. If you cry in the future. However, Nami's ability cannot be wasted just like that. After finishing her work, she must let her kill herself. I just don't know if other casinos will be like here, and there is no way to prevent cheating. Cross. After passing the bargaining mountain in front of him, Kyle directly turned his attention to Robin. Just now Robin was whispering to Nami, he was right next to him, so he clearly heard Clockdale's invitation. Seeing that Robin's gaze also looked over, Kyle immediately smiled quietly. I heard someone is going to invite me. Following Robin's shaking buttocks, Kyle and his group rushed directly to the VIP room of the Yuyan Casino. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a huge golden statue of a crocodile. Kyle and Nami's eyes lit up at the same time. They took a step forward at the same time, reached out and rubbed the golden statue, and then instantly showed a disappointed expression. What? It turns out that it's just a gilded person. It's so vain. It's so embarrassing to have such a big boss, there's just a gilded statue in the office. That's not what. The two of them sang and shook their heads with sighs. Clockdale, who had already prepared a lot of opening remarks, said. Ahem. He coughed hard, emphasizing his presence. As a secretary, Robin stood obediently near the desk, and there was a secretary. Welcome to my casino, I am Clockdale, the 7 warriors. The sand crocodile grinned, as if we were welcoming some valuable guests. However, the next second, his voice suddenly changed, and a dangerous aura was revealed on his gloomy face. It's just that using the ability of the demon fruit to make trouble in my casino, isn't it a bit unruly to do this? What do you think? Kyle, a pirate from the Don Gilshode family. It seems you know everything. I am worthy of being the same as Lord Seven Warriors C. Kyle smiled lightly and deliberately pulled the long voice. As he spoke, he pulled over the leather chair in front of him and sat down directly, his eyes facing Clockdale's gaze without any timidity. Seeing Kyle's behavior of being so wild and not taking him seriously, Clockdale's brow tightened. However, considering Doflamingo behind Kyle, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly. Of course I have my choice. So, what is the purpose of that guy Doflamingo sending you here? Purpose? Kyle smiled indifferently, don't you already know? Anyway, it's definitely not as easy as making money in your casino. Quote. Sure enough, that damn guy must have heard about Pluto, but he was not sure, so he sent his troops to find out the situation. No, you can't let that guy get in. The Baroque Work Club is now unable to compete with the Don Gilshode family. Once Doflamingo knows the truth about Pluto, his plan to create an ideal country will fail. Clockdale's eyes sank and he looked at Kyle in front of him in secret. At the same time, countless thoughts flashed quickly in his mind. Although the pirate in front of him is already an open member of the Tangjikade family, he has not been involved in the Tangjikade family for a long time and his status will definitely not be too high. In other words, Doflamingo may also be suspicious of the information he has obtained, so he only sent such a little pirate to investigate the situation. Like Robin, Clockdale did not take Kyle's pirate with only 3,000 W. Bailey's bounty seriously. In his opinion, Kyle is more likely to have some fruit ability that Doflamingo needs, so he incorporated it into the family exception. This kind of thing is already accustomed to old pirates like them. But it was Kyle's various labels that made him think randomly. At this moment, Clockdale's brain was running at high speed, and a large number of response plans emerged one after another. First of all, he ruled out the idea of killing Kyle here and blocking the news. If Kyle really died in Alabaston for no reason, it would only make Doflamingo believe that the information he obtained was real. Therefore, not only did he not do anything to Kyle, but he also wanted to let him leave this country safely. But before that, he must convince Kyle that there is really nothing in this country. And the reason why I am here is just because. Because if people here are stupid and have a lot of money. This may be a good excuse, but the other party may not be willing to believe it. Etc. Money. Like a golden lightning flashed through Clockdale's mind. He suddenly remembered the state that Kyle showed with Nami just before entering the door. The little devil in front of him seems to like money very much. Maybe, I can take advantage of this. A thoughtful look flowed in Clockdale's eyes. He suddenly smiled. Ha ha ha, I can't understand what you said. After all, I'm not the roundworm in that guy Doflamingo's belly, how could I know what he was thinking? Forget it, it's just a few trivial matters. For the sake of being the Seven Warriors C, I can give you a VIP gold card for you banquet, which can allow you to come here. All purchases are 50% off. Quote. In addition to the casino, the Rain Banquet has a lot of interesting content, waiting for you to unlock it. Believe me, I will be satisfied with you. Smile appeared on Clockdale's face, and then suddenly said seriously. Of course, if you like gambling, it's better not to use the previous methods. It's just a few billion Baileys, there's no need to lose their identities for this. It's just money. If you want it, I can give it to you directly. But there are rumors in the casino that someone cheated, and my next business will be difficult to do. At this moment, Clockdale was like a philandering businessman, looking like he was willing to lose money and avoid disaster. If you are an ordinary casino owner, you will indeed do such a move when you encounter such a master who knows that he is a fraud but cannot catch him at all. However, is this action possible when Clockdale, the Seven Warlords see? For a moment, even Kyle and others were stunned. What's the situation? Kyle was puzzled. Aren't I here to smash the place and find an excuse to clean up the sand crocodile in front of me so as to earn the commission from King Cobra? Why did it suddenly become like this? Since Lao Sha's meaning, he not only does not blame himself, but also wants to give him money. It's really a big picture of the shocking spiral. Kyle's head was so hot that he was a little confused by Clockdell. So, how much money can you give me? Clockdell was stunned. He didn't expect Kyle to be so straightforward. But soon, a wealthy smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, you're so quick, Tilda. As he said that, a thought flashed in his eyes, and then he endured the pain in his heart. Didn't you win 2 billion Baileys before? Since that's the case, I won't say much, I will just give you another 2 billion Bailey. I hope this money can make you proud and let us go of our small casino. Clockdell's tone was filled with a hint of pleading that made him disgusted. But there is nothing we can do. Between the dream was shattered and the dream might be shattered, he chose the latter without hesitation. As long as he can pretend to be a model and send these guys away smoothly and make the other party believe that he is really just making money here, he can continue to carry out his own plan to steal the country. Moreover, Bailey has accepted all 4 billion. No matter what, Kyle will not have a bad impression of him, and maybe he will help him. Not as expected by Clockdell. After hearing that he was willing to continue giving away 2 billion Baileys, Kyle's 2 eyes lit up golden lights directly with the naked eye, flashing constantly. Behind him, Dasky, Zoro and others even showed their eyes as if they were fools. Look at Clockdell. But these insults are nothing to Clockdell. Everything is for dreams. Soon, another 2 billion Bailey was placed in front of Kyle and others. Kyle looked at the boxes of banknotes in a daze, completely stunned. But if someone gives money for free, don't be a fool. He immediately ordered Agent to put these Baileys into the swamp space. At this moment, a clip flashed through his mind inexplicably. 3 sentences, let men spend 4 billion for me. I am a proficient in human nature. Chapter 103 The building collapses. As the saying goes, take money and eliminate disasters with others. There is another saying that is good, which is called, eating people with soft mouths and short hands. 4 billion Bailey fell into Kyle's pocket, so much so that he was embarrassed to just turn the table up as planned and beat Clockdell up. But, although this side contributed 4 billion Baileys to him, there were still 5 billion Baileys waiting for him on Cobra. After thinking for a while, Kyle made a decision instantly. Only children can make choices. Kyle, who is already an adult, of course he wants all choices. It's just that he doesn't act like a human being, he has already made psychological preparations. What's more, when you talk about benevolence, righteousness and morality with a pirate. Ahem Tilda. Mr. Clockdell, you are so kind. Actually you don't need to do this. We are all very reasonable people. Kyle, who accepted Bailey, threw out Grandpa Lou's sincere eyes and said seriously to Clockdell. And we didn't really cheat just now. Quote ellipsis quote. Looking at the bastard who was really looking down, Clockdell only felt his blood pressure soaring. But in order to send away the plague god Kyle, he could only fight haha. That's all the past. Next, please enjoy it in the rain banquet Tilda. Robin. Clockdell cast his gloomy eyes on Robin next to him and ordered. Go and take our guests upstairs and have fun. Obviously, he no longer wanted to look at Kyle. However, before Robin could take action, Kyle suddenly buckled the table with his finger and smiled slightly. Sorry, Mr. Clockdell, we can't leave here yet. Huh, what did you say? Clockdell, a boy who was a rich man, looked like a facehey was stunned suddenly, and then an angry flame suddenly surged in his gloomy eyes. Kylie have given the money and arranged the venue again. What else do you want? Looking at Clockdell finally having a little bit of the image he remembered, the familiar feeling came back, Kyle smiled and said bluntly. I want you to leave this country. Hung. Are you playing tricks on me? The sand crocodile that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out, revealing his sharp mouth and fangs. Little devil, don't think that there is a 7-war world standing behind you, and you can do whatever you want. Hold your thing. Get out of here. Otherwise, leave everything here. Tilda. A violent yellow sand storm suddenly swept into the office, rolling all the neatly arranged tables, chairs and statues into a mess. It was like crushing a bug, and the sandstorm easily swallowed Kyle and others' figures completely, but did not cause any harm to them. Oh, I'm going to have a good conversation for Bailey. Why do you think you're so anxious? Looking at the yellow sandstorm surrounding him blocked by Nami's wind barrier, Kyle shook his head helplessly, and then said to Dasky behind him. Dasky, cool down this Lord 7 warriors. Such hot weather is not suitable for getting angry. No problem, Captain Kyle. Dasky smiled and then suddenly pulled out the Zanpo blade from his waist, and whispered. Ling Wu, the sleeves are white snow. Swish. The snow-white blade body exuding a faint cold air suddenly appeared in Dasky's hands, and the soft white floated to dance in the air. She didn't see any obvious moves, she just waved her lightly in front of her. In an instant. With itself as the center, a pure white frost breath expands outward like a surging wave. Wherever the extremely cold frost passes, everything is dyed with a layer of white ice, and then it is locked in place as if it is still in time. The raging yellow sand storm turned into an ice sculpture artwork. In just a few seconds, the entire office turned into a world of ice and snow. This is. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Robin's heart suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but recall the painful scene in his mind. At this moment, Clockdale also showed shock on his face. The ability of frozen fruits. No, impossible. It is impossible for two people with the same fruit ability to exist at the same time in the world. So, this is the lower fruit of frozen fruit. The knowledgeable sand crocodile was thoughtful, but immediately, he sneered. Tilda, do you think you can enter the queue of the strong with some rare fruit abilities? I have seen too many little guys who have such ideas. Arc moon-shaped dunes. Faced with the approaching cold air, Clockdale's arm expanded and changed in an instant, forming a huge arc-shaped gravel scimitar, and swung his forcefully at the frost air in front of him. Boom! The forces from both sides suddenly collided, and the cold air continued to penetrate into the sand knife, and the rapidly trembling sand continued to destroy the cold frost's progress. The two forces are in stalemate. At this moment, Clockdale suddenly shouted. Robin, when are you going to watch the show? Not going to do it yet. He wanted to save the money-making machine of Yuyan, but he did not dare to use too rough power to fight against Dasky. The best way is to call for foreign aid. However, how could Kyle, who knew the two of them very well, really let Robin take this action? He followed closely and shouted. Ajin, control that woman and don't let her arms cross together. Receive. Wow. After hearing Kyle's order, Ajin did not hesitate at all, and directly turned his body into a pool of mud, and with the help of the power of chakra, he quickly rushed towards Robin's feet. 36 wheels. Here, Robin was about to activate the fruit ability, but her feet suddenly became soft, and her body staggered, and she stepped into a swamp full of mud. Water escape water prison technique. The next moment, a muddy figure suddenly flew out of the swamp, transforming into Ajin's appearance in the air. A water ball of 1 meter in diameter flew out of the swamp space inside his body, smashing on Robin's body, shattering with a bang. The salty sea water fell on Robin's soft skin, and the fatal sense of weakness instantly invaded every corner of her body. Is this sea water? Robin was shocked. But the next second, the sea water falling on her body suddenly expanded as if it was coming alive, forming a huge water ball that wrapped her firmly inside. All the mud was quickly recycled and returned to his body along the soles of Ajin's feet. Robin, who was wrapped in a seawater prison, was weak all over at this moment, and it was extremely difficult to move his arm, let alone the ability to activate the fruit. Looking at Robin struggling in the water prison technique, Ajin immediately showed a creepy smile on his face. After possessing the ability of swamp fruits, he had long abandoned the inconvenience of horny packaging. And because last time I was dealing with Mahabe, I tasted the sea and water after the taste of escape and combining, he stored a large amount of sea water balls in his body. Because he has the power of a ninja except for his fruit ability, Ajin is not worried that the sputtered sea water will affect him. This kind of fighting method that uses your own advantages to hit the enemy's weaknesses is really cool. Seeing that Robin was killed instantly by the enemy, Clockdale's face instantly turned gloomy. Useless waste. After cursing in his heart, he knew that it was impossible to keep the rain banquet. Since that's the case, let him destroy it with his own hands. Clockdale, holding an extremely terrifying face, stared at Kyle and others with a murderous look. If you are willing to leave with the money, things will not have developed to this point. This is what you asked for. Erosion of Reincarnation. Chapter 104 The Defeated Seven Warriors See. Boom. A huge sandstorm suddenly gushed out of Clockdale's body, instantly pressing over the frost breath released by Dasky. The sand and gravel bombarded the walls in piles, quickly absorbing the moisture in the building, assimilating these cement products into a part of the sandstorm. Sure enough, is it still too forced to fight against veteran strong men with a combat power of 90. Looking at the instant reversal, Kyle couldn't help but murmur softly. But immediately, he felt depressed again. Clockdale in the original plot is as weak as a waste who has never entered the new world, allowing Luffy to easily defeat his fists. Why did you burst out with all your strength as 55k when you got here? Feeling the powerful aura of the strong man bursting out from Clockdale, Kyle really couldn't figure out how Luffy defeated the guy in front of him. The wild sand swept wildly. The entire rain banquet began to shake violently under the outbreak of Clockdale. The customers and staff at the rain banquet fled in panic. With a loud boom, even though the rain banquet that had lost its foundation collapsed, a huge dust curtain was raised. Send what happened. The customers who escaped looked at the mess behind them in panic, their pupils trembled, and they looked in disbelief. And at this moment, a violent sandstorm suddenly blew away the dust and smoke in the sky, showing the collapsed ruins in front of everyone. The sandstorm swirled in the air and finally landed on a high ground, slowly condensing into the shape of a person. It's Lord Clockdale. Some guys who have recently been fans of Clockdale immediately recognized his identity. But at this moment, the Lord Clockdale they were after had no time to respond to their cheers. Among the ruins, a huge wall suddenly shaking. Next second, a light green transparent ball slowly flew out from the wreckage of the rain banquet under the whirlwind. Among the balls, there were Kyle and his gang. Under Nami's micro job, the barrier ball created by Bardo fell smoothly and then dispersed instantly. Ajin's arms suddenly expanded, turning into a mud mouth, spitting out Robin, who was wet. Ha, 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 tilde. Robin, who broke free from the swamp, was even more embarrassed and more charming. She subconsciously raised her head and was about to say something, but suddenly she saw a finger that was gesturing into a gun-shaped shape, aiming at his forehead. Kyle grinned. According to the rules of the game, you should have lost the battle now. Don't do meaningless things anymore, otherwise I don't promise that I won't do anything to you. Robin looked up and met Kyle's smiling eyes. After hesitating for a while, she slowly raised her hands and looked surrendered, and the waves in her chest were fluctuating violently due to breathing. I surrender. A tactful woman. Kyle chuckled and withdrew his fingers that were condensed with light-type magic. Of course he wouldn't kill Robin, but it was necessary to scare her and make her dare not act rashly. Immediately, Kyle's eyes swept across the destroyed rain banquet and sighed. Tisk tisk tisk. After so many years of hard work, I can destroy it. This Clockdale is really a cruel person. He raised his head and looked at Clockdale, who was standing under the scorching sun, wearing a thick plush cloak, as if there was something unspeakable. At this time, Clockdale, who appeared on the stage, was squeezing the last bit of the value of the rain banquet and maintaining his image of justice in front of the people. Damn pirates. Not only did they make a fraud in the casino, but they even blew up my rain banquet after being caught by me. I must kill you to eliminate the harm for the people. He roared loudly, making the final defense of his actions. No matter whether this can stop Doflamingo from looking at this place, this is already his last stubbornness. Desert Sword. In the sky, the whistling yellow sand suddenly condensed, forming a 40-meter big knife falling from the sky, slashing head-on at Kyle and others. Ha! Do I really don't exist if I am a young master? Looking at Clockdale's direct attack, Barto, who was standing beside him, immediately intertwined his fingers, ready to summon the invincible barrier. But at this moment, Kyle reached out to stop him. "Wait a minute, Barto. Right, after all, Fang said that the king was in the Seven Warriors Sea, and he had to give him some face. Quote, today, I won't beat them up." After taking off his coat, Kyle suddenly showed his strong muscles. He looked into the sky, and his eyes burst into strong fighting spirit. "I will deal with this guy alone." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly came from the feet of the pirates at dusk. Kyle suddenly flew into the air, and the fist in his hand first attached a layer of dark-armed domineering aura, and then a dazzling white light condensed. Black and white intertwined, and yin and yang were delivered. White dragons, light and dark fist. Boom. A punch was knocked out. The white light instantly clung to the giant desert blade like lightning. In an instant, the huge desert sword shattered and turned into countless fine sand, pouring over the world. Impossible. Clockdale was dumbfounded, with a look of shock in his eyes. In the attack just now, he didn't hide at all, just wanted to kill Kyle and others with one blow. But, his all-out attack was blocked by Kyle. How could a pirate with such strength have a bounty of only 3,000 W? "Who are you?" Clockdale shouted with some fear. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he knew nothing about the guy in front of him. The unknown is the best source of fear. "Me." Kyle grinned, but white light gushed under his feet, hovering his body in the air. "I am just an unknown man from the East China Sea, hired to drive you out of this country." "Hold, is it Doflamingo?" Clockdale's face shook and he murmured alone as if he was enlightened. "By the way, how could a guy like you be willing to surrender? How much did he give you? Isn't the 4 billion Bailey I gave you before enough?" "How much?" Kyle smiled and opened his eyes and started talking lies. "My loyalty to Lord Dover is not something that can be measured by mere money. Don't underestimate me too much. Down under my fist." Seeing that Kyle could not be instigated and even punched him again, Clockdale was also furious. He acknowledged Kyle's strength, but this did not mean that he believed he was the weaker side. "Who do you think I am? It's you who's going to die," he suddenly shouted. "Wait, type, Shah Lan." As Clockdale opened his arms, endless yellow sand suddenly surged and flew into the air. Under his control, a huge sandstorm occupied most of the rain banquet area. "Hurry, run." Looking at the horrifying scene in the air, the ordinary people who were still watching the fun turned around in an instant, wishing they had 8 legs and ran quickly. Fortunately, with Nami's storm power on the side to support her, the sudden sandstorm did not hurt the innocent people. But at this moment, the entire residents of the rainy land had already walked out of their homes and saw the huge sandstorm sweeping across the world. Everyone showed a look of seeing a god. In the sky, Clockdale laughed lowly. "Wofahahaha, in this desert, I am an invincible existence. No one will be my opponent." Boom. The huge sandstorm suddenly advanced forward, and the sand and gravel collided with each other in the air, making a harsh sound of breaking through the air, squeezing towards Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle's eyes also had a serious look and sighed in a low voice. "It is worthy of being the 7 warriors sea that can be warmly invited by Doflamingo. This power cannot be underestimated." Fortunately, he did not compare his strength according to his early performance in the anime. Otherwise, it will be a big deal. Faced with the terrifying sandstorm, Kyle moved his muscles out of thin air, and then smiled. "In this way, I don't have to worry about accidentally killing you, and I can use all my strength." Refusing to beat Clockdale in order to take care of his face. No, Kyle has never been the kind of guy who takes loyalty very seriously. If he can win quickly, he will never delay for a second. But compared to joining his friends, he directly defeated Clockdale. Kyle wants to use him to test his current combat effectiveness in his early 2000s. What is the level of the world? In an instant, the dazzling white light suddenly erupted in the air and quickly condensed into the shape of a giant dragon, and its size was no less than a sandstorm. The white dragon's chest bulged, and then it suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of dazzling white light along its throat. The sacred breath of the white dragon. Kyle, who continuously transformed his physical strength into magic, laughed and controlled the blazing magic of light and bombarded Clockdale's sandstorm. The raging wild sand collided with the holy light in the air, and the sand was constantly burned to red by the energy contained in the light, splashing around, forming transparent unknown crystals. The light penetrates the crystal and scatters irregular colorful rays. For a moment, the sky seemed to perform a huge fireworks show, beautiful and charming. Stop and watch. Of course, all this is a scene in the eyes of outsiders. In the center of the battle, the pirates and Robin stood in Barto's barrier ball, staring blankly at the battle in the sky. Is this the battle between the real strong? Zoro clenched the hilt of the knife around her waist and trembled all over. It's not fear, but excitement. Kyle once gave him some popular science on the difference in combat power between the 7 warriors C's, and also informed him of his mind's combat power ranking. Clockdale is only second to last in that ranking. The first place is his lifelong goal, the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye. It seems like there is still a long way to go. Zoro murmured softly. Compared to Zoro, who has complex inner thoughts, others have very single ideas. They all showed admiring gazes, looking at Kyle, who was constantly pushing the white light towards the yellow sand. Their captain is so powerful that they are full of confidence in the future. In the sky. The confrontation between light and sand will soon be revealed. Under Kyle's power, Clockdale's sandstorm retreated step by step. Finally, under his incredible gaze, a white lightning bolt that penetrated the world suddenly bombarded Clockdale's body. The scorching breath enveloped it, and the holy light burst out with unprecedented purification power, constantly eroding Clockdale's body, causing him to let out a tragic wail. Ah! Kyle! Clockdale, who fell from the sky, endured the pain in his body and immediately stood up. However, when his eyes turned, he found that Kyle had already disappeared in his sight. The next moment, a voice that made him tremble suddenly rang behind him. Are you looking for me? Kyle, who moved over instantly, gasped slightly, and it could be seen that the struggle with Wangsha just now was not so easy. But that's all. Boom. Without any gorgeous special effects, Kyle directly hit Clockdale's back heart with a domineering punch wrapped in armed colors. The rapid impact was like a huge wave, and through Clockdale's body, a huge wind pressure formed and continued to push forward. You. Clockdale turned his head hard, trying to see the face of the person who was attacking behind him clearly. But in the end, Kyle's punch was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Clockdale's eyes turned dark and he suddenly fell into a coma. Chapter 105 Happy time has begun. Done. Looking at Clockdale, who was leaning forward until he fell to the ground, Kyle smiled knowingly and patted the dust on his palm. Although this battle is not a flash kill, Kyle only used 2 moves from beginning to end. First, he used the terrifying power of the White Dragon Destroyer magic to inflict Clockdale with internal injuries, and then while he was concentrating on the front, he used the flexibility of instant movement to directly hit him unexpectedly. It seems that the intelligence gap has affected this battle, but in fact, if Kyle was not strong enough, he would not have easily defeated an old-fashioned strongman like Clockdale. And this also made Kyle completely overturn his previous speculation about his combat power. Originally, he thought that his combat power of 200,000 could barely compete with Doflamingo. But now it seems. With the assistance of system moves, he is now at least at the level of a top royal lieutenant, which is enough to compete with Katakuri and Jin, which are second only to the Navy generals. I really underestimate myself. It seems that the pace in the future can be bolder. Kyle pursed his lips and smiled slightly, his eyes flashing. After a moment, he bent down and lifted the unconscious sand crocodile on the ground. Kyle still has a lot of ideas about this guy Clockdale. Combat power is second. The main reason is that this guy has extraordinary leadership and planning skills. If Clockdale can be pulled into his own pirate group, the subsequent handling of the Baroque Work Club will undoubtedly be much easier. Although Kyle himself feels hopeless, how can he know the result if he doesn't try this kind of thing? Captain Kyle. After everything was settled, the pirates from the evening immediately ran over with a laugh. They were not surprised that their captain could defeat Clockdell. Along the way, they have seen too many miracles in Kyle. Just a 7 warriors see is nothing. But after a victory, people always feel joy from the bottom of their hearts. Only Robin, who was mingled behind the crowd, was complicated and entangled at this moment. His own boss, the natural ability personas, the king of 7 warriors, Clockdell, was easily defeated. Or was a newcomer pirate who had a bounty of only 3,000 yuan. Then is she going to change to a new boss? An inexplicable mood surged in Robin's heart. She was both shocked by Kyle's strength and saddened by her destiny. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly woke her up from her thoughts. "Hey Miss Robin. Your boss has fallen, do you have any plans next?" Intend. Robin looked up and saw Kyle, who had greeted his friends and was walking towards her. Her tender lips opened slightly, and she was about to say something. But suddenly, her spirit suddenly shook. "Wait for a moment. He called me Robin. He recognized me." Robin became panicked with a naked eye and subconsciously retreated backwards. But immediately, she suddenly figured it out and smiled bitterly, helplessly. "You are worthy of being a powerful man who can defeat the 7 warriors. See. It seems that you have already recognized my identity." Ha ha ha. Nicole Robin, the son of the demon, received a high reward of 7,900,000 Bailey at the age of 8. He is the only survivor of the O'Hara incident. How come I don't recognize such a famous name? So. What do you want to do to me? You are just an unknown man, but you can defeat Captain Kyle in the 7 warlords. See. Robin's expression suddenly calmed down. He reached out to stroke the wide brim of his head, and smiled gently with a charming smile, exuding a mysterious and charming temperament. He. Kyle also chuckled with Robin, and then said directly, "I want you to join my pirate group." "No problem." Before Kyle could finish her voice, Robin's answer was already in Kyle's ears. Kyle grinned. "It's a clean and neat answer. Does this really make me doubt whether you are sincere?" "What about that?" Robin suddenly stepped forward and approached Kyle, his delicate lips slightly opened and closed. "After all, in the face of absolute power, I have no choice." Kyle took a sip of Robin's body fragrance without any attention, and then reached out. "Maybe you don't believe it, but my invitation is definitely sincere." "It doesn't matter, time will be the best answer." Happy cooperation. Robin was slightly silent, and a strange look flashed in his eyes, but he soon returned to calm again. She stretched out her slender hand and held it with Kyle. Happy cooperation. In this way, Robin joined Kyle's Twilight Pirates and became the pirate with the highest bounty among the Twilight Pirates. However, Kyle knew very well that Robin did not join them sincerely at this time. But it doesn't matter. For Robin, a special talent, he must take her under his command. Just as he said, time is the best answer. If you want Robin to officially join them, you can load character templates, which is definitely not something you can do overnight. Everything still needs long-term planning. Anyway, even if the character template cannot be loaded, Robin's knowledge can still be used by him. Next, Kyle's eyes turned and looked directly into the ruins of the Rain Banquet. This is the battle between the strong. With a wave of his hand, a huge building like a mountain was destroyed. But, although the Rain Banquet fell, the gold, silver and jewelry buried in the Rain Banquet were still intact. Under Agent's swamp fruit ability, the ruins on the ruins were quickly put into the swamp space and quickly cleaned up. This also made Kyle feel that taking the risk of cheating this devil fruit from Doflamingo before was an extremely correct decision. Under the guidance of Robin, who had surrendered to Kyle, they quickly pushed open the door to the Rain Banquet vault. However, after pushing open the door, Kyle's face suddenly became stunned. What's going on? Kyle blinked in shock, then turned to look at the guide Robin next to him. Robin smiled awkwardly and explained. Sorry, Mr. Captain, it seems that the savings of the Rain Banquet have entered your pocket before. My pocket. Kyle instantly understood that Robin should refer to the 4 billion Bailey he had obtained before. Looking at the balance of only a few 100 million Bailey in the vault, he frowned in discomfort and subconsciously glanced at Clockdell on Agent's shoulder. What does this Lao Sha mean? A gift to emptied his family directly. In fact, Robin explained, Crocodile seems to think that Mr. Captain was sent by Doflamingo to investigate. Speaking of this, Robin's voice paused suddenly. She suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to know why Kyle appeared here. For the sake of the people of the world, she did not want the bear to be born, and it was still in the hands of a pirate. Kyle raised his eyebrows and glanced at Robin with his eyes, without caring too much, and answered directly. Plaids, right. I said, why did this guy give me money and card when he came up? So that's how it is. While speaking, he waved his hand and asked his friends to put up the remaining hundreds of millions of Baileys. Robin smiled bitterly again. It seems you already know it. Immediately, she blinked her dark eyes and stared at Kyle curiously. For some reason, in front of the new boss, Robin felt as if he was naked, completely seen through by a man who had just met for less than 2 hours. At this time, Kyle's attention was all on the squash that Agent was stolen, Bailey in Z-space. Now he has more than 4 billion Bailey in his hands, and a fraction of it can be used to upgrade the training room and purchase new facilities. Although Kyle is now in the territory of the Kingdom of Alabaston, he cannot see the upgraded Tiga. But fortunately, once operations related to consumption are involved in the system, they will become very flexible and free. Even if he is apart from 108,000 miles apart, he can remotely design the internal structure of the Tiga. In general, it won't delay his money at all. Well, without further ado, I'll spend these 4 billion Baileys tonight. Just, after spending these 4 billion Baileys, my captain's level can be upgraded to another level. I wonder what the new skills will look like. Kyle was secretly looking forward to it. Afternoon. Due to the collapse of the Rain Banquet and the defeat of the 7 warriors Clockdell, the entire Rainland city was in panic. In order to avoid causing even more serious panic, Kyle and his team finally chose to leave the city and rest in the capsule house for one night. Fortunately, the capsule house produced by the system is very huge, and even if there are more than a dozen people living in it, it still looks a little empty. Night falls. The extremely hot desert during the day instantly changed its face, as if it was defiled by the god of cold, emitting an uncomfortable low temperature. The pirates living in the capsule house will naturally not be affected by the temperature outside. They had a beautiful French meal made by the Black Deacon Crow, and then they did their favorite things. The capsule house is equipped with a TV and a game console. Heian and Sunlag, who have been staying for one night, 2 playful little girls, have already started fighting skillfully. Bato and Desaya were standing behind the two, waiting for the next round to play. Chloe and Kirby were cleaning tableware in the kitchen. The 3 sisters Dasky, Nami and Peacock formed a beautiful team and began to gather in the same room, constantly trying out new clothes and various cosmetics purchased in Alabaston. Even Robin smiled at Nami's invitation and joined their team. Zoro, Drake and Monka walked out of the capsule house and began to exercise themselves in the cold climate. Even without a training room with efficient training, Zoro will still not give up any opportunity to make himself stronger. Especially in the morning, I just saw a duel between real strong people. As for Drake and Monka, they were all doing nothing and didn't want to wash dishes, so they followed Zoro out for training. At the same time, the largest bedroom in the capsule house. Kyle reached out to the empty carpet in front and said to Ajin with a smile. Just put it here. Okay, Captain. Ajin nodded seriously, and then his body suddenly turned into a pool of mud, and boxes filled with Bailey flew out of the mud and landed on the carpet that Kyle pointed to. After doing all this, Akin immediately said goodbye to Kyle and went out to follow Zoro's night training team. Kyle was left alone, ready to rub his hands in the room, showing an expression of excitement and expectation. It's the exciting lottery again. The Queen Mother of the Supreme Emperor is here. Bless me to possess the Emperor of Europe today and give me a bunch of good goods. After washing his hands, Kyle immediately clicked on the system in his mind and entered the gliding interface. Legendary gaming machine, 10 consecutive draws. Let's go. Chapter 106 40 consecutive draws. Wow waves tilde. As Kyle's thoughts moved, the glider machine flashing with a red light suddenly started to operate. After a while, 10 identical gags suddenly rolled out from the exit of the gag machine. At the same time, a large number of system prompts flashed in front of Kyle's eyes. Congratulations on getting a C-level prop for a shallow hit. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop experience book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting a C-level prop capsule motorcycle. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level prop archangel staff. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop awakening stone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. It's a good start. Looking at the glittering message hidden among a bunch of C-level props, Kyle immediately slapped his palm with joy. The A-level awakening stone will not be said. This time, the system actually gave Kyle a S-level weapon prop with mercy. This is the first time he has seen S-class weapons and equipment. So much so that Kyle didn't want to see the bunch of C-level props at this moment. Anyway, they were all familiar faces. Let's go to the equipment room to eat dust together. He immediately focused his attention on the S-level archangel staff. After becoming more aware, information about this weapon popped up immediately. Open black lens bracket angel staff close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, S close black lens bracket. Introduction. The divine objects from the angel clan of the heavenly realm of League of Legends world, reserve the corresponding level of magic power for use in battle according to the user's level. The archangel staff can be baptized by the power of faith. After a total of 360 days of baptism, the archangel staff can evolve into a more powerful embrace of seraphim. Close black lens bracket. League of Legends equipment. A magic wand that can evolve. Is this the charm of S-class equipment? After reading the introduction of the attributes of the archangel staff, a light of inspiration flashed in Kyle's dark eyes. Needless to say more. This archangel staff is magical again power is the power of faith. Among the entire pirate group, only Nami can match this piece of equipment. The S-level character template, paired with S-level weapons, seems that Nami's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved in a short period of time. And there is also an awakening stone. With a look of change, Kyle finally gave up his attention to the props. After hesitating for a while, he decided to use this awakening stone for Monka first. First, because Monka is the second person to load character templates after Dashi, it should be his turn to rank according to seniority. Secondly, because of the C-level character template, you can only awaken once in your life, and you only need to consume one awakening stone, which is simple and crude, and you don't need to accumulate more awakening stones. What's more, the combat power after awakening will not be added to Kyle. In fact, it is almost the same for everyone, so there is no need to make so meticulous points. The first round came with a good start, which made Kyle even more excited. After roughly scanning the remaining C-level props and finding nothing new, he directly clicked his consciousness on the 10 consecutive draws button again. Instantly. Another series of prompt messages passed by Kyle quickly like a pop. This time, the 10th consecutive year was not as exciting as the last time, and the reward was only 2 B-level props, and the rest were all C-level. But these 2 B-level props happen to be the character cards that Kyle needs the most. It is worthy of being a legendary gasket machine, and the production rate is very high. Kyle was ecstatic and immediately clicked on the backpack interface to check the information about the 2 character cards. Character card. Porinera character card, Gratini. Kyle was confused when he saw the names of the 2 character cards. But after seeing the portraits of these 2 character cards, he instantly showed a look of surprise. First of all, Porinera, his portrait is a strong man with a muscle all over his body, a big silver back and a strange pose. No need to look at anything else. Just the posture of posing with his waist tightly and his arms as if he was unobstructed, Kyle knew that this character card must be from the old Ace anime, JoJo's Wonderful Adventure. And this Polnareff is a very important supporting role in the third part of JoJo, with the title of Bobo Little Angel. I didn't expect that the characters in JoJo would be drawn. I was really excited. Kyle, whose blood was burning for no reason, looked at the portrait of the next character card. Unlike the thugs with muscles all over the body, the portrait of this character card is completely a stupid bald fat man. However, the character that Kyle can recognize at a glance is obviously not a simple character. He is the artificial human being Gluttony, who is named 7 Deadly Sins, Gluttony, in The Alchemist of Steel. Looking at this character card, Kyle's eyes suddenly lit up. As the Gluttony of the 7 Deadly Sins, I seem to have figured out who to use it on. After checking the 2 character cards, Kyle swept over the sea-level props he had drawn before again. This time, something different finally appeared. 8 sea-level props, 6 of which are all shallow and great experience books. 2 of them are Magic Card Thunderstrike and the other is Red Potion. Needless to say, the former is the only one who can use these card props before the next duel appears in the Pirates. This Lightning Strike, like the previous Fireball, allows her to master lightning attack moves through the dual plate. It can only be said that it is better than nothing, and there is no surprise. In comparison, the appearance of the second bottle of Red Potion made Kyle's mouth rise up instantly. With this bottle of Red Potion, he can find someone to test the actual effect of this bottle of potion. If it is appropriate, this is his stepping stone to join the 4 Emperors. Today he did not block any obstacles when he fought against Clockdell. I believe that after tonight, all forces will receive news that he defeated Clockdell. From tomorrow, their Twilight Pirates have officially entered the sight of all forces, and are no longer just an unknown person. It's really a bit sudden when I think about it. But that's it. Kyle's mind diverged, and imagined the situation of the pirates at dusk after tomorrow's report. It is estimated that even Doflamingo will find it difficult to protect me if it is a crime that attacks the 7 warlords determined by the world government for no reason. So, my bounty must be raised up. Kyle smiled and then stopped caring about those indifferent things. With a thought, he started the next 10 consecutive draws again. It's a pity that it seems that the previous 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws have used up all the luck Kyle has accumulated recently. A total of 2 billion Baileys were exchanged for only 1 A-level Awakening Stone and 3 B-level props. Capsule Aircraft Emperor Tool, Shira Incarnation Magic Card, Living Water. Like other capsule props, the capsule aircraft is a portable suspended transportation tool. Compared with C-class capsule helicopters, the number of people carrying capsule aircraft has increased, becoming 5 seats like ordinary cars. And the aircraft is extremely fast. If the operation is done properly, without considering the influence of environmental factors such as weather, it can even circle the planet in a few days. Good guy. Finally got some decent means of transportation. If such an aircraft can be mass-produced, will it be possible to find the final island, Larulif, in a few days? Looking at the information about the capsule aircraft, Kyle couldn't help but think about it. There is only 1 aircraft at present. Maybe in the future I can set up a logistics company to compete with the Shipping King for business. With Agent, a swamp fruit ability, and the ultimate speed of the aircraft, it seems to be really a big deal. After thinking a little, Kyle looked at the next prop again. This is a wide sword with a strange appearance, with the hilt and scabbard in a dark blue color like the ocean. As soon as his consciousness moved, Kyle clicked on its detailed introduction. Open black lens bracket Emperor's Tool, Shira's Incarnation Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Category, Weapons Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. From Slaying Red Eyes, the regular state is a 7-star sword, which can be changed into a solid external armor to resist attacks, greatly enhancing the user's strength, speed, and explosive power. Close black lens bracket. It turned out to be a noble chariot. I said, why is it so familiar? After reading the detailed introduction of Emperor Gu, Kyle immediately recalled another name of this armored weapon. Its effect does not need to be described in detail, as written in the information column. This is a highly comprehensive weapon, suitable for almost everyone. It just so happens that Kebi doesn't seem to have his own exclusive weapon yet, so he will leave this noble chariot to him for use. Kyle instantly decided on the ownership of this equipment. Although others can also use this imperial tool, the picture that is more handsome in comparison. Among the other people, Zoro is an S-class template, and it must be matched with more powerful weapons. Chloe is a boat chef, so he doesn't have many opportunities to fight. After Drake transformed, he had no choice but to the human-shaped armor. As for Barto, well, Kyle didn't want people to see a handsome armored warrior on their boat. After taking off his helmet, he showed a green coxcomb head, and he was sticking out his tongue while urinating and defecating everywhere. It's really too shameful to the face of the Twilight Pirates. With a turn of his eyes, Kyle looked at the last B-level prop, magic card, living water. Although the name contains the word, living life, the effect of this magic card is not used on people at all. Open black lens bracket magic card, living water close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, B close black lens bracket. Introduction. You need to use it with a dual plate. Consume the power of dual. Summon the living water with mysterious power from another world, water it on the corpse, and resurrect the corpse into a monster card of the corresponding level. The amount of dual power consumed depends on the strength of the corpse itself. Close black lens bracket. Oh my god. The system teaches people to print cards. Chapter 107 The Thieves, Extreme Intention. Looking at the effect of the living spring water, Kyle's heart was shocked in an instant and couldn't help but exclaim in secret. Coach, I want to play cards. Is there no dual plate without restricting identity? I don't have a handy weapon yet. Kyle shed tears of envy at the brand new B-level magic card props. Needless to say, this wave will be an epic enhancement of Desire, who has the Peacock Dance Dueler template. The effect of the living water is that as long as it is a dead corpse, it can be turned into a monster card prop. If it was a peaceful era, this card might be of no use. But this is the world of pirates, and it is a great way to be called the pirate grave. There are so many corpses and other things. And this card is not only powerful, but also allows Kyle to see the infinite possibilities that the dual power system is nurturing under the operation of the system. Now it is just a B-level living water, which can provide Desire with special abilities like a card. If he can draw the dead Su Sheng, draw the black hole, draw the reversal of the present and the underworld in the future. What will it become? No, the system can really create props to resurrect the dead in the future, right? Kyle was a little surprised and smacked his tongue, but those things were still too far away. Soon, he withdrew his thoughts and continued to think about this living water. Talk about the dead. There are also a terrifying three-masted sailboat of Moria, Moonlight in the Seven Warriors, and there are just a few corpses of legendary figures. From the unknown, to the famous pirates, there are as many dead bodies there. There is also the corpse of the legendary demon Oz. If all these guys can be turned into monster cards, wouldn't Desire's combat power soar several times in an instant? Kyle's eyes shining and a slight smile appeared on his face. It seems that there are some more details to add to the planning book of Great Railway. After sorting all the props out in different categories, he turned off his backpack and then turned on the dock system. After the last upgrade, the Tiga has been successfully promoted to a level 4 battleship. Open black lens bracket Tiga close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level 4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value 0.002 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket facilities, 9/12 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket own facilities, close black lens bracket. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, does it take 2000 experience points? That is to say, it will cost 2 billion Baileys. Maybe it's been making money these days. The speed increased significantly. When Kyle saw this astronomical figure, he was not surprised or shocked at all. Instead, he moved quickly to open the facility mall. Well, the total number of facilities has increased by 3 more. It seems that the arsenal and insect pavilion we had planned were arranged. After thinking about it, he first spent 1 million Bailey to purchase the 2 facilities mentioned above, and placed them on the 3rd underground floor of the Tiga. Then Kyle spent another 6,000 yuan to upgrade both facilities to level 3. The 2 facilities, the arsenal and the insect hall, have very single functions. The former is a weapon that can automatically produce corresponding performance based on drawings and materials. The latter can create a space with natural attributes in the cabin, allowing all types of insects to survive in it. The upgraded arsenal enhances the number and speed of weapons produced at one time. The upgraded insect hall expands the space, can breed more zergs, and is rich in more nutrients, and accelerates the growth of insects. The arsenal will be handed over to the 2 little guys Heiyan and Sunset for the time being, and the weapons produced will be left to the Church and Chamber of Commerce in the East China Sea. As for the insect hall, looking at the introduction information about the insect museum in the system, Kyle's deep and dark eyes flashed. Maybe you can find some biology experts to see if you can inject mosquito genes into other insects and completely cultivate peacocks into the Zerg queen who controls the Zerg army. Derma 66 can even clone people. Such a small thing should not be difficult for them, right? Or find out if there are any insect fruits, mosquito forms, and then find a way to mass-produce Doflamingo or Beta Punk. The power of insects cannot be underestimated. If the effect Kyle expected can really achieve, there will be a peacock among the senior cadres of the future Twilight Pirates. After planning for the new facility for a while, Kyle turned off the system interface of the 2 new facilities and opened the facility interface of the training room. Although the level limit of the facilities has been increased to level 4, he has no intention of upgrading other facilities to level 4. At least not in the short term. Because of a facility, if you want to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you need 150 experience points, which is 150 million Baileys. Kyle now has more than 300 million Bailey left, and some daily expenses for the pirates must be reserved. Good steel should be used on the blade. This only opportunity to be promoted to level 4 is of course left to the most important training room. As a large amount of money disappeared from Kyle's eyes, the practice room on Tiga instantly rose to level 4. The effect has also changed from 200 points per hour to 250 points per hour. It's a pity that the limit time of daily practice has not changed, and it is still 12 hours. In other words, the highest experience Dasky and the others gained every day has changed from 2,400 to 3,000. The increase is not very big. It seems that the crew members' later upgrade will become more and more difficult. Clicking on Dasky's attribute panel, Kyle looked at the numbers behind the experience value and immediately calculated it. It takes 15,000 experience to upgrade from level 55 to level 56. Even a level 4 training room will take a full 5 days to upgrade to level 1. The combat effectiveness increased by upgrading to a higher level is only a few thousand points, which does not affect the overall situation. The difficulty of upgrading is getting bigger and bigger. It is really a long way to go. Maybe. In the future, crew members who have been upgraded to a certain level and are difficult to become stronger quickly can go out alone, manage some other things, and help the pirates accumulate funds so that they can go faster and further. As the Pirates at Dusk officially entered the public's vision, they should also arrange some industries on the Great Way. Like the Stormwitch Church in the East China Sea, it is completely a charitable industry, with little effort and no gains. But when you arrive at the Great Route, everything will be different. There are pirates everywhere here, and strong people everywhere. They enjoy the life of drinking and getting drunk today and are used to spending money. As far as Kyle knows. A maritime amusement park of the Don Gilcode family located between the Devil's Triangle and the Shampoo Islands has an annual income of 10 billion Baileys. And such an industry is just a small business of the Tangjicode family. The real big heads are the weapons trade that roamed the world and the slave trading market in the Shambodian Islands. Just like all the ways to make money quickly are written in criminal law. These businesses that walk deep in sin and at the bottom of human nature are Doflamingo's real industries. He just doesn't have a system like Kyle. Otherwise, with Doflamingo's management mind, he would have dominated the world long ago. In such a world of powerful people who are respected by force, after the money reaches a certain level, it is actually a string of numbers. Most of the money Doflamingo has made now is invested in the research of new weapons and artificial demon fruits, and then pray and look forward to it. Turn off the dock system and Kyle looks out the window. The silver-white crescent moon is like a clear spring, hanging in the starry night sky, and the gentle moonlight is like a big hand, quietly caressing the red and yellow earth. This is the night in the desert. After taking a deep breath, Kyle kept thinking about today's gains and plans for the future in his mind. I feel like there are more and more things are piled up tilde. I don't know if I can clear the system's prize pool in my lifetime. After a moment of random thoughts, he clicked on the captain's interface again. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 6 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 845 10,000ths close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total combat power, 243,403 close black lens bracket. Skills, to be drawn. Just after Kyle completed the 40th consecutive draw, his captain level had been upgraded to level 6. His combat effectiveness has also increased by more than 40,000 due to the improvement of his level. Although he is still a long way from the level of a general, he has few opponents in this world. I wonder if Kizaru's second uncle would be surprised to see how many more wrinkles appeared when he saw himself now. Kyle murmured with amu sadness, and couldn't help but recall the scene when he left Marinfanduo a few months ago. Because he has been classified under the Warring States period, he has always abides by discipline since he went to sea and has not contacted Kizaru. But he believed that his second uncle, who was far away in Marinfando, would not miss any information about him. It's really exciting. I wonder what the world will become after the newspaper will be released tomorrow. Kyle smiled slightly excitedly, then thought and clicked directly on the words, to be drawn. The familiar scenes and the familiar lottery disc appeared again. Kyle closed his eyes and silently waited for the choice of fate. To be honest, now he has the magic of the White Dragon Destroyer and a sure kill punch, and the combination of super intuition and space movement. His spiritual aspects are even more like a pirate world. It can almost be considered a comprehensive development and has no requirements for new skills. However, when the lottery disc slowly dropped its speed and the golden pointer above finally pointed above a person's name, Kyle's eyes still flashed suddenly. It's him, if you say so. The picture flashed. A man wearing a black coat with a reverse cross decoration on his back, with dark eyes and a purple cross tattoo on the center of his forehead suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, the system's prompt message followed. Congratulations on obtaining A-level skill, the thief's extreme intention. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 108 Spring Fruit Changes. The thief's extreme intention. It's really this skill. Looking at the new skill slowly floating in the skill bar of his attribute panel and replacing the word, to be extracted, Kyle immediately realized. Instantly. A mysterious book with a dark red body with a white palm engraved on the front suddenly appeared on Kyle's right hand. This book is Kyle's new skill, the ultimate intention of the thief. It is also the exclusive ability of Kololo, the leader of the popular villain Phantom Brigade in Full-Time Hunter. The effect of this lyricism is very powerful, and it can even be said to be a bug level. In the plot, Kololo can use this book to determine some conditions to seize the ability of others to use for his own use. It is a real steal on the rules. The party whose lyricism ability is stolen will never be able to use that ability again. After the system's magical modification, the effect of Thieves' Extreme Intention has also changed from the original ability to steal thoughts to steal special ability. Can you say? After reading the system's introduction information, a thought suddenly flashed through Kyle's mind. With super intuition, he realized something instantly. In an instant, he quickly opened the window and shouted at a djinn, who was jumping around the capsule house with a heavy frog. A djinn, come to my room. After a few minutes, Agent politely knocked on Kyle's door, and with Kyle's permission, he walked in, showing a curious expression. "Is there anything wrong, Captain Kyle?" Kyle grabbed a book in his right hand, and showed an excited smile on his face, saying, "Let Bellamy come out." Bellamy. Ajin, who was a little surprised, was stunned for a moment, but soon, his abdomen turned into mud, and then a coma figure slowly fell out of the mud. After several days of replies to the treatment, the injury caused by this guy by Cap's body has been healed. It was just because Kyle and the others did not have Halu stone handcuffs, and they were worried that this guy would make a big fuss in the Tiga after he woke up. So Kyle directly asked Agent to use the ability of swamp fruits to put Bellamy and his younger brother Sashes into the swamp space and close it. Now that he finally saw the light of day again, Bellamy took a deep breath, his abdomen bulged high, then turned over, supported the ground with one hand, and breathed violently. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. Where am I? Bellamy, who was still at the moment when he was knocked out by Cap's punch, slowly raised his head. But in an instant, a pair of fishy red magma eyes suddenly appeared in his sight, occupying all his vision. And he came to a bloody world for some reason. Next second. A picture appeared in front of him, immediately a figure that is extremely crazy. Bellamy, you disappointed me. Do Lord Doflamingo. Seeing Doflamingo wearing a pink flamingo cloak walking to him, Bellamy, who had just woken up and was still a little confused, suddenly shocked. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. But before he could speak, Doflamingo in front of him spoke again. Because of your fault, Kyle had to clash with the Navy. His original escort mission also failed because of the leaked news. Bellamy, you have to take all your responsibility for this failure. The strong murderous aura was like a mountain full of blood, pressing against Bellamy's body, making him breathless. Please give me another chance. Bellamy, who was breathing hard, raised her head and looked at the figure that made him admire and long for, and her face instantly showed a sad and pitiful expression like an abandoned puppy. Please give me another chance, Lord Dover. Bellamy begged with a sarcastic voice. However, Doflamingo in front of him was unmoved, and just snorted and said disdainfully. A waste like you, continuing to stay in the Donjicode family will only pollute the family's reputation. Originally, I wanted Kyle to sink you directly into the sea. But that guy Kyle seemed very optimistic about your fruit ability, and he actually took the initiative to plead with me. It's a very rare thing to be able to make that guy owe me a favor. You. Doflamingo suddenly smiled sinisterly, and then continued to look at Bellamy with contempt. It's still worth it to use your life as a waste to exchange for a favor from Kyle. Bang! The pointed leather boot suddenly stepped on Bellamy's head, and a huge force suddenly came, kicking him around. Doflamingo leaned over and showed a crazy smile on his lips. Let me know, Bellamy. I'm borrowing Kyle's fruit ability to talk to you remotely. After the conversation is over, immediately give up your boring dream and join Kyle's pirate group obediently. Since that guy is so optimistic about you, I want to see. What will you become like in the future, you waste? After the words came, Doflamingo's figure suddenly began to become illusory. In addition, the whole world became blurred and distorted. Mr. Dover. Lord Dover. Bellamy, who fell to the ground, struggled to hold up and shouted loudly in the direction where Doflamingo disappeared. But when his vision brightened again, he appeared in a warm and clean bedroom. Kaylee. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Bellamy subconsciously screamed. Are you awake? Kyle suddenly turned his head and looked at Bellamy, with an instant warm smile on his face. Holding a book in his hand, he slowly stood up, like a noble son of a certain family. How is it? Lord Dover should have told you what happened, right? Mr. Dover. At the trigger of the keyword, he suddenly recalled everything that happened in the blood-colored space just now. That. Bellamy was both shocked and panicked, and opened her mouth in a complicated expression, but she didn't know what to say. Kyle smiled slightly and directly answered his questions. That was my fruit ability just now, which allowed two different spiritual bodies to have conversations in a unique space, ignoring the distance. This is also the reason why Lord Dover values me. As for the previous group of Navy, they have been dealt with by me. But it is precisely because of this that our location was exposed and the transaction had to be cancelled and replanned. Kyle's expression was calm. Gu Jingbubo said lies with his eyes open. Quote. With Kyle's word by word, Bellamy suddenly became silent. That group of Navy was actually defeated by Kyle. That old man like a monster. Because he could not imagine the reason why Kyle deceived him, he never had any doubts about Kyle's words. And this also made Bellamy realize how arrogant he was before. Recalling what Doflamingo said just now, Bellamy suddenly clenched her fists, then a look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she made up her mind. With a thud. He suddenly knelt on his knees and pressed his head to the ground. Lord Kyle, thank you for pleading for me in front of Lord Dover. From now on, please let me join your pirate group. It's easy to say, please get up quickly. From today on, you will be a member of the Pirates in the Twilight. You and I will be your own brothers. Kyle, who was about to be unable to hold it in, grinned and quickly helped Bellamy up. How could poor Bellamy have thought that Kyle, who is also under Doflamingo, launched a powerful illusion move, but was just to spread a lie that could be exposed at any time. However, it is precisely this lie that is extremely important to Kyle. With a thought, Kyle directly selected the D-level character Ka Ordinary Death, who had been eating dust in his backpack for a long time, and then directly used it against Bellamy. After being loaded with the character card, no matter how much Bellamy admires Doflamingo, as long as Kyle gave his order, he would still hold a knife and slash Doflamingo's neck. Even if he knows that Kyle has deceived him in the future, Bellamy will not have any resentment towards Kyle. This is another way to use character cards. Instantly. Bellamy only felt an unusual force suddenly appear in his body, but before he could experience it carefully, Kyle suddenly explained. Brother Bellamy, I will give them a gift for every partner who joins the pirates. You still need to experience this gift slowly in the future. But now, please help me with a test. Captain Kyle, you are so kind. After being loaded with the character template, Bellamy's tone changed significantly. And his eyes at Kyle became more and more intimate. Kyle smiled, reached out to the convenient load table and said, Come on, come here and talk. Under Kyle's guidance, the two sat down one after another. Kyle asked, Bellamy, what is your fruit ability? Bellamy was stunned for a moment. However, he, who is already 100% loyal to Kyle, answered slowly. It's spring fruit. After saying that, before Kyle continued to ask, he introduced it directly. The ability of the fruit can allow me to turn any part of my body into a spring and carry out accumulating attacks. But Bellamy's face suddenly turned red. Captain Kyle, you also see that my spring attack has no effect at all in the hands of that navy. That's okay. Kyle smiled mysteriously. Maybe you won't have to worry about it anymore in the future. By the way, can you demonstrate the inner one? It's just turning the body into a spring. Of course. Bellamy obediently turned her arm into a spring-like shape, and immediately nodded with praise from Kyle. Very good. Then next. Bellamy, put your hand on this book, and the palms should coincide with the handprints above. Bellamy hesitated for a moment, but still put his hand on top of the Thieves' Extreme Intention, as Kyle's instructions. Very good. Something strange may happen next, don't be too surprised. Kyle grinned. After he finished speaking, he instantly activated a new skill, the Thief's Extreme Intention. Instantly. Bellamy only felt as if something was being pulled in her body. And when he raised his head again, he suddenly realized. Kyle was raising his arm. As soon as he clenched his fist, his strong arm suddenly began to change, forming a spring shape. At this moment, the spring fruit officially changed ownership. Chapter 109 Give Abilities. This what's going on. Bellamy was suddenly shocked and subconsciously wanted to use the ability to produce the spring fruit, but he found that his body no longer had that kind of nearly instinctive special ability. Mr. Kyle. He raised his head in panic, trying to find an answer. Kyle, who admired his new abilities, grinned and comforted him. "Don't be nervous, Bellamy. I said, this is just a quiz. Trust me, the spring fruit is not suitable for you. Now, let's help me complete this test first." "Good." Bellamy nodded hesitantly. Although he realized that something seemed wrong at this moment, he, who was 100% loyal to Kyle, still moved obediently. Soon, a djinn, who was waiting at the door, walked in again, but he was holding 2 large basins of water in his hands. "This is the sea water that Cell deliberately asked him to take out of the water polo. Bellamy, let your hand in and try." Kyle pointed to one of the basins of sea water and said to Bellamy. "This." Bellamy slowly reached into the basin as Kyle asked in confusion. "Do you feel anything?" Kyle asked immediately. Bellamy shook her head, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Nothing feels like this. Is this sea water?" "That's it," Kyle thought with his eyes, then opened the thief's intention with his right hand and reached into another basin of sea water. Before he could use his fruit ability, a terrifying sense of weakness suddenly swept across his body. Kyle quickly pulled his hand out of the sea water and murmured. "Not only did you steal the ability of the fruit, but you also stole the negative effects of the devil fruit. Isn't this equivalent to directly depriving others of eating the devil fruit?" A ray of light suddenly flashed through Kyle's mind. The thief's G has a total of 4 starting conditions. First, you must see the other party's ability to recite with your own eyes, then ask questions related to the other party's ability and get the other party's answer. Then, you must put the other party's hand on the handprint on the cover of the book. The above 3 steps are completed within 1 hour, regardless of order. You can successfully steal the other party's fruit ability. This is also what Kyle just asked Bellamy to do. After the test, Kyle immediately asked Akin to take Bellamy went to greet everyone and introduced this new partner who joined the pirates. And he himself sat in front of the table in the room and exclaimed in his heart with a secret joy. "This skill is really invincible. You can enter the devil fruit abilities infinitely. Even if you have to take the risk of some devil fruit abilities, it is completely worth it. Not to mention anything else, the Baroque Work Club alone has a lot of powerful fruit abilities." Instantly, a large number of fruit abilities suddenly surged in Kyle's mind. Explosion fruits, light and heavy fruits, slow fruits, all-door fruits, healing fruits. Most of these are relatively powerful, but due to the user's reasons, they do not show the fruit ability of true value. Besides CP9, Bruno's fruits are a little harder to solve. I am completely within my reach for Kyle. But, to me, the increase in the ability of the fighting system's fruit is not obvious. But if this ability can be given to others, Kyle murmured in a low voice. Immediately, his eyes turned around and he looked at the already opened, the thieves, extreme intention. On the page above, there are instructions on the ability of spring fruits. In the dark, there was a voice that seemed to tell him in a different time and space. His guess was not unrealized. Is this a sign of a super-intuitive feeling? Feeling the inexplicable encouragement in his heart, Kyle fell into deep thought, and a wonderful idea popped up. The thief's extreme ability is to store the other party's ability on the paper in the book. If this is the case, can it be understood that this piece of paper transformed from my lyricism ability has already possessed the devil fruit at this time the power? Quote. Putting the weird book on the desktop, Kyle stretched out 2 fingers and picked up the page of the spring fruit alone. The super-intuitive ability was activated again, giving him infinite courage. Kyle's eyes were fixed, and a sharp gaze flashed, and then his fingers suddenly exerted force, instantly tearing off the page of paper. Ah tilde. A scream suddenly came from Kyle's mouth. He covered his head suddenly and gasped violently. The moment he tore off the pages, his brain seemed to be stabbed in with a jagged teeth, and it was extremely painful. Fortunately, all this was very sudden. Before Kyle could realize what was going on, he had already tore off the paper. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. It hurts. Kyle rubbed his forehead, secretly thanking that the room had a strong sound insulation ability, otherwise his embarrassing shout would have had a great blow to his always majestic image. After a moment of waking up, he stood up again, wiped away the sweat from his forehead, and placed the torn paper on the table. Have you lost most of his mental power? Kyle murmured softly. Don't underestimate this half of your mental power. With Kyle's current strength, if he uses these mental powers to activate the lunar reading, he can almost pull all ordinary residents of a town into the space of infinite lunar reading until their lifespan ends. The consumption of most of this mental power is still very terrifying. If it is placed on a strong man of the same level, he can almost directly reduce a person's combat effectiveness by 30%. Fortunately, this consumption is not permanent. There is a captain's dormitory that can restore mental power according to percentages. This damage is just a sudden realization for Kyle. After adjusting his condition, he looked at the desktop again. After leaving, the thieves, extreme intention, the paper writing, spring fruit, was strengthened by Kyle's mental power and did not disappear. When Kyle held it in his hand, he could even feel that he could still turn his body into a spring. Fortunately it can still be used even if it is tear it off. In this case, after I obtain the ability of fruits in the future, I will tear them off and put them together directly. Wouldn't I have the ability to plurally be able to have plural ones at once? Kyle's thoughts opened and he began to fantasize. However, at this moment, his super intuition suddenly came to him with a warning intuition. Well, isn't this possible? The corners of his grinning mouth slowly closed. With a super intuitive body shape, Kyle instantly remembered. Except for a freak like Blackbeard, a normal person cannot have the ability to have plural fruits. Once you eat 2 devil fruits, you will explode and die. By the way, since you are afraid that all the weaknesses of seawater have been stolen, the weaknesses of not being able to eat 2 fruits at the same time will naturally exist. Now this piece of paper is equivalent to a devil fruit, 1 is a magical weapon, and 2 are poison. It's really a pity. Kyle smacked his tongue slightly, but there was no expression of regret on his face at all. After all, just replacing the ability of the devil fruit is enough to make him happy. Next, the last step in the test. Kyle blinked expectantly, then opened the bedroom window and called out again. Monka, come here. A few minutes later. Following Zoro's training for a long time, Monka walked into the room sweating profusely. What's the matter, Captain Kyle? Monka showed curiosity. His eyes looked around in a daze. Good thing. Kyle smiled and handed Monka the page with the spring fruit engraved in his hand. A piece of paper. Monka scratched his head inexplicably, reached out to take the paper, and looked around. However, the text written above is all from the official language of the world of full-time hunter. No one can understand this world except Kyle, the skill owner. At this time, Kyle suddenly asked. How? Have you changed any changes in your current body? Change. Monka was stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes and began to experience it silently. But after a moment, he shook his head in confusion. There is no change. Is there any problem with this piece of paper? Monka curiously raised the pages to a high place, trying to see through the light and understand the secrets in the pages. And Kyle also frowned slightly. Is there no change? Shouldn't it? He looked at Monka, who was adjusting the angle back and forth with the pages, and suddenly, a light of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. By the way, since the pages of the book have now become spring fruits, then, except for me, the skill owner, no one else can directly activate his ability through a demon fruit. Monka, eat it. Kyle suddenly issued an order. Huh. Monka was stunned for a moment again, but he immediately followed Kyle's instructions and folded the pages directly, and then swallowed them into his stomach. This time, without Kyle asking, Monka's face changed directly in her eyes. Captain Kylie's this. He raised his head and was about to ask a question, a little confused. But the next second, his feet completely changed into metal springs one by one. Monka, who had just obtained the ability to fruit, directly acted as a bouncing man in Kyle's room and jumped up and down. Monka was completely confused at this time. But Kyle breathed a sigh of relief, and then a lucky smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, it seems that the intuition of a great sense of value is more accurate than I thought. Congratulations, Monka, from today on, you will be a springer who has eaten the spring fruit. Go and share your changes with others. Kyle directly issued an order to expel the guest, and Monka, who opened the goalkeeper, had no idea what had happened, invited him out. As for the ability of this fruit, he does not intend to get it back. After all, his fighting style is not a pure physical school, and the spring fruit does not increase much. Since he can only use one fruit ability at the same time, he is still ready to give himself some more unique and useful abilities. Just so, the effect of the spring fruit is quite matched with Monka. As for Bellamy, since she has joined the Twilight Pirates, Kyle will naturally not let him give in vain. You must know. The Warring States Marshal, but he also reserved an animal-type devil fruit for Kyle. At this time, Kyle already had a good way to protect Chloe, the boat chef, and obtain devil fruits. By the way, I wonder if I can fool Luffy and snatch his Nika fruit. Calculate the time, he will go to sea in about 1 year. Why take this opportunity to go to Goya Kingdom and fool his fruit abilities directly? With Luffy's personality, as long as you find something fun and make a deal with him sincerely, maybe he can really sell me Nika fruit at a cheap price. Hehehehe. In the room where Kyle was the only one, there were suddenly bursts of evil and unknown laughter. Chapter 110 Make Up a Story. After writing the fooling Nika fruit into the small notebook, Kyle finally ended the busy day. If you really want to count it, defeating Clockdell, the 7 warlords, can be said to be the least important thing he has done today. However, the little episode for Kyle is about to arrive, which will completely boil the entire sea in a few hours. The next morning, one was shocked. The King's 7 martial arts sea was defeated by an unknown little man. Is this the Navy's incompetence in selecting personnel or the harbinger of grassroots counterattack? Please watch. 2 strings of bold titles in a row account for 1/5 of the first page of the World Economic News. With the crazy work of a printer like Smoke, the newspaper was soon sent to all parts of the world by the hard-working seagulls. Inside the palace of Alabaston, Cobra was sitting on the throne and looked forward frowningly. Princess Vivi, who was 15 years old a few months away, stood beside the side pillar behind the hall, looking at the old father's elderly figure, with a look of worry in her eyes. And at this moment, a surprise shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There is news! Ikalem, whose hair was curled like a TVB judge, ran into the palace excitedly with a newspaper in his arms and came to Cobra. Although it is really outrageous that what happens in a country needs to be understood through newspapers. But there is no way. In recent years, the reign has been riddled with holes by Clockdell and has completely escaped from Cobra's control. But no matter what, Clockdallo, the news of the defeat finally came to the capital. Your Majesty, that pirate actually succeeded. He really defeated Clockdell. Ikalem was so shocked that he was a little uncomfortable with his words. He opened the newspaper in his hand and showed it to Cobra to read. And when Cobra read that key message, Chael, a member of the Tangjikode family and the strongest pirate in the East China Sea, easily defeated the King of 7 Warriors Clockdell in the Rainland city of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Easy defeated. Cobra suddenly widened his eyes, revealing an incredible expression. It has been a day or two for Clockdell to come to their Kingdom of Alabaston. In order to maintain his hero image and complete the plan to steal the country, he has also repeatedly encircled and suppressed the pirates attacking Alabaston towns. Cobra knew very well how terrifying Clockdell's strength was. But such a guy was actually reported by the newspaper and was, easy, defeated. How terrifying the guy who defeated him was. Cobra suddenly woke up. He quickly looked at Ikalem holding the newspaper and asked in panic. Ikalem, the 5 billion Bailey Employment Commission I agreed on before, how are you preparing now? Ah. Ikalem was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead. It's bad. I never expected that these pirates would act so quickly, and the finance department had not prepared so much cash. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you go and prepare? Cobra's face was angry. Since the other party can defeat Clockdell, it means that they can do what Clockdell can do. Quote, I don't want to make the other party make a big fuss in the capital because I can't afford the commission. Yes, he'll do it now. Ikalem, who understood the seriousness of the problem, nodded and immediately ran wildly to urge the finance side. Fortunately, the kingdom of Alabaston has not yet been destroyed by the Baroque workers. Although 5 billion Bailey is still a huge property that can damage the kingdom's finances, it can at least prevent Alabaston from becoming more serious. However, compared to the tension on Cobra, there was laughter and joy in Kyle's place. Ha 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 tilde Lord Dover, you are so polite. Just Clockdale, what level do you dare to have the same name as you? Isn't it just that he got caught in his casino? He was reluctant to give up and must make me look good. How could I bear these things? I was just a backflip on the spot. Kyle talked and laughed at the phone bug, and described the battle between himself and Clockdale as if he was talking about a storyteller. Until there was a light cough with impatient sound from there. Yeah, coughed tilde. Doflamingo interrupted Kyle's performance, then sorted out his emotions and said with a smile. The specific details are not to be explained to me. Anyway, I was surprised that you did a good job this time. Although we haven't worked together for a long time, as long as you don't betray me, you can just mention any needs. In this great route, the family still has a certain influence. Ha 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 tilde what did Lord Dover say? Kyle smiled embarrassedly, I failed the mission before and messed up your plan. You didn't blame me. I gave me such a precious devil fruit. How could I? What requests do you dare to make? It is something I should do to be able to bring benefits to Lord Dover. But Kyle, who had a loyal face, suddenly had a mysterious smile on his lips. We are exempt from resources and other things, but we first arrived at the Great Road and really know very little about the information here. I wonder if Lord Dover can inform me of the contact information of family members in this sea area, so I can ask him for some information. Well, Doflamingo pondered for a moment, then nodded. No problem, I'll let Torapal contact you later. Also, if you attack the King's 7 Warriors Sea for no reason, the Navy will definitely increase your bounty. I will also put pressure on the Navy to reduce your bounty as much as possible. In this case, I would like to thank Lord Dover. Kyle hung up the phone with a smile. However, the next second, his expression suddenly became serious, and then he picked up another telephone insect receiver on the table that had been placed for a long time. You heard it all, did you? Lord Marshal. On the phone bug, the Warring States Marshal's pondering suddenly came, and he said in surprise. I really didn't expect that Doflamingo would trust you so much and be willing to do this for you. Ha 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 tilde, Kyle smiled softly and replied. After all, the members of the army have produced a strong man who can defeat the 7 Warriors Sea. The family has earned a lot of reputation for nothing, and the Shangdan has received it. Even if he has doubts about me, he will have to wait until this wave of storm has passed. The front page headlines of the World Economic News are equivalent to the hot searches on the earth. After the identity of a member of the Kyle family was exposed, the stocks of the Don Gilshode family soared, bringing unknown profits to Doflamingo. After all, this hot searches have attracted widespread attention from all over the world. Hearing Kyle's answer, the Warring States period did not smile at all. So many weapons are flowing into the sea, and the world is about to be in turmoil for a while. There is no way. Kyle sighed instantly, the war will never end. As long as there is war, there will be a demand for weapons. Even if they are not in the Don Gilshode family, they will buy weapons elsewhere. You are right, Kyle. The Warring States period's eyes were deep, and he suddenly sighed. But you really scared me. It's only been so long, and you've grown to this point. Ha 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 tilde everything is cultivated by Lord Marshal. Kyle answered very casually. But the Warring States period shook its head. I don't have the ability to cultivate talents like you. But everyone has their own opportunities, and I won't ask too much about it. Just hope, Kyle, you can remember your identity and never betray justice. Please don't worry, Marshal of the Warring States period. Kyle grinned and replied confidently. Everything I do is to benefit the people. Well, I believe you. Warring States nodded and then went straight to the topic. Okay, let's keep going on what you just said. There's something about Chloe. Yeah. Kyle cleared his throat and continued to tell the story of being interrupted by Doflamingo's phone call. "This is the thing," the Warring States Marshal. "After I came to the Great Route, I accidentally got information about the traces of clock. It turned out that after this guy pretended to die in the East China Sea, he ran to the Great Route directly, and he also got along with Clockdell and became Clockdell. The secretary helped him form a bounty hunter work club called Baroque. And one day, Chloe unexpectedly discovered that Clockdell was secretly studying the history of 100 years of blank space that was banned by the world government and even had evil thoughts on the throne of Alabaston. He was as timid as a mouse, worried about being implicated by Clockdell's affairs, so he betrayed Clockdell again and chose to report Clockdell to the king of Alabaston. We happened to arrive in the capital of Alabaston that day and were preparing to collect information. Unexpectedly, we happened to meet this guy Chloe and arrested him directly. But Marshal of the Warring States period, I have something to report to you." Speaking of this, Kyle's tone suddenly hesitated. When the Warring States period was in full swing, he said bluntly, "You said." Kyle smiled softly, "It's like that. To survive, Chloe and I made a deal. He lured Clockdell into the trap we set and then let him have a way out. Although I didn't agree to let him go, I also planned to let him join the Twilight Pirates directly to do things for me. Do you think this is okay, Marshal of the Warring States period?" "Well," Zhang Guo on the other end of the phoneworm frowned, and after a while, he said with some concern. "Are you sure that such a slippery guy who is afraid of death?" "Please rest assured, Marshal. I have a unique skill to control people," Kyle answered immediately. "Okay." The Warring States once again chose to believe Kyle unconditionally, and immediately said, "Just have this confidence. This guy Chloe is a tricky guy. If you are by your side, you may really help you with something." As he said that, the Warring States period suddenly paused. "Since you have successfully captured Crow, according to our previous agreement, soon after, I will send the Devil Fruit to Alabaston. Let's stay there for a while." "Yes, Marshal." Kyle did not delay or be polite at all, and directly received the upcoming reward with a smile. Although a devil fruit is only an animal, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. It is a waste of things to give, so don't want it for nothing. With a turn of his eyes, Kyle looked in the direction where the capital was. "Well, there's no need to worry about the 5 billion commission. It just so happens that while waiting for the devil fruit, let's meet the employees of the Baroque Work Club." Chapter 111. Only the substitute messenger can see the substitute. Although he wanted to meet Baroque Work Club, Kyle did not take action immediately. After all, he had just completed a round of lottery and had a lot of good things on hand, and he had to send them underground to his friends one by one. Soon, Kyle called his friends to his room one by one based on the results of the lottery draw. First of all, Nami's Archangel Staff. This S-class weapon and equipment not only has powerful special effects, but also can add 60 points of qualification to Nami, which directly soars her combat power. "Thank you, Captain Kyle." Nami, who took the Archangel Staff, instantly felt the powerful power contained in this staff. She bowed deeply at Kyle happily, revealing her fair skin that had begun to take shape. Exposing your breasts when you thank you is indeed common sense in the anime world. Kyle, who was feasting his eyes, smiled, and after a few simple words, he asked Nami to call the next person into the house. Soon, Kebi, who looked nervous, walked in. Because the time to load the character template is relatively late, his current combat effectiveness is not yet was so formed that he still had a submissive attitude, living among a group of monsters. But it doesn't matter. Now that the cultivation room has reached level 4, coupled with his own talent, he will soon become a strong man who stands alone. After handing over the Tegu Shira incarnation to Kebi, the little guy looked grateful and moved, very much. The third person who walked into Kyle's room was the green-feathered coxcomb head, Bartolomeo. It is also the only guy among the official members of the Twilight Pirates who have not been loaded with character templates. "Captain Kyle, are you looking for me?" Barto carefully pushed open the door and asked in a whisper. If he had joined the Twilight Pirates before just to complete the bet, then now he is completely impressed by Kyle's strength. Along the way, he watched with his own eyes as Kyle used his unimaginable connections to trick the underground Emperor Doflamingo around, and now he is single again, easily defeating Clockle with an unparalleled force. The two famous Seven Warriors Cs were actually played with by their captain. And his childhood sweetheart Desiah, under the guidance of the captain, turned from a gangster with little strength to a summoner that he was extremely envious. At this moment, Bardo's admiration for Kyle was unceremoniously like a surging river. Just like his attitude towards Luffy in the original work, it just doesn't seem so crazy because they are all on the same boat and spend their days together. Come and sit down. Seeing Bardo, Kyle immediately smiled and pointed at the stool in front of him, calling him over. Yes, Captain. Bardo smiled silly and hurried over with a small step. Kyle smiled without saying a word, looking at Bardo. In fact, at this moment, he silently pointed out Porinarev's character card in his mind and conducted a degree of fit test with Bardo. In an instant, a pop-up message suddenly appeared in Kyle's sight. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 70% close black lens bracket. 70%. Kyle was delighted and surprised. It's actually such a high degree of fit. Is it because the hairstyles of the two are similar? After complaining in his heart, he raised his head, smiled and placed the teacup in front of Bardo, then gracefully opened a bottle of Coke, poured a cup for Bardo, and asked. Beitao, have you been joining the pirates for a while? Have you been adapting to the pirates during this period at dusk? Adapt. So adapted. Hearing Kyle's question, Bardo nodded repeatedly. To be honest, Captain Kyle, I always feel that there is some magic in that room in my room. Since I moved into the crew dormitory, I feel refreshed every day when I get up. Is that so? That's good. Kyle smiled. Because Bardo has not obtained a character template yet, he has not told Bardo about the system and spy. Now, this only non-staff member is also important to be officially included in the editor. A hint of expectation flashed in Kyle's deep and dark eyes. He took a sip of Coke in the teacup, and then said as if he was chatting about family matters. Beitao, I believe you know that I will give them a special gift for every member on board. It's just that there are not many gifts suitable for you, so I have been delayed. I asked you here today, just to ask you, are you ready to accept your gift? Of course, Captain Kyle. After hearing Kyle's words, a golden flash suddenly burst out of Bardo's eyes. He was so excited that he stood up from his seat, clenched his fists with both hands, and swung slightly in front of his chest. Desiah has been envied by that guy during this period. Captain Kyle, can I also gain the power like a summoner like her? Summoner. Kyle pretended to be contempt and immediately replied with a smile. Speaking of this power is really similar to the summoner, but it is also a little different. What's the specific? Let's leave it to you to experience it yourself. As he spoke, he used Porinarev's character card directly in his mind. A special feeling suddenly entered Bardo's mind. Unlike other character templates, Bardo did not experience any special situation after loading successfully. He just suddenly inserted his finger into the thick green hair and pressed it up continuously. Captain Kylie feel that seems something is wrong. Huh, why is something wrong? Kyle replied subconsciously. Bardo's face was ferocious and his eyes were closed, as if he was encountering something bad. But after a while, he suddenly spoke. I seem to grow my brain. Quote. That might be a good thing. Kyle said in amazement, and then he no longer paid attention to the slutty Bardo. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the substitute of Borinarev, the Silver Chariot. With his thoughts moved, Kyle directly opened the system and checked Bardo's partner attributes. Partner, Bartolomeo Porinarev. Open black lens bracket qualification, be close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 31 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualifications, 310 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Is it a character template for the main mental power? It seems that Bardo's future route is really going to follow the summoner genre. But I remember that the Silver Chariot, a substitute, seems to have no special effect except physical attacks. After thinking for a while, Kyle raised his head again and looked at Bardo in front of him. But what surprised him was, at this time, there was no Silver Chariot substitute he remembered. Kyle frowned and asked curiously. Beidou, do you have any strange power to awaken? Unexpectedly, Bardo immediately replied happily. Yes, I have. You are so troublesome, Captain Kyle. He actually gave me such a handsome summoning ability. The Silver Chariot looks so cool. Bardo looked excited and kept reaching out to pat the air beside him. However, judging from the changes in Bardo's palm, Kyle was very sure that his hand must have slapped something. Can you say? Kyle was shocked and suddenly remembered a setting in JoJo. Only the substitute messenger can see the substitute. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing and said, Beidou, let your substitute attack me. Ah! Bardo, who was still admiring the Silver Chariot, was suddenly stunned. No, how dare I attack Captain Kyle? Don't talk nonsense. Kyle grinned, showed an expectant look and said quickly. Don't hesitate, your strength cannot hurt me. Just use your full strength directly. Then okay. Under Kyle's order, Bardo's spirit suddenly connected to the silver armor of the Western sword holding a Western sword. The next moment, his eyes suddenly condensed. Be careful, Captain Kyle. Bang tilde. A crisp and loud metal collision suddenly sounded in this not-so-large room. Bardo's eyes widened in shock. In his sight, the thin sword that was obviously as fast as a lightning flash was blocked by his captain easily with 2 fingers. However, at this moment, Kyle also showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Because before the Silver Chariot attacked, he did not feel any fluctuations in the attack at all. It was purely a super-intuitive innate prediction that made him react like this. But looking at the entire sea, how many people are there who can have the domineering attitude of predicting and seeing things? Is this the substitute messenger? Kyle's eyes froze, and a strange idea suddenly arose in his heart. Chapter 112 Cobra's Request. If you ask Bato to use a substitute messenger to attack the Tianlong people, will no one know the truth of the matter? For the Tianlong people in the pirate world, Kyle has long wanted to kill a few heads to help the fun. In this world, there is no time traveler who does not kill the Tianlong people. It's just that there are too many things involved in the Tianlong people, and Kyle is not invincible in the world, so he never had such an idea before. But now seeing the particularity of the Silver Chariot, he immediately thought of a sinister plan. It will not cause any trouble to burn your body, and maybe you can get some benefits. The silly people, the Tianlong people, are very rich, wait for me, hee. Then, after a simple test of the Silver Chariot, Kyle made the ecstatic Bardo leave the room. This kid can't hide anything in his heart. As soon as he left the door, he immediately started shouting loudly. Zaya, come out and see my big baby. Kyle buckled his ears awkwardly and said to himself. It seems that it's time to give Bardo a ideological education class. I'm so clamoring like this every day, but I don't look like a strong man. After sending Porinarev's character template, there are currently 3 character cards left in his inventory. They are Gratini and Sexy Prisoners in Class B, and members of the Demon Killing Team in Class D. Among them, Kyle has decided to give this D-level character card to Sashes. There is no unnecessary idea, that is, this guy is most likely to join the Twilight Pirates at present. Even the Captain Bellamy, whom he followed, nodded. He was a deputy captain, so there would definitely be no problem. However, Sashes is still unconscious in Aegean swamp space and can't wake up for a while. In addition, Kyle is not in a hurry and needs to stay in Alabaston for a period of time. During this period, I just treat it as a vacation for my friends and let them have some fun in this country known as a cultural power. As for Gratany and the sexy prisoner, they fit the candidate. Kyle has also made a decision in his heart. Gratany, who is known as the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, is definitely a natural match with Wobble, who has the scattered fruits in the kingdom of magnetic drums. And if Vapor can be pulled into the Dusk Pirates, they will have a whole drum kingdom as the official base for the route. No matter how dictatorial or idiotic Vapor is, he is the king of the drum kingdom recognized by the world government. With such an official identity ahead, it will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. In addition, if Vapor was stubborn and unhealthy, he would not mind changing his master to the Tuntun fruit. It would be a pity if Tuntun fruit has such a powerful ability, if you just let it go like this. Kyle smiled and murmured, his eyes revealing irresistible majesty. But when his consciousness turned to the character card of the sexy prisoner, his expression instantly became extremely entangled again. To be honest, everyone has their own choices and preferences, and Kyle respects the species of she-male. When necessary, he can also become a transgender man with gender cognitive impairment. But when he thought of recruiting a she-male on his boat, he shouted at the men on the boat, "Little Kebby," and "Little Zorro," all day long. He resisted in his heart. Looking at this B-level character card, Kyle finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. I only invite it once. If Mr. 2 refuses, it can only be said that he is destined to be destined. Thank you for your hard work and eat dust silently in your backpack. After a determined mind, he immediately turned off the backpack interface and stopped looking at the portraits of the character with a sexy pose. In the next few days, Kyle first asked Robin to summon all the cadres scattered across the great airways back to Alabaston as the boss of the Baroque Working Society. And let them wait for the next order in the royal capital Albana. Kyle was leading the pirates from the dusk, traveling through the scenery of the desert country while advancing towards Albana. At Kyle's request, the Warring States Marshal did not reveal the fact that Clockdale studied ancient history. Perhaps it was because Kyle did not disclose that Clockdale had already mastered the information about the ancient weapon Pluto, and the Warring States period happily accepted Kyle's request. Subsequently, the Navy deprived him of his identity as the 7 warlords of the sea and restored his reward. Originally, the Warring States period wanted Kyle to replace the position of the 7 warriors sea, so that he no longer needed to consider his reward issue. But he wanted to invade the 4 Emperors pirates, but in the end he refused the invitation from the Warring States period. Once it becomes the 7 warriors sea, the Twilight Pirates will become an absolutely independent individual and will even be regarded as a competitor to the throne by the 4 Emperors. Such a conspicuous identity is not suitable for Kyle's plan for the future. He just wants to make money quietly, collect partners, and then at the final moment, all burst out and amazed everyone. That's all. 3 days later, Kyle and others who had just arrived in Albana successfully saw a brand new reward order from today's newspaper. Open black lens bracket white dragon Kyle close black lens bracket. Borrow. 150 million Baileys. Open black lens bracket don't worry about life and death. Close black lens bracket. White dragon. This is the title that the Navy racked his brains to come up with me. Looking at this awkward name, Kyle's mouth suddenly twitched. The origin of this name is precisely because of the white dragon breath that Kyle used when fighting against Clockdale. At that moment, the entire sky was covered by a giant dragon emitting dazzling white light, and only Kyle shone brightly in front of the white dragon. The new photos used in the reward order are also the scene captured at that moment. If you should say it or not. The boy who took the photo didn't know what equipment he was using. Under such a terrifying strong light, he could still illuminate Kyle clearly, which was so handsome. Add 2 chicken legs to the photographer. Calculate my account. After putting away the reward order, Kyle no longer missed him. This bounty amount must have been influenced by Tang Jikade and the Warring States Marshal, otherwise it would be impossible that this is the only one. This is one time and another. Now that Clockdale's plan to steal the country has not been exposed, the Navy naturally does not need to hide anything. There are definitely many tricks behind this 150 million bounty. But all this has nothing to do with Kyle. Because at this time, he had already led the members of the pirates in the evening to the welcome banquet specially prepared by Cobra. Gorgeous palace, brand new red carpet. In the darkness on both sides of the hall, the national music team played music that was unique to the Alabastan style. As the maids wearing transparent yarn and satin placed the food and wine on the long table in order. The banquet begins. Cobra raised his wine glass. Sorry, all the heroes of Alabastan. I am really busy with state affairs and can't get out of here. I'm preparing a special dinner and apologizing to you. After he finished speaking, he sat up and swallowed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Immediately, under the servitude of the maid next to me, he picked up a glass of fine wine again, stepped in front of Kyle without any airs of a king, and invited Kyle to drink together. Mr. Kyle, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude and toast you a glass of wine. You are welcome, Your Majesty Cobra. Kyle smiled slightly, held a goblet and Cobra and slapped the glass, and then followed Cobra to drink the specialty wine in one sip. It is sour and sweet, but it has no smell of wine. Not to mention, Kyle likes this taste quite a bit. However, sugar, no matter how good the clothes are, they are not as real money. Looking at Cobra's flattering smile, Kyle did not forget his original intention and suddenly asked with a smile. Your Majesty, although the food and wine are very attractive, I believe you should also know the purpose of my visit to the palace this time. How are you preparing for the batch of labor fees we negotiated before? Labor fee. Cobra muttered this fresh word, and then he understood it and suddenly grinned. Ha 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 tilde Mr. Kyle, don't worry too much. We've been ready for your reward. After the dinner, you will see 5 billion Bailey's cash in a lot. That's the best, that's great. Kyle smiled gracefully. With 5 billion Bailey in hand, he will soon be able to conduct another wave of violent consumption. Wealth is strength. However, at this moment, Cobra suddenly lowered his voice and approached Kyle's ear. Mr. Kyle, this cooperation is very pleasant. If it could be, maybe we can establish a deeper cooperative relationship. We hope to exchange the protection of Mr. Kyle and the pirates behind you for the price of 1 billion Baileys per year. At the same time, I also hope that Mr. Kyle can officially announce to the underground world, saying, the Kingdom of Alabastan is under your control. Chapter 113 Value-Added Service. This. Kyle's pupils suddenly expanded with excitement, but he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart, pretended to be calm and shook the red wine glass, and began to think silently. 1 billion Bailey a year. Just a sign. Who refuses such a good deal, who is stupid? Just. If it were other kingdoms, Kyle would agree without saying a word. But considering the particularity of Alabastan, he had to think carefully about whether such an operation would bring any harm to him. After all, whether the Pluto exists or not has anything to do with Vivi. All of this is still unknown. If he had protected Alabastan, he would have been on IM's blacklist for no reason, and he used a dagger to pin the photo to the ground. Then many of his future operations will be difficult to achieve. For a moment, Kyle also hesitated. He must protect him. It is impossible not to take money. But it is best not to release his name as the pirates in the dusk. Although he has done a lot of big things since his time travel, he has always been as low-key as possible. On the one hand, it is his identity problem, and on the other hand, Kyle prefers to be in the darkness and not in the light. And if his flag is really hung over Alabama, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no pirates who want to challenge him and come here to make trouble, and things will become troublesome. So, how can you make money in a low-key manner? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Kyle's mind, and soon, he suddenly thought of a question. Isn't there a powerful armed force in my hands? It was built by Clockdale for decades of hard work, Baroque Work Club. Although Baroque has not completely surrendered to himself now, it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute force, everything is a small matter. Kyle suddenly looked up and smiled slightly at Cobra. His Majesty Cobra, I've agreed to this deal. Only. His tone paused, and he slowly told Cobra the concern he had just thought of. After hearing Kyle's remarks, Cobra's expression was suddenly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Kyle's gaze to be so long. But what Kyle said was right. The flag of the pirates at dusk can be a protective umbrella that covers Alabaston, but it may also become a light to attract mosquitoes. Just when Cobra felt that the matter was put aside, Kyle smiled mysteriously and stopped him, who was a little disappointed. Don't worry, Your Majesty Cobra. Kyle moistened his throat with red wine and said with a smile. Although you can't borrow the flag of the Twilight Pirates for the time being, I can let you use the name of another organization. Believe me, its effect will not be worse than the name of Dusk at all. Oh, Cobra was shocked and immediately became interested again. Please give me some advice. Ha 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 tilde, Kyle waved his hand and smiled. You can't talk about the guidance, you should be very familiar with that organization. Its name is the Baroque Work Club. Baroque, that's not. Cobra's face changed slightly. But Kyle stopped him and continued. That's right, it's the Baroque created by Clockdale. But the boss is the boss, and the employees are employees. Since they can help Clockdale steal your country for money, they can naturally protect your kingdom for money. Believe me, His Majesty Cobra, this will definitely be a sure-making deal. Kyle gently patted Cobra on the shoulder, looking at Cobra with sincere eyes. Cobra's lips trembled. Let the Baroque Working Society protect Alabaston. Although he also recognized the work of the Baroque Work Club ability, for some reason, let those who have just harmed their country protect the country. The feeling it gives people is very strange. Seeing that Cobra was still hesitating, Kyle's eyes turned in his eyes to win the order and suddenly spoke. Don't worry, His Majesty Cobra, if you feel you have any concerns, in the first year of cooperation, I can leave the members of the pirates in Alabaston and be considered as a security consultant. Believe me, although their strength may not reach the level of Clockdale, it is easy to protect a country with unique skills. Under Kyle's sincere gaze, Cobra's inner defense line was retreating step by step. Finally, he made up his mind and decided. Okay, just do as Mr. Kyle said. I will have someone deliver the 1 billion Bailey this year with the previous rewards. For everything, please Mr. Kyle and everyone from the pirates. Ha 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 tilde it's easy to say. Kyle, who had Bailey recorded the accounts again, grinned happily and said to Cobra with a guarantee. In the next year, I promise to let the kingdom of Alabaston be completely unwilling to be invaded by pirates. And His Majesty Cobra. Kyle suddenly showed a businessman-like smile and said. Maybe you can also buy some interesting value-added services from my subordinates. Value-added service, what is that? Cobra asked in confusion. But Kyle smiled but said nothing. The next moment, he suddenly raised his wine glass and called out loudly in the direction of his friends. Nami. Dashi. The two people who were gracefully tasting the desert country-flavored food raised their heads curiously. At Kyle's gesture, the two of them quickly wiped off the residue from their mouths and walked over quickly. What's the matter, Captain Kyle? The lively Nami jumped and the quiet Daski stood quietly. It's a good thing. Kyle smiled. Just now, His Majesty Cobra and our Twilight Pirates reached a long-term cooperation and purchased our year-long security service for 1 billion Bailey. 1 billion Bailey. Before Kyle could finish his words, Nami suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed. Even the eyes have become the shape of dollar. Looking at Cobra, he looked like he was looking at the sucker. Ahem tilde. Kyle quickly coughed twice to let Nami get the taste, and then continued. That's it. I originally planned to let the Baroque people protect the kingdom of Alabaston on our behalf. But His Majesty Cobra doesn't seem to be very relieved, so I hope you two can stay here for a while. First, we will manage the Baroque Working Society, and second, we will also serve as the final guarantee to ensure the absolute security of the kingdom of Alabaston. Ah. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, Nami suddenly made a sad voice. But in this way, won't we be able to practice on the Tiga? Captain Kyle, can't you leave such an important job to Monka and the others? Daski, who had been silent, also showed a look of entanglement on her face, as if she was hesitating whether to protect civilians or continue to level up. "There's no way, you two are the most suitable, Tilda," Kyle beat him up. Fortunately, he had expected Nami's reaction. "You can rest assured that during this period when you are no longer, I can use other methods to keep you stronger. Nami, you should be experienced." "Other methods?" Nami tilted her head and thought, and thumped her palm as if she suddenly realized. "What Captain Kyle is talking about that?" "That's right, that's it." Kyle nodded with a smile. "Okay, since that's the case, I'll be fine." Although Nami didn't know about the big experience book, she had such mysterious experience and instantly agreed to stay. Although Daski, who was standing by, had never used the experience book, she also knew some of Kyle's magical means, and the entanglement in her heart was immediately eliminated. In fact, even if they don't agree, there is nothing they can do. Because some things are really her. After communicating with the two girls, Kyle turned around and looked at Cobra, who was unknown. Kyle and the others were not shy away from anyone just now, so Cobra heard it clearly. But he could hear every word Kyle and the others said, but when they were connected into sentences, he couldn't understand a single word. Sure enough, the world of the strong and ordinary people is different. Cobra sighed inexplicably. At this moment, Kyle reached out to him and introduced. "His Majesty Cobra, these two cute beautiful girls are among the best in our pirates. In the early stage, let them stay in the kingdom of Alabaston for a period of time. I'll introduce it to you. Daski, the strongest combat power in the Twilight Pirates, except me, is that they can release extreme cold energy. Nami, the faith totem of the Stormwitch Church, is respected by believers as witch and has the power to control the storm. The two of them, one can control the airflow and gather the clouds, and the other can control the temperature is controlled so that the clouds become rainwater falls." Quote. "The combined effect of the two can be equivalent to the dancing fans in your country and achieve a rainfall effect. And more importantly, their abilities are controllable and they will not cause drought problems in some areas like dancing fans. With the help of both of them, I believe that your country will definitely have good weather and peace in the next period of time." "You what did you say?" Listening to Kyle's introduction, Cobra's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Daski and Nami in a daze. Water source problems have always been an important and difficult problem that plagues Alabaston, a desert country. Even if they invented a magic weapon that can rain quickly, it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Solve the problem of rainfall in one area, but it will cause drought in another area. But if the abilities of the two girls in front of me are really as Mr. Kyle said. Tilda. Cobra took a deep breath and then bowed to Nami and Daski to the ground. "Please stay in the kingdom of Alabaston for a period of time. During this period, all expenses for both will be subject to the royal family. And I'm willing to pay Bailey for this value-added service." At this moment, the smart Cobra also understood the purpose of Cell's intention to introduce Nami and the others to him. So happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Kyle and Cobra reached out their hands and held them happily together. This is a win-win cooperation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During this period, Sashes, who had a slightly weaker physical fitness, finally woke up in the swamp space. With Bellamy present, he chose to join the Twilight Pirates without hesitation, and was given a character template by Kyle as a member of the D-level character card and Demon Kill. Then, Kyle asked everyone who had been relaxing for a few days to return to Tiga and carry out daily practice. After being out for so long, I guess little Tiga is very lonely at home alone. By the way, he also asked Agent to pack all 6 billion Baileys into the swamp space and take them back. Kyle stayed in the palace with Nami, Daski and Robin. After Nami's strong negotiations, she and Cobra finally set a heavy rain of 500 W Bailey. The concept of heavy rain is based on the area of the royal capital and continues to rain for a day and a night. This price is not cheap, because the area of the Kingdom of Alabaston is too large and there are countless places that require rain. But Cobra finally chose to accept it happily. That's all. The matter on Cobra has come to an end. At the same time, in an empty room in Albana, senior agents from the Baroque Working Club arrived at the place with temporary rent from Robin and waited restlessly. Chapter 114, The Fruit of the Containment of Bombs. Hey, everyone is here. Miss All Sunday called us over, why haven't we arrived yet? When will she let us wait? Don't you know our time is very precious? Inside the conference room, the grumpy old woman Miss Merry Christmas, her mouth was like a machine gun, complaining wildly while slapping the tabletop with her long claws, which made others frown. Even Mr. One, who was calm like a monk, was so annoyed that he couldn't bear it. He couldn't help but glance at her and then said in a deep voice, "Be quieter, Miss Merry Christmas." Mr. One wrapped his arms around his chest, like a bronze statue fixed there, sitting motionlessly on the left hand of the chief seat of the long square table, looking straight ahead, cold and calm. There is more than 10 minutes left before the agreed meeting begins. Miss All Sunday has her own business, so don't randomly arrange the ideas above. Tisk tilde, what's so great about it? I'm just a secretary, isn't it just a little better looking, younger, and bigger breasts? I give us all kinds of orders every day, making us feel like we are working for her. The old mole woman was not willing to give in and she was still talking nonsense. If I hadn't been older, I would have thought I was young. As if he was being talked about, Miss Merry Christmas became more and more excited as he spoke. Finally, Mr. 3, opposite her, couldn't stand the noise in her ears. A fire suddenly ignited the 3 hairstyle above his head, and he slapped the table and shouted loudly, Hey, old lady, you're really enough. Can you stop quarreling again? Noisy. How dare you say I'm notaring? The old mole woman was instantly angry, like a shrew, jumped onto the table with her 2 black and round eyes looking straight at Mr. Point 3. I'm talking about you. What? Are you going to fight? Mr. 3 is obviously not easy to mess with. It slapped the table and white sticky objects appeared on its body. It was his ability to wax fruits that was being activated. Okay, don't fight again. Quote. The shemale Feng Clay stood up, her body like noodles, softly inserted between Mr. 3 and the old mole, blocking the confrontation between them. Mr. 1's partner Bora also spoke. I said it at the order, our mysterious boss will also be present for this meeting. You'd better be more at ease. Bora, who was obviously very outstanding in appearance, but with a strange explosion, also reminded him while buckled his nails boredly. You guys don't know what the boss means. If he comes here and sees you making noises and messing around later, you know the consequences. And just after she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became quiet. After joining Baroque for so many years, everyone can see the boss's ruthlessness. Those who can sit here can be said to be among the elites who have not failed in a mission within several years. Because the failed guy has already sank to the sea. Under Bora's advice, everyone's patience instantly recovered. The clock on the wall makes a tick-tick sound. Finally. Just at the moment the agreed time came. A young figure appeared accurately in the center of the conference room. Good afternoon, everyone. Kyle, who teleported with Robin, showed a relaxed and comfortable smile on his face, greeting the Baroque elite agents present, which directly scared everyone present. Who is it? The agents suddenly stood up and acted in a battle posture. It was not until they saw Robin beside Kyle that they realized something. At this moment, Mr. 1, the pupils closest to Kyle, suddenly tightened. You are White Dragon Kyle. Let's talk about the most lively things on the sea in recent times. That is definitely the emergence of Kyle and the Twilight Pirates. White Dragon Kyle with a bounty of 150 million Bailey. It was obviously just a pirate group under the command of the Tang Jikade family, but unexpectedly defeated the old pirate 7 warriors Clockdale. The entire Great Route is now causing a lot of controversy because of this matter. I didn't expect that you would be our boss behind the scenes. Bora's eyes widened, showing a look of shock. But suddenly, Mr. Point 5, who has the ability to explode, suddenly stood up and said in confusion. Wait a moment. As far as I know, the establishment of Baroque has been around for nearly 10 years. I have been joining the work club for 5 years. I don't match this age, right? Oh. Kyle raised his eyebrows, focused his eyes on Mr. 5, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Are you smart? Since you know how to calculate, should you calculate it? Why is it me who appears here with Miss all Sunday, not others? Or, do you think I am your boss? Are you disappointed? No, no. Mr. 5 suddenly choked up. Only then did he remember that the young man in front of him was a world-class powerhouse who could defeat the 7 warriors Clockdal. Even if he is not his real boss, what can he do? Etc. Defeated Clockdal, and then he appeared here. She was completely incompatible with her age, but she was able to stand with Miss all Sunday and asked her to issue an order. Inexplicably, the little eyes behind Mr. 5's sunglasses suddenly trembled. He seemed to have thought of something very terrifying. And the few people present were naturally not stupid if they could sit in this position today. Between the conversation between Mr. 5 and Kyle, an idea that embarrassed their faces suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Kyle scratched his head helplessly. Oh, I was exposed at first sight. It's so unfulfilling. Okay Tilda, I'm showing up, I'm not your original boss. Kyle sat down on the first seat and said something terrified to all the agents with a smile. Your former boss Clockdal has now been killed by me. And your straight-line contact Miss all Sunday is now in my opinion. I'm summoning everyone here today to hear your answer. Do you want to continue to follow me? Or follow your old leader Clockdal? I only give you 3 minutes to think. In 3 minutes, I want you to give me an answer. Step on. Kyle stretched out his feet and put them directly on the table, then looked at everyone present with a smile. Instantly. The entire conference room once again entered a silent quiet state. Everyone's eyes showed shocked thoughts. Even Robin, who came with Kyle, looked surprised at this moment. Originally, she was still curious about what method Kyle would use to cover up her age problem and replace her prince with a raccoon cat and become the boss behind Baroque. I didn't think so. His method was so simple and crude, but for him, it was just right. Sure enough, strength is the basis for achieving all goals. Robin sighed secretly in his heart. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes have passed. Okay, all the elites, the time has come. Now can you tell me your answer? Kyle glanced at everyone, but what he could get was still silent. And at this moment, Mr. 1, who was next to Kyle, suddenly spoke. May I ask, if we continue to stay, what will our next task be? This question is good. Kyle grinned. Just a few days ago, I had negotiated a deal with the King of Alabaston, where he would hire the Baroque Working Society as a non-staff mercenary of the kingdom to protect the safety of the country. In other words, your main task afterwards is to station in major port cities in the Kingdom of Alabaston to help them block the pirates' harassment. What? Then have we become the bodyguards of those civilians? The irritable old mole woman suddenly stood up and made a dissatisfied voice. What? Do you have any objections? Kyle looked up and looked at her with a bad look. This. The old woman's voice paused significantly, but when she thought that there was a strong man who could defeat even the 7 warriors sees opposite, her tone became weaker. But we are all agents engaged in various assassination work. Is it a bit too much for us to change our work content like this? So you are opposing me? Kyle asked again, but his tone showed a little impatient. No, 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 no Tilda, the old woman waved her hand quickly, I don't mean that. Since that's the case, then shut up. Okay. The fierce old woman sat down obediently and did not move. After all, what Kyle said before was very clear. Are you going to continue working and work for him? Or follow Clockdal? Follow Clockdal. Isn't that just a person who makes people go wild and then their whereabouts are unknown? If they could not hear such a shady threat, then the agents who had been in vain for so many years would be useless. Kyle glanced at everyone again and asked. So whoever of you wants to quit the Baroque? Quote. The conference room was silent again. Everyone had no doubt that if they applied for withdrawal now, their bodies would be found the next day. Very good. Since everyone doesn't speak, I'll treat you as a default. Kyle made a decision for everyone very domineeringly. Immediately afterwards, his eyes flashed and he ordered to everyone. Then now, let's go to the next thing. Mr. 5, hand over your fruit abilities to the organization. What? Mr. Point 5, who was called to his name, was suddenly stunned, but the next second, Kyle directly activated Yudu and instantly hypnotized him. Under Kyle's vast mental power, Mr. 5 is as weak as a baby and can only be at his mercy. Under the power of illusion, Mr. 5 stood up from his seat as if he was carrying a thread puppet, and then walked from the end of the long table to Kyle. In front of all the agents, Kyle summoned the thief's extreme intention, then controlled him and said with a smile. Next, I'll ask, you answer. He looked at Mr. 5 and began to ask according to the conditions for the skill activation. Mr. 5, what is your fruit ability? Mr. 5, who was controlled by Yudu, said blankly, I am a bomber who ate the fruit of the bomb. I can turn all parts of my body into explosive bombs and attack them, and at the same time I can also be immune to all the damage of gunpowder bombs. Very good. Show your abilities. Mr. Point 5 was obedient and suddenly pulled out a booster from his nose, then bounced out of the window. Boom. In an instant. The small booster suddenly exploded like a shell hitting the target, causing a chaotic storm. Looking at the flames and smoke that had not yet dissipated outside the window, Kyle shook his head in disappointment. The power is really careless. I guess even Sasha's doesn't care too much about this explosion of power. It's really a waste of such a good fruit. After the words came to Mr. 5, Kyle directly put the thief's intention in front of Mr. 5. Now, put your hand on this handprint. Mr. Point 5 raised his arm and placed a rough palm on the white handprint on the cover. At this moment, Kyle instantly activated the ultimate intention of the skill thief. A blank page of the thief's extreme intention was immediately filled with densely packed with unknown words. What are you doing? Mr. 3 looked at Kyle and the other two who were holding the strange ceremony for unknown reasons, and couldn't help but mutter. But no one in the audience, including Robin, knew what Kyle was doing, and looked at them curiously. Only Mr. 1 and Bora frowned, recalling what Kyle had said before, and had some bad premonition in his heart. But Kyle ignored everyone's faces and confirmed that it was explosive. After the shot fruit was taken into his pocket, he suddenly snapped his fingers lightly. A snap. Mr. 5, whose eyes were dull, suddenly came back to his senses, and he looked around in confusion. When he saw Kyle in front of him, he subconsciously stepped back. Hey, why am I here? At this time, the curious Mr. 3 couldn't help but ask. Mr. 5, do you feel something is wrong? What's wrong? Mr. 5 was stunned for a moment, but his face changed drastically. Strange. I don't seem to can't use the fruit ability anymore. Mr. 5 panicked and searched his whole body, as if looking for a look at whether the Halo stone was touching his body. But at this moment, Kyle spoke. Okay, Mr. 5, don't flip it. You are no longer a fruit ability person, your ability has been moved to me. Kyle grinned. While he was talking, he suddenly pulled out one of his hair, and then under the shocking gaze of everyone, Kyle's eyes flashed, and he directly wrapped his hair with armed domineering aura to make it hard, and then suddenly looked at the distance. Throw away. Next second. Boom. The blazing flames swept across the sky, illuminating the earth red. After a terrifying explosion, it suddenly rushed towards the surroundings like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky outside Albana. Fortunately, the temporary house that Robin found was located in the suburbs of the city. Otherwise, just this explosion would be enough to cause panic in the whole city. The Baroque agents widened their eyes in shock and looked at the flames that had been reluctant to dissipate in the sky. The flames produced by the explosion seemed to burn the entire sky, burning the clouds one after another to only a piece of black smoke. Chapter 115 Shemale joins the team. Thesis My fruit ability. Mr. 5 trembled his body and did not dare to look at everything in front of him in detail. But at this moment, bang! A crisp sound suddenly focused everyone's attention in the house again. Kyle looked at everyone, staring at all the agents one by one, and then suddenly laughed. Everyone, as you see. Your boss, I have the power to plunder other people's fruits. As he said that, his eyes turned to Mr. 5. It's a waste to leave this bomb fruit on you, so I confiscated it directly in the name of my boss. But you can rest assured that since you are already my subordinates, I will naturally not ask for your fruit ability in vain. Kyle suddenly put away his smile and said to everyone seriously. From today, no one's position will change. You can still have premiums and status in the Baroque Work Club. As long as you don't betray me, you can sit in your own positions for the rest of your life. While speaking, Kyle looked at Mr. Point 5 again. As for you, although you lose your ability to fruit and your strength has dropped sharply, it doesn't matter. You can use Baroque resources at will. As long as you find the right person, I can snatch his ability and give it to you. The same is true for the rest of you. Kyle looked around everyone. In the next year, I hope that while you are stationed on the Alabastan border, you can also pay attention to the fruit abilities around you and capture them as much as possible. At that time, whether you want to replace the fruit or become incapable, you can find me at any time. The specific contact information is the same as before you. Then everyone. Bang. Kyle slapped the table and showed a majestic smile again. I'll ask again, last time you shouldn't, no one wants to quit, right? No. Mr. Point 3 and his men's heads were shaking, showing flattering smiles. That's good. Kyle withdrew his gaze and looked at Mr. 1 on his left hand. Among the people present, he is the only one who has not expressed his opinion yet. As if he noticed Kyle's gaze, Mr. 1 suddenly sighed and said, neither I. In fact, with his personality, Mr. 1 wants to follow the boss Clockdale from beginning to end. After all, he has worked under Clockdale since the beginning of Baroque's creation. Although he didn't know the identity of the boss, he was loyal to him. Now that he was asked to change the formation easily, he felt somewhat estranged in his heart and could not accept it immediately. Fortunately, he didn't know the true identity of the boss, and he didn't meet in reality. Coupled with the threat of Kyle's life, he made a decision instantly. Very good, it seems that no one has any objections. Kyle's smile became friendly with the naked eye. Then today's meeting ends here. For the subsequent garrison issue, Miss All Sunday will contact you. Mr. 3 tilde, Kyle suddenly called. Yes, boss. Mr. 3, who was frightened, suddenly straightened his body. Like an excellent one, soldiers are like waiting for orders. At this moment, he was afraid that Kyle would value his wax fruit and take away his fruit ability as if he were to Mr. 5. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. Kyle smiled at him and said, you are the main combat force for the garrison mission given to the Kingdom of Alabastan this time. I hope you can use your fruit abilities to create a wax-shaped wall in the waters around the Kingdom of Alabastan to resist evildoers who want to climb the island from the deserted border. This workload is very huge. I wonder if you can complete it. Please don't worry, Lord Kyle. Mr. 3 guarantees to complete the task. The third brother, who had the chance to become the future lieutenant, replied loudly at this moment, fearing that Kyle would be dissatisfied. Well, Kyle nodded with a smile, and then said again. Then, Mr. 2 stay for a while, and others can go back and wait for Miss Alsunday's notification. Feng Kree, who was about to get up and leave, was stunned for a moment. He watched the other agents leave the room with a blank look on his face, his nerves tensed up instantly, and his body was as stiff as a brick. Lord Kyle, is there anything you need to ask me? Feng Kree asked with trembling lips and unknown. But Kyle smiled softly. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you a question. Would you like tilde? Kyle's words did not dispel the panic in Von Clay's heart. But Kyle's next words made him stunned. I just want to ask you, are you interested in joining the Twilight Pirates and being a pirate with me? Quote. Feng Kray's eyes suddenly bulged, and he couldn't believe his ears. Lord Kyle, are you inviting me? Certainly. Although he doesn't like the gender of she-male, Von Kree's performance in the original work is indeed deeply appreciated by Kyle. So his invitation is also very sincere. And sincerity is always a must-have. Fan Cray suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Kyle didn't want to take action against him. Then his eyes became wet and tears lingered. Mr. Kyle, I didn't expect you appreciate others so much, and they are so touched. The touching people all want to dance tilde. Fan Cray, who had left his inner fear, suddenly changed back to his usual appearance, and actually danced gracefully in front of Kyle. Seeing the long legs covered with thick and hard legs shaking in front of him, Kyle resisted the urge to punch him, directly interrupted his graceful dance posture, and continued to ask. So, what's your answer? Of course I agreed. Fan Cray suddenly turned around gorgeously and knelt in front of Kyle on one knee. Please rest assured that for you, I am willing to go up to the mountain of swords, go down to the sea of fire and go through fire and water, and I will do whatever I want. Quote. It doesn't need to be that way. Kyle's mouth twitched and she smiled bitterly, after receiving a positive answer from Fan Cray. His consciousness was to open the character card Sexy Prisoner in his backpack and test Xiaofeng in front of him. There is nothing to say. With such a similar character of the shemale, the degree of fit cannot be low. On the pop-up window in front of Kyle, the answer to fitness equals 80% was directly given. With a little thought, he directly used this B-level character card on Xiaofeng. Instantly. Xiaofeng, who was originally showing his loyalty, suddenly stunned for a moment. As we all know, in order to practice the most perfect swan dance steps, Xiaofeng's leg strength has been trained to the extreme of his body, and he has reached the point where he can easily run up even with a vertical wall. But because he was too focused on exercising his legs, other parts of his body were not very powerful. In battle, we also rely mainly on the shemale leg technique. But at that moment, a bunch of skills and knowledge about exercising muscles in his body suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like he has been immersed in this area for many years. This is. Fan Cray showed a shocked expression, feeling that he seemed to have become a little different. This is a gift from the captain, and every crew member will receive it. Kyle chuckled and answered his surprise, you will know the specific situation when you see our other partners. As he said that, Kyle, who didn't want to explain too much about this, opened the door and reached out to throw out a small object. Peng's voice. A burst of pink and white smoke emerged. A brand new capsule aircraft suddenly appeared at the door of the conference room. Kyle sat directly on the aircraft, then smiled and said to Robin and Xiaofeng. I have been staying for so long, and it's time to leave this island. Come up quickly, go back now, maybe you can catch up with the Tiga lunch. At Kyle's call, Xiaofeng and Robin entered the aircraft one after another in amazement. It was like a small van-sized aircraft slowly took off, and suddenly spewed out a blazing blue flame, drawing a straight line in the sky, and advancing quickly towards the direction where the Tiga was located by the sea. Chapter 116 Little Tiga's New Friend. The aircraft from the Dragon Ball world flew quickly through the deserted deserts and small towns at an unreasonable speed, and soon arrived at the coast of Alabastan. Flashes of air waves like ripples gushed out from the bottom of the aircraft, causing the aircraft to slowly land towards the ground. At this moment, Robin, who had been sitting in the passenger seat thinking, finally couldn't help but feel confused. With the roar of the engine, he tilted his head towards Kyle. Mr. Captain Tilda. Robin's red lips exuded a light fragrance and blew to Kyle's ears. Huh, what's wrong? Kyle, who was controlling the dashboard, looked around. A strange look flashed in Robin's eyes as bright as violets, and he asked. Didn't you say you would give every member of the Twilight Pirates a gift? Why haven't I received the one that belongs to me yet? After getting along with Nami and others these days, Robin keenly realized that there was a huge secret hidden in this pirate group. Although Dasky, Nami and Peacock have always performed well, they have neither alienated her new member nor disclosed any information about Kyle and the pirates to her. But with his super strong ability to observe words and expressions, Robin still found some clues from the expressions of Black Yan and Kevy. Just now, Kyle gave Fan Cray some mysterious gift in front of her without any hesitation, which made her very curious. After hearing Robin's inquiry, Kyle's mouth suddenly rose. He looked at Robin meaningfully, and said with a smile. Since you also know that it is a gift that every member of the Twilight can get, do you still need to know the answer to this question? Don't worry, Robin, I said that time will be the best answer. The pirates in the evening will definitely be your last destination in your life. The aircraft slowly landed on the coast. Kyle directly lifted the glass protective cover and walked down. Feng Clay, who was surprised all the way, saw the huge warship docked on the shore, was stunned and stared in place, his eyes wide open and his mouth was stretched out. My mom. Is this our ship? From bottom to top, he looked up at the huge mast that seemed to be inserted into the sky. He couldn't help but cover his face full of makeup and screamed in surprise. Robin, who was still savoring the meaning of Kyle's words, was attracted by his screams and subconsciously raised his head. Immediately, my pupils shrank suddenly by the shocking scene in front of me. Next to the narrow coast, a ship that was so huge that it could be described as a giant beast on the sea was docked in the sea. The endless waves kept slamming on the giant ship, but it seemed as if the soldiers of the Little Mag Kingdom were launching a final general attack with their lives, all of which were broken into mist and disappeared into the air. At this time, Kyle, who turned the aircraft back into a capsule, walked over with a smile, answered Xiao Feng's scream, and smiled proudly. That's right. This is our ship. Immediately he shouted at the giant ship. Tiga, we're back. Take us up. Next moment. A whirlwind appeared out of thin air at the souls of Kyle and the other two. With Robin and Xiao Feng's panic expressions, the three of them quickly took off and then landed smoothly on the bow of the Tiga. Captain Kyle. Welcome home. A child with a golden hood appeared out of thin air in front of Kyle and the other two. Little Tiga looked at Robin and Xiao Feng curiously, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Are these two new partners? Captain Kyle. That's right. Kyle reached out and introduced, this is young Von Feng Clay, this is Robin, Nicole Robin. They are all new partners I have found on this island. Also, let me introduce it to you too. Kyle's eyes turned, looked at Xiao Feng and Robin, and said. This is our ship Elves, Little Tiga, and the greatest helmsman of this century. If you encounter any problems on this ship, you can come to him for help. Hey. Little Tiga, who was praised by Kyle, touched the back of his head shyly. Xiao Feng and Robin looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Ship Elf. Isn't that the legendary creature that exists in the story? For a moment, Robin's beautiful eyes flashed, and his eyes looked at Kyle even more curious. Her new boss is really different. I can call out my identity instantly, but I never be curious about my experiences, as if I know myself very well. Will such a guy full of secrets really be just an ordinary pirate? Robin fell into deep thought. At this time, Xiao Feng was completely shocked by Kyle's big moves and couldn't speak. Kyle gently patted Little Tiga's head and said apologetically. Sorry, Little Tiga, I let you watch the boat alone for so long. Thank you so hard these days. However, Little Tiga shook her head and looked smiling. Not hard work, Captain Kyle. I've made new friends these days Tilda. Huh, new friend. Kyle was stunned, and then looked around curiously. Where is your new friend? Why didn't I see it? Ah. Little Tiga spoke attentively, because Captain Kyle said that no one was allowed to board the ship during your departure, so they were not on board. You are so obedient. Kyle smiled with relief and said. But since he is Little Tiga's good friend, he is naturally a good friend of the Dusk Pirates. When encountering such a thing in the future, Little Tiga can also make his own decision Tilda. I get it, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga, who was valued, smiled. Kyle immediately said. By the way, where are your new friends? Call them on the boat and have a meal together. We are leaving here soon, and it may take you a long time to meet you in the future. Okay Tilda. Hearing that he wanted to separate from his new friend, Little Tiga's mood was obviously no longer so high, and he became a little disappointed. However, as the ship Elves of the Tiga, he was prepared for it. A phantom flashed. Little Tiga's body instantly moved to the stern of the boat, and shouted loudly to the coast in a corner that Kyle could not see at all. Hey Tilda, Captain Kyle allows you to get on the boat. Come and have lunch together. Little Tiga's voice was filled with childlike fun and soon spread throughout the coast. And the next moment, from behind the raised reefs, cute and weird figures suddenly appeared. The round head, the dark green turtle shell hat, and a thick turtle shell on his back. It clearly has human-like arms and fists, but it has a fish tail. Little Tiga's new friend is the special creature of Alabaston, the sea beast Kung Fu manatee. Tilda. I saw dozens of Kung Fu manatees jumping to the shore of the Tiga, and I don't know what they were saying. But little Tiga seemed to understand, responding to them with a smile, while using the whirlwind to send all the Kung Fu manatees to Tiga. 3 minutes later, Kyle looked at the pile of strange green creatures in front of him and couldn't help but blink in shock. So little Tiga, your new friend, is this group of Kung Fu manatee. Chapter 117 Jenny Turtle. Time went back a few days ago. At that time, it was not long before the pirates disembarked. Kyle and Akin arrived directly at the capital of Alabaston by taking a capsule helicopter and sold intelligence about the crisis in the kingdom of Alabaston to Cobra for a price of 1 billion Bailey. On the spot, Kyle used the 1 billion Bailey to upgrade the Tiga to level 4. On the unnoticed coast, a colorful light suddenly enveloped the huge hull of the Tiga. The volume of the Tiga suddenly expanded. The hull, which was originally only more than 100 meters, expanded rapidly and turned into a terrifying beast with a length of 300 meters in length. The original wooden hull also turned into an unknown material harder than steel under the flashing light. The sudden bigger hull naturally inevitably has some impact on the surrounding environment. A group of Kung Fu manatees who originally lived near the coast were living a peaceful and prosperous life. When you are fine, practice boxing and fishing, and life is so happy. Even if a ship occupied part of their living space, the Kung Fu manatee smiled and didn't care too much. But unexpectedly, their tolerance actually brought the other party's greed. The huge ships directly smashed their homes that they had lived in for a long time. How can the boss of the Kung Fu, who is so angry, endure it? On the spot, he took a group of younger brothers and wanted to go to the Tiga to ask for an explanation. But how could the little Tiga, who followed Kyle's instructions, let them board the ship successfully? After a storm, these Kung Fu manatees were instantly impressed by the power of little Tiga and wanted to worship him as their teacher. After a few days, the kind little Tiga and this group of Kung Fu manatees became good friends. So this is that. After listening to Tiga's explanation, Kyle immediately showed a laughing and crying look. However, when he glanced over the group of Kung Fu manatees, he suddenly thought of the prop, Pixie Ball, that he had never found a suitable opportunity to use. This is a B-level prop that can force the non-human creature to become a Kyle partner and automatically give C-level character templates. Originally, Kyle had never found a suitable opportunity to use it. But after seeing the Kung Fu manatee, his mind suddenly became alive. Perhaps, it is also a good thing to conquer a group of Kung Fu manatees on the boat. Although it is a pity that the special effect of forced submission is just a B-level prop, just treat it as a replacement for a C-level character card. Kyle made a decision in his heart. It happened that the live translator of Little Tiga was present. He leaned on the bar and looked at the Kung Fu manatees with great interest. He apologized first. Sorry, the Tiga has damaged your residence. So, you probably don't have a place to live now, right? A Kung Fu manatee, who is also the leader of this tribe, waved his hand to Kyle and shouted, in a hurry. Little Tiga immediately translated. Captain Kyle, they said it doesn't matter, they've already I know we didn't mean it, and their homes are easy to build and can be completed in just a few days. Quote. As he said that, little Tiga scratched her cheek shyly. Although it was not his reason, after all, the mistake was on the Tiga, and he had to bear part of the responsibility. But when Kyle heard this, his smile on his face became even stronger. He squatted down and said in a smooth manner with the leader's eyes. Oh Tilda, how troublesome it is to rebuild your home. If you don't dislike it, why not join our pirate group and go out to sea to be a pirate with me? I can see that you are all a group of very ambitious Kung Fu manatees. It's so inexplicable to live in this narrow coastal port. The vast and vast sea should be the world where you swim. Kyle suddenly opened his arms, and a very yearning expression appeared on his face. That expression was as good as the second, which was comparable to shouting loudly in public, "I am the man who wants to become One Piece." But just like this, the manatees who are simple-minded are just taking this trick. Amid Kyle's call, all the Kung Fu manatee stood up instantly, with light in his eyes, as if he was looking forward to something. Kyle discovered the state of the Kung Fu manatees with his own light, raised his mouth and immediately pursued the victory. You should have seen it too. Our boat is so big, and there are not many people on the boat, so it is completely for you to live in. And I am a big pirate with a bounty of 150 million Bailey. It is famous throughout the sea. I don't know how many people in the world want to join my pirate group. For example, the two of them. Kyle suddenly reached out and pointed at Robin and Xiaofeng who were watching the show. The two were stunned at first. Robin was more witty, and he immediately buckled his hands, revealing a girlish posture, his eyes flashed, and he exaggeratedly. The pirates at dusk are simply the best pirates in the world. I took a lot of effort to join this pirate group. Xiaofeng followed closely, twisted his body into noodles, and revealed his true feelings. That's it. This is the proudest thing I have ever done in my life. Look. Regarding the performance of the two, Kyle nodded with satisfaction and immediately said to the Kung Fu manatee. This is the attraction of the Twilight Pirates. And even your master, Little Tiga, is my subordinate. Don't you want to follow him to practice? Then go out to sea with us. The Kung Fu manatees shouted, and what Kyle said was already full of joy. They raised their hands one after another, rushing to join the Twilight Pirates. However, their leaders still had a little bit of reason and did not make a decision immediately. It first turned around and suddenly formed a circle with the Kung Fu manatees, and then muttered in a low voice. After a while, the leader Kung Fu manatee suddenly turned around and rushed towards Kyle with a serious look on his face. The Kung Fu manatee behind it also made the same move instantly. Next moment. I don't know who they learned the movements. When they tilted their bodies, they supported them with half of the fish tail, and made a move similar to kneeling on one knee. Then he punched the deck of Tiga, his eyes brightly. Well, ha. The leader manatee spoke first, and the younger brothers behind him instantly agreed, with amazing momentum. Robin and Xiaofeng were both stunned by the sight. At this time, Little Tiga translated at the right time. Captain Kyle, they said they are willing to join the Twilight Pirates and let your dispatch in the future. It's easy to say. It's easy to say. Please get up quickly. Kyle laughed, happy to accept such a group of Kung Fu manatees. And in his heart, he also sighed secretly. Kebi, that's all I can do for you. The first large-scale expansion of the pirates in the Twilight Pirates, although none of them were expanded. But it doesn't matter. Kyle has decided to set up the first team in the pirates in a few days. Kebi is the captain of this team. The name of the team is Handy Team. In the future, the cleaning of the huge Tiga warship will be fully responsible for the service team. At that time, as long as Tiga and Kung Fu manatees say, cleaning is also part of cultivation, I believe they will be willing to join the team cleaning Tiga. And Kyle is not a scam. Now, in order to clean the Tiga, Kebi has become more and more skillful in shaving it, just to be able to take off the floor as soon as possible. And his first Flying Thunder God mark was dedicated to the Tiga utility room. Cleanliness is indeed part of cultivation. That's all. A group of Kung Fu manatees boarded Kyle's pirate ship. Of course, Kyle will definitely not treat them unfairly. The huge ship slowly set off, and drove towards the boundless sea with more than 30 Kung Fu manatees who said goodbye to their homes. But Kyle called the leader of the Kung Fu Manatee to his captain's room alone. He smiled and said to the chief manatee, "According to regulations, I will give him a special gift for every partner who boards the boat. But your ethnic group, there are too many gifts, I haven't prepared too many gifts, so I will send them to you alone." "Ah, it's awesome." Quote. Under the confusing gaze of the leader manatee, Kyle took out the still hidden elf ball from his backpack, and then shouted out the classic line loudly. "Go, Pokémon!" Because the Kung Fu manatees have been defeated by Little Tiga, they perfectly meet the conditions for submission of the Pokémon. The small red and white ball suddenly flew in front of the Kung Fu manatee, then suddenly opened, releasing red light, wrapping the Kung Fu manatee and putting it into the elf ball. Pung tilde. The elf ball fell to the ground, and the red light on the button suddenly flashed. Ding dong tilde ding dong tilde ding dong tilde. Bang. After 3 sounds, the elf ball suddenly disappeared. The confused Kung Fu manatee appeared again instantly. It touched its head and body in confusion, and then cast inquiring eyes at Kyle. What's wrong with me just now? I don't know if it's the effect of the Pokémon. Kyle inexplicably understood the words of Kung Fu pirates. He grinned and congratulated. "Congratulations, Kung Fu manatee, now you have successfully become a Pokémon with magical power." While speaking, Kyle silently clicked the Kung Fu manatee's partner interface in his mind. Open black lens bracket partner. Kung Fu manatee journey turtle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, see close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 28 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualifications, 280 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 70 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Chapter 118 Half Hero and Dog Fruit. It turned out to be the Johnny Turtle panel. Looking at the interface, the blue round-headed turtle appeared behind the Kung Fu manatee. Kyle immediately showed a little surprised. "Good guy. After that, I clean the cabin and save even fresh water resources." As one of the 3 classic original masters in Pokémon, Kyle still has a deep impression of Johnny Turtle. After all, it is also a label that symbolizes an era. Although there is only a C-level attribute panel, combined with Pokémon's various wonderful skills combinations, the future of Kung Fu manatee is still immeasurable. After watching the Kung Fu manatee's attribute panel, Kyle turned to take a look at Xiao Feng's attribute interface. Open black lens bracket partner, Von Krieg sexy prisoner close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, B close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualification, 300 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 80 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Sure enough, is it another pure physical combat idiot? Kyle wasn't surprised at the uniform attribute panel of sexy prisoners. From the performance in the anime, it can be seen that the sexy prisoner has no characteristics except for his agile body and a beautiful man's heart. Turning off the partner interface, Kyle's eyes turned around, looked at the Kung Fu manatee again, and asked curiously. "Kung Fu manatee, do you usually like to live more on land or more in the ocean?" The Kung Fu manatee tilted his head and looked like he was thinking. After a while, it replied. "Well, tilde, half tilde. Half and half. Kyle, who could already communicate normally with the leader manatee, showed a tangled look. That's so troublesome tilde. While speaking, he opened the facility mall and his eyes moved back and forth between the breeding farm and the aquarium. After being upgraded to level 4, the number of facilities that can be resettled by Tiga has reached 12, and there is still the last quota left and is not used. After accepting this group of Kung Fu manatees, Kyle immediately thought of these 2 production facilities and planned to choose one of them as the habitat for Kung Fu manatees on the Tiga. The effect of the breeding farm is to accelerate the reproduction of animals, to allow the rapid expansion of the Kung Fu manatee population, and to have a unique feed machine. It can produce the most suitable delicacies for Kung Fu manatee. Although Kung Fu manatee is a marine life, the name contains the word cow, and there is no problem with living in the farm. The effect of the aquarium is that it can enable the marine organisms living in it to grow rapidly, become larger and stronger, and also have the feed machine that comes with the facilities. These 2 facilities are of great help to Kung Fu manatee. But after thinking about it, Kyle finally chose the aquarium facility. Nothing else. Just because it is, whoever the little rooster clicks, he will choose whoever he chooses. After spending 3,500 W Bailey, an aquarium that can be enjoyed and visited and provides living space for marine life suddenly appeared in the cabin of the Tiga. After confirming that the aquarium had been resettled, Kyle called little Tiga directly and asked him to take his friends to their new residence. And he picked up a package casually and walked towards the practice room. After the upgrade, the scale of the entire cultivation room has once again expanded significantly. The area covers an area like a small island, and the height is like a skyscraper, and you can't see it at first sight. The huge space is accompanied by various cultivation areas: gun shooting, carrying weights, sitting in silence, dodging, running. As long as you can get it, you can have everything. Kyle waited for a while, but saw a red figure suddenly flying from the sky in the distance. It is Monka that combines spring fruit and Navy 6 shaving. Captain Kyle, what's the matter with me? Monka, who is called by little Tiga, landed smoothly, showing a look of confusion. Since Kyle gave the ability to spring fruit, he has been working hard during this period, studying how to combine spring fruit with his own hezi every day. Hard work pays off. After a few days of experiments, he can now successfully summon the spring tail and use the Navy 6 style shaving technique to conduct air combat. It's a good thing. Seeing Monka's voice, Kyle immediately smiled. Immediately, a circular object emitting strange waves suddenly appeared on his hand. It is the A-level prop, Awakening Stone. Kyle explained, this is a mysterious prop that can awaken the power of fantasy in your body. It was Dasky who used this prop that he successfully obtained the power that God of Death had begun to solve. Now I have condensed another one with the power of fantasy. You can use this Awakening Stone. Kyle threw the Awakening Stone in his hand to Monka. Before he could react, he directly clicked Monka's partner interface in his consciousness, and then clicked on the Awakening button. In an instant, Monka, who was standing upright, was suddenly stunned, and then dozens of hezi tails suddenly appeared from his body, wrapping his body tightly like armor. At the same time, Monka also felt that there was endless power inside his body, which was constantly gushing out. This is the power of awakening. Monka was shocked. The next moment, the red Heiwei suddenly wrapped his face up, forming a dark red mask. On the mask, there were several tiny blood-red marks like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a strong man named Monka turned into a terrifying monster with a strange appearance. And the kuink in his hand became even bigger and terrifying as he woke up. At this moment, Monka, the half-he, came to the world. Captain Kyle. Monka, wrapped in Hezi's armor, made a dull buzzing sound, expressing his surprise. I feel like I have endless strength in my body. Is this the half-he? It's completely two creatures with ordinary ghoul forms. Ha 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 tilde I'm going anywhere. Kyle laughed loudly and looked at the panel that had reached 71,610 after awakening. The super physical and regeneration ability of the half-he, plus the powerful melee ability of the spring fruit. A lieutenant-level figure was finally born on their ship. However, from now on, the impact of the level gap in character templates will gradually be revealed. It is obvious that Monka and Dasky are at the same level. But after awakening, their combat power values were as different as 20,000. After Dasky awakens for the second time, the gap between them will only become even more outrageous. Of course, sea level also has the benefits of sea level. That is their awakening, only one awakening stone is needed. After a brief chat with Monka after awakening, Kyle asked him to return to the training room and continue to level up. Turn around. Kyle asked little Tiga to find Bellamy, who had just joined the pirates for a few days. But this time, Kyle waited for more than half an hour before seeing Bellamy running all the way over. "Captain Kyle, you looking for me?" Bellamy said, panting. "That's right." Kyle nodded, but did not continue to speak. Instead, he waited for Bellamy to breathe, and then said with a smile. "Didn't you say before I want to give you a fruit ability to compensate for the spring fruit? You are very lucky. I happen to have a devil fruit that suits you in my hand now." While speaking, Kyle took out the devil fruit sent to him by someone from the Warring States period. This is an animal-based devil fruit, dog fruit in hyena shape. Those who eat this devil fruit can obtain a significant increase in strength and speed at the same time after activate the fruit ability, and slightly improve their physical strength and ability to resist strikes. At the same time, those who are capable in the hyena form will also gain sharp claws and fangs that can be used as weapons. It is an animal-based fruit with relatively comprehensive abilities. Compared to the spring fruit that only knows how to jump up and down, this simple and unpretentious animal-based fruit is obviously more suitable for Bellamy. Dog fruit, hyena shape. Looking at the devil fruit in front of him, Bellamy's heart suddenly trembled. Since he was easily defeated by Cape and shattered his fragile self-esteem, he has begun to become taciturn. After taking the devil fruit handed over by Kyle, he did not say any unnecessary nonsense but just took the devil fruit firmly. "Thank you, Captain Kyle. I will never let you down." After boarding the Tiga and seeing the inhuman monsters of the Twilight Pirates, the Paradise Pirate finally realized what it means there are people outside of being a human being, and there are heavens outside of being. At the same time, although he has obtained the God of Death template, he cannot have the potential to control all ghost paths like Dasky. But some basic and common ghost paths also slowly emerged in his mind as his level improved. This also made Bellamy realize that she seemed to have boarded an amazing boat. I don't know if it's the role of the system or Bellamy's true thoughts in his heart. In his mind, the figure that had longed for since childhood had been slowly replaced by Kyle, who was full of mysterious aura, from the former Flamingo Doflamingo. But Bellamy knew very well. Only by controlling more power can he be qualified to play for Kyle. At this moment, when he saw the devil fruit in front of him, he bit it without any hesitation. Because of his experience, he had already made a mental preparation for the unpalatable ones and quickly swallowed the devil fruit in front of him. Not long after, he felt an instinctive reaction that was approaching again in his body. As soon as Bellamy's consciousness moved, his appearance changed drastically. The originally strong body suddenly expanded. And his face also turned into an ugly look with bare mouth and fangs. Certainly. Eggy is ugly, but strong is really strong. Feeling the increase brought by animal-type fruits, a hint of excitement flashed across Bellamy's eyes. Sure enough. Captain Kyle is right. What a shit spring fruit, you have to accumulate energy for a long time before attacking. The one that really suits him is the dog fruit. Bellamy, who has fallen in love with the feeling of being a dog, is extremely happy inside. With Kyle's nod, he walked into the big training room again and began to practice the fruit ability. What an impatient guy. Kyle chuckled and shook his head. He didn't care much about this partner who only equipped with D-level templates. All C-level character cards have already had disadvantages, so why not talk about D-level that cannot awaken? This hyena fruit is powerful and has perfect abilities. But the only disadvantage is too ugly. Kyle estimated that no one of the other crew members would want to use such a fruit. It just so happened that he originally owed Bellamy a fruit ability. Just treat it as a debt repayment. After solving the matter at hand, Kyle hummed a small song and left the training room silently. His affairs today have not been completed. The gains in Alabaston during this period are far more than that. Chapter 119 The Demon of the Sword. Back to the captain's room. Kyle sat on the captain's chair again and rubbed his hands excitedly. Then it's an exciting lottery moment again. Although this trip to the Kingdom of Alabaston was only a few days, Kyle's gains were very rich. In terms of personnel, the Twilight Pirates added 4 new template partners, Bellamy, Sashes, Von Clay, and Kung Fu Manatee, as well as the false Nicole Robin and a group of Kung Fu Manatee. Of course, we must not forget the captives who were imprisoned in the Dungeon Sea bathtub, 7 warriors Clockdale. And in terms of cash, he even received a huge sum of 11 billion Baileys. This is almost a value that can be accumulated in a whole year. Now it is easily earned by Kyle. Money is the source of all evil, and it is just a pile of waste paper. Only after it is spent can it truly belong to you. Kyle knows this very well. When he was in Alabaston, he had already spent 5 billion of them. Today, he is preparing to eliminate all the remaining 6 billion Baileys. As soon as his consciousness moved, Kyle directly clicked on the gag interface. But then, he did not immediately look at the legendary gasoline machine that was drawn by 100 million Bailey. Instead, he turned his attention to the elite gassed fuselage that Bailey drew at 1000 W. The shipment of the legendary gauge machine is naturally exciting. But after thinking about it, Kyle found that he seemed to have a huge demand for dog food cards now. Just like the Baroque working society of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Although Nami and Dasky are watching there now, it is quite reassuring Kyle. But he couldn't let the senior members of the 2 pirate groups stay there all the time. The best way is to turn all the Baroque cadres and even the elite members into members of the pirate group with character templates. So, taking advantage of the number of elite gasket machines and drawing more low-level character cards is also Kyle's primary goal now. Then I'll meet again after a long time. I hope you can give me some strength, elite gasket machine. With a moving consciousness, Kyle instantly clicked 10 times on the 10 draws button of the elite gaming machine, and spent 1 billion Baileys first. Instantly. Flocks of information quickly passed by Kyle's eyes. Most of them are D-level sun wheel knife, detonation talisman, experience book. A rare opportunity to see some information about other colors. 100 consecutive draws ended. Kyle immediately clicked on the backpack interface to check out what he gained this time. First of all, various D-level weapons. In addition to the common sun wheel knife, some unknown sickles, boxing gloves, chains, etc. have been added. But they are all useless existences. For others, maybe it will be done excellent equipment with good workmanship. But for Kyle's partner, it's really a guy that even a dog looks down on. However, not all the rewards at level D are useless. Perhaps the system saw that Kyle had worked hard to make money during this period, but even scored 5D level character cards for him after 100 consecutive draws. People card Koi Village Ninja, People card Cloud Hidden Village Ninja, People card Sand Hidden Village Ninja, People card. Good guy. Did I get some ninja suit gift box? Fire, Feng, Shui, Thunder and Earth are really complete. No matter how much you complain. Kyle was still very happy at this moment. After all, his 1 billion Bailey is to draw more low-end character cards. The portraits of these 5 character cards are not much different. They are all a shaman ninja with cross marks on both hands. The only difference is that they carry the forehead guards representing the major ninja villages on their foreheads. It's a good start. After muttering with joy in his heart, Kyle once again looked at other prizes. After all, D-level is just a guaranteed reward for high-quality gasket machines. In this lottery, a total of 2 B-level props and 3 C-level props were given. This shipment rate is actually not high. But Kyle was very satisfied with the result. Because of these 5 props, 2 are character cards, one is B-level and the other is C-level. Level B Character Card Demon of Sword, Level C Character Card Demon of Sword. And another B-level prop is also a Pokemon Ball equivalent to a character card. As for the other two C-level props, it is a big experience book, a shallow hit. The Demon of the Sword, the Demon of the Needle. I remember these two guys seem to be the characters who appear in the new anime, Chainsaw Man. Kyle was slightly trapped in memories. It was an anime he had just watched not long before time traveling. It mainly tells a story about the protagonist, the Chainsaw Demon, wandering back and forth between perverts and unperverted in the human society where demons are full of demons. In that work, the power of the demon mainly comes from human fear of it. Of course, anime is anime. Since it is a character card drawn from the system naturally has the final say on what abilities it has. Kyle immediately clicked on the portrait of two character cards. The Demon of the Knife is a black windbreaker and a pitch-black school uniform, which is somewhat similar to the dress of a gangster in the island country in early anime. But between his fists, two wide huge long swords were stretched out. And his head was also pitch black. Only a blood-stained sword stretched out vertically from its forehead. It's broken. I'll leave early. The moment he saw this character card, Kyle immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet inside inwardly. Needless to say, this character card of the Demon of Sword and Mr. One of the Baroque Works Club will be a perfect match. And when he saw the second Needle Demon, his expression became even more strange. Because this Needle Demon has the same effect as the image of the Sword Demon. It's just that the long sword in the body has turned into a spike all over the body. Isn't this the other world version of Bora's thorn fruit power? So are you going back and bringing those two guys into the pirates? For a moment, Kyle fell into a tangle. After all, the Tiga has just set sail for not long. If you want to go back, it's just a matter of turning around. However, after thinking for a while, he finally decided not to worry about that. Anyway, with Nami and Dasky present, the group of Baroque agents would not have any abnormal actions. And unless he stays in Alabaston for a while, even if the character card is loaded, he will not be able to contribute to him. Cobra doesn't believe in the group of people in the Baroque Work Club, and he can't exchange Nami and Dasky for the absolute loyalty of Mr. One. Maybe the 1 billion Bailey used for the lottery is the 1 billion yuan used by King Cobra to pay the protection fee. After thinking about it, Kyle decided to accept Mr. One and the others next time he came to pick up Nami and the others. The main reason is that he wants to take advantage of the fact that the world has not become unfamiliar with his arrival, take advantage of the intelligence problem, hold as many cards as possible in his hand and lay some foundation for himself. Time is still very precious to Kyle. What is happening in the new world, he now doesn't even have the qualifications to participate. For example, in the near future. A shocking event will happen in the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. This event will eventually affect the future pattern changes of the world. That is the incident where Blackbeard killed his companions and snatched the dark fruits. It's a pity that Kyle doesn't have the ability to talk to the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Otherwise, he could use this information to sell a huge favor to a Whitebeard. It is even possible to take the power of the dark fruit into your pocket. This is the current limitation of Kyle and the Twilight Pirates. So he must develop as soon as possible and become an important figure in the world within 1 year. Before you can fight the war, let the world develop in the direction you want. Thinking of this, Kyle's consciousness returned to the glitter lottery interface again, preparing to continue the lottery according to the original plan. 0.6 billion Bailey, 1 billion was used up, and 5 billion was left. In other words, he can also perform 50 legendary lottery draws. The real adventure is about to begin. A firm light flashed in his eyes. Kyle's consciousness instantly hit the button of 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, 10 pop-up messages flashed in front of him immediately. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop Awakening Stone. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop Experience Book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting a C-class capsule motorcycle. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the B-level Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Another Pokemon. Kyle's eyes lit up after reading all the information. Looking at the number 2 on the lower right corner of the icon of the elf ball in the backpack, he immediately smiled and muttered. It seems that the system is going to let me form the Genitor's troops on the Tiga. But 110 consecutive times, 1A and 1B were released, and the explosion rate was pretty good. It seems that I'm very lucky today. Kyle's consciousness moved and pressed the 10 draws button again. Another series of pop-up information flashed by. The results of this draw are even more gratifying. He actually gave Kyle 2A level rewards. Although these 2A levels are awakening stones, this explosion rate makes Kyle's intention to press 10 consecutive draws more firmly. After a glance and confirming that there was no new thing in the C-level reward, he started the third round of 10 consecutive games again. The fourth round. The fifth round. In the blink of an eye. A total of 6 billion Baileys was spent completely by Kyle. This speed of spending money is probably difficult for even the Tianlong people to compare with him. The next 3 rounds of arrival are more exciting than the next. First of all, the third round. After 2 A-level awakening stones in the previous round, only 2 B-level props were blown up by Kyle in the third round. All are Pokemon balls that can be given C-level Pokemon templates. It probably won't take long before the group of Kung Fu manatees on the Pirates ship at dusk will all become Pokemons that are shrinking their shells and circling while spraying high-pressure water cannons. Similarly, Kyle doesn't plan to keep these 2 elf balls, and plans to convert them all to the Kung Fu manatee tribe. In the fourth round of lottery draw came another big surprise. He actually gave Kyle 2 A-level character cards. People card Gara, people card Moose Beast. Gara doesn't need to introduce too much. The portrait is something Kyle often sees in mad videos. Short red hair, wearing a brown ninja suit, a huge sand-colored gourd behind her back, and a beautiful word, love, engraved on her forehead. When he saw this character card, Kyle couldn't help but sit up. Because of the character that can match this character card, there's one on his ship at this moment. What about Clockdale? I don't know if I can tell this guy. He is not a pirate who easily falls under others' tilde. Kyle's eyes flashed and he thought silently. If he can be recruited into the Twilight Pirates, maybe the second Emperor's deputy-level combat power will soon appear in the pirates. It's really challenging tilde. The corner of his mouth gently raised, and Kyle planned to go directly to the dungeon and meet Clockdale later. And at this time, his eyes were looking at the next character card again, the A-level Moose Beast. This is a character card that even Kyle finds very unfamiliar. From the name, we can roughly guess that this may be a Digimon character template like Drake's Tyrannosaurus. The portrait on the character card is a snow blue giant horned moose with her head tilted to the sky. Kyle is not very clear whether this is Digimon. But he could think of the fitter of this character card at a glance. What else can be more suitable for this character card than Chopper in the Drum Kingdom? Moose Beast, Moose Beast. Isn't this the character card prepared for Chopper? It seems that God doesn't want me to let you go. He didn't know how to pull Chopper onto the boat without any bonds, and instantly decided. Even if he tied up, he would tie Chopper to his ship. Chapter 120 The Sand Crocodile That Will Surely Defeat. It seems that this trip to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums is really a must. Kyle smiled indifferently. Because the direction of the voyage at this time was exactly where the Magneto Island was. With the intelligence support of the Don Gilshode family, Kyle now has a complete set of eternal pointers for the famous Islands of Great Roots. This is the foundation of the big family. After a happy smile, Kyle's eyes turned and looked at the last gain of the lottery again. It is also the prop that shocked and delighted the most. AS-level character card. Since Kyle has been out of the protection of a novice, it has been a long time since he saw an S-level character card. The days when Baileys could get S-level character cards for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan were really nostalgic. Character card, Thor. Like Storm Wrath, Ganna and Golden Saint Shura. There will be a corresponding honor title in front of the name of each S-level character card. the glorious title of this character card is even more obvious and is displayed directly and openly. Thor. Seeing this title and name, 3 corresponding characters immediately appeared in Kyle's mind. One is the real god in Nordic myth. One is Thor from Asgard, which is commonly seen in the Marvel series of movies. The last one is the one in Marvel Comics that is truly invincible in the universe, precious blood, tens of thousands of years of combat experience, and can be perfectly used in both bare hands and various weapons. Thor. Because the game Kyle played before time travel was all 2-dimensional characters, the character card used as Thor in the comic image. I just don't know what effect will be like after this character card is loaded. Looking at this S-level character card, Kyle showed excitement and expectation. As for the person who fits the character card, since they are already called Thor, then in the entire pirate world, the one that can best match this character card. Of course, there is only the Aniro, who is located in the Zodiac, guarding 1 acre of 3-point land and gnawing apples every day. When I thought of solving the problem of the Drum Kingdom, I would immediately leave for the small garden where I collected some ancient mosquitoes and rare dinosaurs and breed them on the Tiga. Then he had to return to Gaia Island and prepare to go to the empty island. Not only did he want to steal the gold from Aniro, but he also wanted to snatch his people away directly. Kyle couldn't help but sigh. It's really a busy journey, Tilda. However, at this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was obviously happy. Next, Kyle first found the leader of the Kung Fu Manatee and asked it to select 4 Kung Fu Manatee whom they usually love to exercise, and then use the elf ball against them one by one. Instantly, 4 magical sea beasts that could squirt water appeared on Kyle's ship. After guiding them to the practice room for practice and leveling up, Kyle stepped forward to the dungeon at the bottom of the cabin. At this time, in the dungeon, a glass water tank filled with seawater was placed. A metal cage was placed in the water tank. In the cage is Kyle's target this time, Sand Crocodile Clockdale. A golden beam suddenly shone into the dim cell. Clockda, who heard the footsteps, suddenly raised his head. When he saw the person coming, he suddenly showed an angry expression, and his expression was extremely ugly. But when he shook his body and found that his weak self was firmly controlled by the chains, he slowly settled down as if he accepted his fate and smiled unhappily at Kyle. It turned out that you came in person. It seems that you have already figured out what to do with me. It's not much different. Kyle smiled indifferently, walked to the glass tank, and teased Clockdale through the metal fence. Or guess what I plan to deal with you. Hot Tilda. Clockdale sneered disdainfully. What else can I do? Or it's just handing me over to the Navy and giving you a position in the 7 Warlords Sea. Or it's just cutting off my head and proclaiming your strength to the world. I didn't expect that you have already thought of your own ending, Tilda. Looking at Clockdale's expression, Kyle smiled playfully. Snort. It's just a king who succeeds and loses the enemy. Lao Sha continued to snort coldly, but the corner of his mouth was like Kyle and slowly rose. But then again, little kid, will a strong man like you willingly follow Doflamingo? Why don't I believe it so much? He stretched his head forward extremely reluctantly, pulled Kyle closer, and his eyes released a deep aura that only heroes could exist. You should have some plan for that Flamingo Dover, right? Well, Kyle pondered for a moment, then immediately showed a mysterious smile. Maybe. His eyes were deep, as if he was nurturing the sea of stars, and he smiled without any concealment. The forces in the underground world have been stable for decades and are unbreakable. If I want to get a share of this huge cake, I must have a suitable guide. The Tang Jikade family occupies nearly half of the weapons market in the world, and I happen to have plans to do weapons business. If you want to reach into that dark world, relying on them is undoubtedly the best choice. I just know. Ha 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 Tilda. Clockdale suddenly grinned, as if infected by Kyle's ambitions in his words. How could the guy who can defeat me bear the insults? Little devil. I'm already curious and can't wait to see the scene when you and that guy Doflamingo faced each other. What a pity, Tilda. Huh, why do you mean it's a pity? Kyle asked Clockdale, who was suddenly lonely, in confusion. Why? Clockdale shook the shackles on his body and smiled disdainfully. Don't treat me as a fool who just went out to sea, little devil. You have told such an important thing, I don't believe you will let me go out alive with this secret. But don't blame me for not remind you. That bastard, Doflamingo, isn't a fool to cheat. Be careful not to play yourself in. No matter how you say it, you are also stepping on my head, you are at the top. Clockdale's last sentence was extremely sincere. It can be seen that he is ready to face death. However, at this moment, Kyle suddenly grinned. If I said I will neither kill you nor hand you over to the Navy, would you be a little disappointed? Huh, what did you say? Clockdale frowned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. And Kyle, who had been talking to him for a while, began to get straight to the topic. Frankly, Clockdale, I need your strength, come and join my pirates. Don't rush to refuse. Without giving Lao Sha any chance to refute, Kyle continued. With Robin's help, I have now successfully taken control of your Baroque work club. And about your so-called dream to create a military power that is not controlled by anyone, that is, the so-called ideal town. I heard from Robin too. I have to say that your dream is so childish that it makes people want to laugh. Kyle slowly raised his head and looked directly at Clockdale. But this time, Kyle took the lead in showing that disdainful smile, as if mocking Clockdale. Little devil, what do you know? Pung. Clockdale struggled violently, shaking the cage and making a sound. He said vigorously. The ancient weapon Pluto, but legend has the power to easily smash an island. As long as you can master that powerful warship, no one dares to underestimate your power. But. Kyle's tone was calm and he answered Clockdale's words. The kingdom of God, which possesses ancient weapons, eventually fell into the hands of an army composed of the 20-nation coalition, right? And the kingdom of God at that time not only possessed Blade. He also held 3 ancient weapons in his hand, including Aquaman and Sky King. But in the end, the kingdom of God fell. Do you think that a mere Pluto can achieve your childish and ridiculous idea? Clockdale's tone suddenly paused, but found that he didn't know how to refute Kyle. But Kyle continued. Facts have proved that your plan will definitely fail from the beginning. Do you think the world government can't find the information you can find? Then why did they never act on Alabastan and let such dangerous weapons fall out? Is it just because Nefertiti was once one of the 20 kings? Stop kidding. The reason the world government has not attacked Alabastan yet is just because they know. The real Pluto does not exist in the kingdom of Alabastan. What you can gain in the end is just a failure in exchange for decades of preparation. Impossible. As Kyle's disdainful words fell, Clockdale suddenly seemed to be greatly stimulated, and his whole head hit the metal railing directly, leaving a string of blood marks. Why is it impossible? Kyle smiled softly, looked at Clockdale in all eyes, and looked at him teasingly. I think that only I am sober, and the rest are all worth living. Mr. Clockdale, you said. What's the difference between you and the fool who just went out to sea? You. Clockdale stared at Kyle with his eyes wide open. But under Kyle's gaze, his body kept trembling. The trembling was because he had agreed with Kyle's statement. How could it be? The standoff lasted for nearly a minute. In the end, Clockdale slowly lowered his head and looked at his reflection in the sea. Being defeated by the young pirates of the new era is like cutting his heart. Now Kyle analyzes his plan well and gives a conclusion that he will definitely lose, which has hit his inner self-esteem seriously. And at this moment, Kyle's voice suddenly came into Clockdale's ears again. Actually, if you insist on building that so-called ideal village, I don't mind helping you fulfill this dream. Hearing this, Clockdale immediately raised his head, but his face was gloomy and said nothing. Kyle smiled lightly. The so-called ideal village is just a powerful country that can make the whole world afraid. Since that's the case, as long as you have absolute power, anyone can create such a country. And I am that person. Clockdale, if I say, a few months ago, I was still a weak man who could not even break ordinary stones. Will you believe the authenticity of this sentence? This is impossible. Clockdale's eyes flashed and he retorted firmly again. But Kyle looked calm, staring straight at Clockdell, firmly smiling. But Thesis the truth. Immediately, Kyle continued to question. What kind of power is considered absolute power? 7 warriors see, 4 emperors, or one piece, or the one sitting on the throne of the world government? No, none of this. The real absolute power is that you can easily destroy the entire world as long as you want. Let the Holy Spirit of the whole world disappear. Only in that way, people will truly fear you and dare not step into your kingdom of God. And in my opinion, only a country dominated by such a force is worthy of being called the ideal town. Come and join me, Clockdell. If that is really your dream, give up your already broken dignity and move forward for your dream. Pung. Kyle suddenly swung a punch and shattered the seawater cage that imprisoned Clockdell in front of him. The seawater from the restricted ability gushed out. Without the restraint of the seawater, Clockdell's fruit ability returned instantly. He stood in the broken cage and watched Kyle quietly. After a while, a wisp of fine sand suddenly flew out of the gap in the cage and slowly condensed into the appearance of Clockdell in front of Kyle. His face was gloomy and his size was 2 or 5 meters, which made him need to lower his head to look at Kyle, who had grown to 2 meters in a few months. If I find you are lying to me or unable to fulfill my ambitions, I will kill you without hesitation. Clockdell slowly leaned down and made a gesture of surrender to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle grinned instantly. If you can do it. Chapter 121 Robin's Shock and the Kingdom of Drums 2 in 1. The thought moves. Kyle instantly took out Gaara's character card. While Clockdell has not changed his mind yet, he directly loaded this character card with a fit of up to 85%. In this way, he would never have the chance to go back on his word. But Kyle is not completely fooling Clockdell. After all, what he said just now is reasonable and convincing. And become the strongest in the world. With such a powerful system, as long as he doesn't mess up, breaks up with the world government in advance, or angers those top strong people, he will sooner or later achieve the strongest world he described. Perhaps, it is precisely because of Kyle's confidence that Clockdell made such a choice. At the same time, Clockdell, who had just experienced the ups and downs of life, had his inner self-esteem broken, was about to raise his head. Suddenly, his consciousness suddenly sank, as if he fell into the boundless darkness. But the next second, his eyes opened again. He become a little baby in the arms of her mother. What's the situation? Clockdell's mind became hot, a little confused. But at this moment, he found that he could not control the baby's body at all. He watched his own mother die in front of him. At the same time, there was also an extra monster called Shuhei in his body. Clockdell seemed to be watching a movie in the first person. He could clearly perceive all the perceptions of this body, but could not make any changes. In this way, he watched Gaara from a baby to an autistic boy, and finally was moved by the mouth of a blonde ghost. Not only did he become the leader of a village, but later he led the ninja coalition and a man who should have died long ago. The old monster fought a battle to destroy the world. In a trance, everything was shattered like a mirror, water and moon. And Clockdell's consciousness also instantly returned to reality. Clockdell opened his mouth, just about to express his feelings for his decades of experience. But he was shocked to find that the memories he had experienced in the ninja world were actually fading away. The only thing that was left was the application of various ninjutsu, as well as a sleepy, extremely weak Kawaii who was inexplicably sealed in his body. Kyle. After hesitating for a long time, Clockdell still did not call out the word, Captain, but it was not difficult to hear from his tone that he had officially surrendered. Just what the hell was going on? That's my fruit ability. Kyle answered his question with a smile, and then explained the trick he made up to Clockdell word by word. After listening, Clockdell was stunned on the spot. Although the memory has dissipated, the feeling is still stuck in his consciousness. After seeing the catastrophic battle in the ninja world, Clockdell knew very well how terrifying power was hidden in his body. That represents a completely different world of Puritessa brand new power system. At this moment, when he looked at Kyle again, there was a layer of indescribable and unexplained admiration in his gloomy eyes. Maybe it's time for me to change the direction of my life. I don't know if it's the role of the system or if I'm really shocked by Kyle's ability. But at this moment, Clockville had already he completely gave up his dream of fighting for hegemony and wanted to follow the young man in front of him and see the world he had never imagined. That night, the bright stars spread throughout the night sky, and a bright moon emits a soft light, dispelling the darkness and bringing the only brightness. On the deck of the huge Tiga, Kung Fu manatees carry tables, chairs and benches, and walk out of the cabin in an orderly manner, forming the center of the deck into a dining area. Then they quickly return to the cabin. Not long after, plates of delicious food and wine were placed on the table with the efforts of Kung Fu manatee. Fortunately, Chloe is getting stronger and stronger in physical fitness. Otherwise, it would be a bit too difficult to make such a big table of dishes every day, and to make them all with all colors, fragrance and taste. Looking at the busy figures of the Kung Fu manatees, Kyle, who was sitting on the deck waiting, couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it's the right decision to adopt this group of Kung Fu manatee. These chores on the ship will be considered a success in the future. Soon, all the members of the Pirates in Dusk walked out of the cabin one by one. Although the daily practice time has been exhausted, in order to keep up with Kyle's rhythm as much as possible, they stayed in the practice room almost all day except eating and sleeping, and refused to come out. Now, putting aside the system's combat power blessing, relying solely on the character's own strength, Zoro's strength is comparable to that of the Colonel of the Navy headquarters, and it is at the same level as Smog. Even if the others are slightly inferior, they have the secrets of Navy's 6 styles and the domineering cultivation of the 2-color styles, and their overall strength will not be much weaker. The dinner begins. Kyle welcomed a few people who had just joined the Pirates as usual. Especially Clockville, the guy who had just joined the Pirates, second battle position, but Zoro and others were excited to see it. I want to exercise with him well. However, there is no chance to fight at the moment, but when it comes to alcohol, Zoro is not convinced. Now that Nami and Dasky are not here, he is also considered an elder figure in the Twilight Pirates. We must give newcomers a warning. A flash of light flashed in Zoro's eyes, and then he suddenly held the bottle and sat down next to Clockville, putting his arm on his shoulder. Old Shaw, right, come on. Today is your welcome ceremony, so we will never stop drunk. As he said that, Zoro poured wine for the sand crocodile. Clockville glanced at the palm of his shoulder, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. But soon, he adjusted his mindset and sneered at Zoro. Hot tilde, don't rush to speak loudly first. If you fall down first, you will be embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, Clockville directly raised the wine glass filled with his hand and started drinking it hard. Today is the day when he bid farewell to the past. It is also the restart of him in the future. Okay. Good drink. Seeing that Clockville was so refreshed, Zoro was not willing to be outdone. He picked up the bottle and drank it unceremoniously. In this pirate group with strong and weak yin, a wine competition was soon launched. At the end of the drink, even a group of Kung Fu manatee fell and lay on the deck. After a few hours of cupping, the banquet finally came to an end. Kyle, who didn't like drinking much, left the scene one step ahead and returned to the captain's room to rest, leaving a group of people to continue to go crazy. The 3 little girls, Peacock, Skylark and Black Flame, didn't even want to pay attention to a group of drunken men, and they withdrew from the battlefield earlier than Kyle. After Clockville and Zoro, who were flushed, held back and drank the last bottle of wine, they finally looked confused and leaned back and fell drunk. Only Kebby, who was unable to drink alcohol at a minor, stood in a messy banquet, speechless and covered in black lines. Can't you think about the hard work of the cleaning staff? Kirby muttered to herself. Looking at the Kung Fu manatee who fell all over the ground, he knew that he could not count on his new little brothers. All the aftermath work has caused him to do it himself. And at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared beside Kirby. Need help, Mr. Kebby? Ah. Kirby turned her head and found that the person who spoke was Robin, who had just joined the Twilight Pirates but had not yet gained Captain Kyle's full trust. However, since they have all taken the Tiga, it means that the other party will sooner or later become their own person. Thinking of this, Kirby waved his hand shyly. No, Miss Robin, go and rest. Just leave it to me. Also, don't call me Mr. Kebby, it sounds weird. I am a servile man in the pirates, although I will be upgraded to a servile man captain soon. Speaking of this, Kirby suddenly grinned. He never felt that servile servitude was embarrassing because of his strength. It would be better to say that this is the only value he thinks he is staying in the Twilight Pirates. After saying that, before Robin was polite, Kirby threw a kunai on the ground. Then the next second, I saw him helping Zarin up, who was drunk on the ground. The figure disappeared in front of Robin instantly. This. Robin raised his hand to the air, and suddenly stood there in a daze. This icefuts the situation. The same instant movement ability as Captain Kyle. It would be fine if the ship elves could move instantly in the cabin. Why does this person who keeps saying that he is a servant, Mr. Kebby, also has this ability? It can be wholesale if you move instantly. Before Robin's brain could react, the pink-haired Kirby appeared in front of her again. Then he picked up another drunk man and disappeared again. That's all. Robin stood under the night sky, listening to the white noise of the waves slamming against the hull, but a pink flash appeared in front of him from time to time, flashing back and forth. In just a few minutes, I saw drunkards all over the ground, including the Kung Fu manatee. All of them were cleaned up. Even the dining, plates, bowls, tables, chairs, and benches were put into the cabin by Kebby. The 3-level kitchen is already equipped with a large automatic dishwasher. This has reduced a lot of burden to Kebby's daily work. After a while, carrying a bucket, a mop, and a rag on his shoulder, Kirby stopped in front of Robin again. Miss Robin, can you please help me? Kebby smiled sunnily and pointed at Desaya, who was drunk and lying on the ground. She was the only female member in the entire Twilight Pirates who could be crazy with the men. At this time, Desaya was drunk and her collar was wide open, revealing the invisible objects of minors. Kirby blushed and said to Robin, "Can Miss Robin send Desaya back to the crew dormitory?" Poochie. Robin suddenly felt happy. Of course, there is no problem. She waved her hand gently, and a corridor made of arms suddenly extended from Desaya's location to the crew dormitory. Immediately, these arms began to surge like waves, holding Desaya's body and sending them into the crew dormitory. Seeing this, Kebby immediately thanked him. Then wet the mop and start cleaning the deck. Looking at Kebby, who was working hard to do chores seriously, Robin couldn't help but look at the captain's room on the highest floor. Being able to train such a group of magical crew members impressed his sinister and cunning former boss, a generation of heroes. She was really unable to understand Captain Kyle. No words all night. Under the control of Little Tiga, the Tiga sailed rapidly towards the direction of the magnetic drum island. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, it was several days later. After the upgrade, Little Tiga's full strength exploded. They quickly entered a cold sea with snowflakes falling. Cell deliberately asked Little Tiga to remove the hurricane barrier and let the white snow cover the deck be covered with silver. Are you going to arrive? Looking at the Kung Fu manatees who were building snowmen and playing snowball fights on the deck, Kyle's eyes couldn't help but flashed with anticipation. Since they have entered the winter waters, it proves that they are not far from Magdal Island, which is the winter island. Sure enough. Just a few minutes later, Kyle suddenly saw. From the distant sea level, several huge white chimneys slowly rose. That is the iconic landform on Magdu Island, Magdu Mountain. It is precisely because of the existence of these peaks that this island is given the name, Magnetic Drum. However, under the tyranny of the current King Vapor, the once famous medical power, this once famous medical power has become a severely affected country with the people in difficulty in seeing a doctor. But all these nightmares will eventually disappear on this day. Because a group of pirates with special purpose are about to attack this country. No, not good. At the same time, on top of the highest magnetic drum mountain in the country of the Magnetic Drum King, a guard soldier hurriedly ran into the palace and shouted loudly. Captain Dalton, just now the guards of Kesda, a small town on the lakeside in the north. There is a group of pirates approaching Magdal. By their pirate flags, the guards judged them as the Dusk pirates that just defeated the 7 warriors Clockdal not long ago. What did you say? Pung. Dalton suddenly stood up, and because he used too much force, he directly knocked the chair behind him out. But at this moment, he had no intention of caring about the chair he fell to. As a soldier born on the Great Way, Dalton is no stranger to pirates. Pirates are visiting this island almost every half-month. Some of them wanted to plunder the villages and towns of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, while others just wanted to stay here for supply. Generally speaking, the palace sends guards in various villages and towns to resist the invading pirates. However, White Dragon Kyle, a bounty of 150 million. Dalton suddenly picked up a brand new reward order on the table. Because the kingdom of Alabaston is not far from the kingdom of magnetic drums. So he was still very curious about what happened there. It is precisely because of this that Dalton knew very well that if he could if the pirates who defeated the 7 warriors sea-landed, they will become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. The best way is to use the military facilities on the coast to force the other party to stop in the distant sea and then communicate. If the other party just wants to replenish supplies, they can send out the replenishment ship. If the other party wants to be unfavorable to them, they can also use artillery to drive the other party away. Thinking of this, Dalton immediately asked, "How long will it take for them to arrive at Magneto Island?" This, the soldier Palin replied. According to the group of guards, the warships of the Twilight Pirates are sailing rapidly at a speed that they cannot understand. It is estimated that they will arrive at the Drum Kingdom in less than an hour. What? 1 hour? Dalton exclaimed again. This time was shorter than his estimate. But immediately a firm look flashed in his eyes. He knew that now was not the time to be shocked. Dalton's soldiers immediately ordered. Order all members of the guard to take the high-altitude track immediately and go to Kesda town with me for strategic deployment. Be sure to intercept all the pirates outside the Magnetic Drum Island. Yes. The guards took the order and turned around and ran outward. However, at this moment, a voice that surprised Dalton suddenly came. Dalton, what the hell is your order now? Send all the guards to protect civilians. Do you want our Majesty to be in danger without the protection of soldiers? Chapter 122 The Big Stage of Magnetic Drums, come if you are brave enough. What did you say? Dalton looked at the speaker with anger. But a thin man with a dark and explosive head and 2 boxing gloves in his hands suddenly walked over. And behind him, the king who ruled the entire Drum Kingdom, Vapor. Dalton, Chromolyman is right. You sent out all the guards. Do you want the pirates to attack me directly? Vapor, sitting on a high sedan chair carried by 4 people, swept his mouth with unknown metal like a swallow, and glanced at Dalton with disdain. I order you to cancel the previous order immediately and let all the guard soldiers guard the palace strictly. You cannot let the pirates take a step here. But, Your Majesty Vapor. Dalton's face changed drastically and he said in panic. In this way, the people of Kestal Town may be harmed by pirates. HMPH. What does that have to do with me? It's just a group of inferior untouchables. Who cares about their life or death? The chewing Vapor looked at him disdainfully, then waved his hand and ordered the waiter carrying the sedan chair to continue moving forward. Wait a minute, His Majesty Vapor. Dalton raised his hand in panic, trying to stop Wobble. But His Majesty, their king, left without looking back. How so? Dalton put down his arm weakly, his eyes full of disappointment and regret. The old king was obviously a good king who loved the people as much as his son and worked hard to govern, but why did his son Valbo become like this? This made Dalton, who was loyal to the old king, feel very entangled and painful. Captain Dalton, what should we do? The soldier in charge of the report hesitated for a moment, but still asked. The pirates are coming soon. If they don't prepare, it will be too late. But His Majesty the King has given them the order to guard the royal palace. If they disobey the holy order, the consequences will also be unimaginable. After the soldier finished speaking, Dalton suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said to the soldier, "Prepare a high aerial cableway for me. This time, I'll go by myself." At the same time, on the coast of the Drum Kingdom, because he discovered the arrival of the pirates in advance, a group of guard soldiers waited here early. They are not afraid of the appearance of pirates, because behind them is the power of an entire country. However, time passed by bit, and as the huge warship got closer and closer to the port. But the figure of the Kingdom Guard has not appeared for a long time. A soldier looked at his comrades beside him with some guilt. Didn't the news have reached the palace? Why haven't you seen the guards come over for so long? The soldier who was questioned shook his head, but immediately, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't worry. His Majesty the King and Captain Dalton will not leave us behind." Just as the soldiers' voices fell, a commotion suddenly came from the rear of the team. "It's Captain Dalton. Captain Dalton is here. That's great. If Captain Dalton is here, things will be foolproof." When the soldiers heard the news of Dalton's arrival, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was like a stabilizing needle, firmly stabilizing the soldiers' heartstrings. However, seeing this scene, Dalton smiled bitterly inside, because only he himself knows that his arrival will not help the result. It is impossible for them to defeat the pirates at the 7 warlords sea level to fight against them. But even so, Dalton still walked to the front of the team. After a giant cannon was placed in the right position, he waited heavily for the arrival of the pirates at dusk. The huge warship that was moving quickly was like a ferocious beast floating out of the sea, surging across the sea. Soon, the Tiga arrived at the offshore area not far from the port. And at this moment, a shell suddenly fired out of the magnetic drum island and fell towards the sea in front of the Tiga. The pirate ship in front. This is the waters of the magnetic drum kingdom. The arrival of pirates is not welcome, please leave immediately. Dalton, who was standing on the shore, shouted loudly. On the other side, on the boat of the pirates at dusk. It seems that we are hated tilde. Kyle smiled indifferently when he heard Dalton's voice, and then said to the little Tiga beside him, "Don't worry about them, just keep moving forward." From the beginning, he never thought about solving the problem of Magnetic Drum Island through peaceful means. Just in time, everyone is practicing boringly every day and treating this battle as a team building of the pirates in the evening. Kyle grinned. The huge warship Tiga continued to move forward completely regardless of the threat of artillery fire. At the coast. Captain Dalton, they didn't stop the boat. What should I do? A soldier pointed at the Tiga in a frightened manner, looking shocked. When they looked from a distance, they didn't expect. The pirates' ship at dusk was so huge. Even if they wiped out all the shells stored by Kestel, they might not be able to penetrate the opponent's defense. At this time, Dalton also realized this and looked extremely ugly. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and ordered the soldiers around him. Everyone, be sure to have the weapons and equipment to welcome the enemy. In addition, let the people evacuate in Kesda town be faster. And inform the nearby villages and towns and let them evacuate to the kingdom's center too. After giving the order, Dalton immediately turned his gaze and stared at the battleship in the distance. Countless artillery fire roared at the port, and dark shells flew out, but were all slapped at the surrounding coast by little Tiga's hurricane palm. At the bow of the Tiga, Kyle and the fighting members lined up with a smile. Kyle suddenly said, "Okay, I'll arrive at the Drum Kingdom later. Be careful, try not to hurt the soldiers and the people. That's all, our good subordinates in the future." Don't worry, Captain Kyle. Monka carried the axe blade in his hand to his shoulder and laughed wildly. Since he woke up, he has been looking forward to the arrival of a tough battle. Don't get me wrong. What he was looking forward to was not fighting with the soldiers of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Just now, Kyle set up an interesting little game for them. Whoever can bring Vapor, the king of the Drum Kingdom, to him first, will get the chance to awaken. If the winner is no longer awakened, then he can receive 10 great experience books as a reward. This is a A competitive competition where companions can plunder each other. And the stage is the entire Drum Kingdom. Hung. Under the puzzled gaze of Dalton and the soldiers, the huge warship suddenly crashed into a reef on the coast. But the next second, the deafening sound seemed to be a command from a gun, and 20 figures suddenly flew out from above the Tiga. Some of them flew directly through the sky and stepped on the air toward the center of the magnetic drum island. Some of them fell smoothly on the ground and confronted Dalton and the soldiers. You. Dalton was about to speak, but the scene became chaotic. Damn it. You can actually bully us, you can't do Yubu. He Yan, who fell to the ground, looked angry, and the giant black rock cannon in his hand was swung up like a huge hammer. Wherever you pass, the wind pressure alone makes the soldiers unable to get close. Desire, who could only move forward with his legs, did not expect that when he was on the boat, everyone seemed to be confident and interested in the soldiers below. Why did everyone go directly to the final boss at the beginning of the game? No, I can't give up this opportunity. A glimmer flashed in Desire's eyes. She had ignored the soldiers around her and took a card on the duel. Condor girl, take me to catch up with them. A demon girl with a charming figure suddenly appeared beside Desire. Under her instructions, she instantly picked up her body and flew towards the sky. But at this moment, bump! The Condor girl who was taking off suddenly hit a dark green transparent barrier. Hey, Bato, what are you doing? Desire turned around in confusion. But he saw Barto, who was posing in a strange position with his hands, was looking at her with a smirk. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think of eating alone. Either take me there or everyone else don't think about going there. You hateful bastard. Desire cursed angrily, but she still spent her energy again and took out the second picture of the Condor girl, plucked up Bato's body and flew into the distance. This adulterer. Looking at Desire and Bato who had already flown away, Heian looked back at the guy who was left in the port and entangled with the soldiers like himself. Shemale Xiaofeng, Hyena Bellamy, Kasar Sakis and 5 kung fu manatees squirting water everywhere. Among all the members, she was the only one who started dating from the East China Sea with Kyle. I actually became so tired. Heian turned his head in disbelief, his shiny dark eyes filled with shock. But in the next second, she was furious. I will not give up. Hung. A black lightning suddenly passed through the soldiers' encirclement and flashed to an open space. Although he has not practiced the moon step, Heian still has a deep study on shaving and paper painting. She suddenly pointed the gun of the black rock cannon to the ground. The muzzle seemed to have vitality, and under the control of black flame, it suddenly began to expand. Explosion, bombardment. Rumble. The earth suddenly trembled. The loud noise, like the sky falling, suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. A blazing beam of energy penetrated the earth, burning the land of this winter island to the scorching heat. With the impact of the explosion, Heian's petite figure flew directly to the sky and chased Zoro and others. I'll leave it to you here. Come on Tilda. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flame turned into a meteor and disappeared at the coastal port. Chapter 123 Captain's Exclusive Masseur. Hey Yanjiang Tilda, don't just abandon me Tilda. Looking at the black flames that disappeared from the sky, Xiaofeng suddenly raised his hand and showed an abandoned expression. Immediately afterwards, a handkerchief that he took out from somewhere was bitten in his mouth and made a remorseful struggle. Woo Tilda, I'm really sad. Since that's the case Tilda. A ray of light suddenly flashed through Xiaofeng's shemale eyes. He knocked a soldier away with a shemale punch. He took a big strode, quickly caught up with the soldier's body, and stepped lightly, and flew directly into the sky. Instantly. He seemed to be dancing ballet on a person's head, and his movements were light and fast, and then he ran violently. Then I will withdraw first. Where is the Sa Tilda? Although he has just joined Dusk, Xiaofeng does not want to give up this battle for awakening quota. He is the 16th member to board the ship. If you really want to sort it according to the time of joining, you know when it will be his turn to awaken. Although he had never seen Daski's strength after awakening, Monka's power after awakening was truly displayed in front of everyone. No one will be willing to give up the victory of this battle, even if the hope is very slim. On the battlefield, Sasha's waved the shallow hit in his hand, exuding a rhythmic long aura in his mouth, and suddenly used the back of the knife to transmit a huge force to repel all the soldiers in front of him. Immediately he suddenly turned around. Damn it! They all ran away. Bellamy, what should we do? Although there is only a D-level template, as a pirate, Sasha's also has a heart that will never admit defeat. But Bellamy, who was asked by him, grinned and said to his former deputy captain, "Hey Tilda Sax, you don't want to have a chance to get rewards, right?" "Why not?" Sakis replied while fighting. "Although Lord Kyle said that we too can no longer awaken, another reward can make our strength soar several times. Aren't you jealous?" Celebrity. Bellamy elbowed and feinted a soldier again. He kicked him out of the encirclement with a casual kick. "Of course you're jealous. But it's better to help Lord Kyle do things well than to compete with those monsters for that unlikely opportunity. Didn't you hear those soldiers shouting? That man is the captain of the guards of this country. A guy like this must be very helpful to Lord Kyle's future plans." Bellamy's muscles suddenly bulged. He shouted at the Kung Fu manatees who were fighting around. "Hey Tilda manatees, I'll leave the ordinary soldiers to you. I'll deal with their booze." "Well Tilda." The Kung Fu manatees in the crowd raised their arms high and responded to Bellamy. "What a reliable group of guys." Bellamy laughed, then focused her eyes directly on Dalton. Under the effect of the level 4 cultivation room, even the Kung Fu manatees who finally joined the pirates have already reached the level 30 level and are almost as powerful as one Smog. It's just that they haven't learned to be armed and domineering, so if they really fight, they are not Smog's opponents. But, although their strength is not very strong, it is still a monster-like terrifying existence for the soldiers of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. 5 Kung Fu manatees, each man and each move of water fluctuations, directly hitting the soldiers of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. It's a crushing existence. Damn pirate. Seeing this scene, Dalton was both angry and frightened. His body suddenly swelled, and his skin grew black hair. In the blink of an eye, Dalton went from a strong man to a manic buffalo. However, just when he wanted to launch an attack on one of the Kung Fu manatees, a figure suddenly flew across and hit his arms. Dalton reached out and found that the thing that came was a scarred guard soldier. "Captain Dalton, I'm sorry." The soldier used his last strength to say a word, then his head tilted and he fell into a coma. And at this moment, a sturdy figure slowly walked in the direction where the soldiers flew out. "I didn't expect in this small place, I could see an animal-type fruit-capable person. It seems that after this battle, I have also offered the trophy that I can take to Lord Kyle Tilda." Bellamy smiled, with a strong sense of fighting in her eyes. Now he already knows that Kyle has the ability to change the devil fruits of others at will. If nothing unexpected happens, the form of this Niu fruit will probably appear on your pirate ship soon. On the other side. However, Dalton did not pay attention to Bellamy immediately, but instead quickly handed the unconscious wounded to another soldier. Then he turned his gaze to Bellamy, and the angry flames burned in his eyes. "Pirates, what do you want to do to this country? Our Drum Kingdom is a franchise in the world government. Are you not afraid of the Navy's pursuit when you attack us rashly? Navy hunt." Hearing Dalton's words, Bellamy's mouth raised slightly, showing a disdainful smile. "Then we'll talk about it when they can catch it. Now is the time for the two of us to fight." As he spoke, Bellamy's body suddenly expanded, and his sharp hair appeared, and like Dalton, he entered the hyena form. He is also a fruit-powered person. Dalton was shocked. But Bellamy waved her sharp claws directly and bullied her body. Dalton quickly raised his arms and parried. A battle between animal-type abilities officially kicked off. At the same time, on the Tiga, Old God Kyle was sitting at the bow of the boat, looking at the lively battlefield below. Next to him was Tiga, who was taking the fruit plate from the cabin. Behind him was Nicole Robin, who was giving Kyle a Thai massage. After getting along these days, although Robin has not really joined the pirate group, her relationship with Kyle and everyone is becoming increasingly close. After archaeologists, Kyle directly gave Robin a special masseur to the captain of the pirates at dusk. This job perfectly fits Robin's flower fruit's abilities. The whole body feels like craftsmanship is just one word. Cool. Every night, Kyle asked Robin to help him sleep. At this time, Kyle leaned back gently and deliberately turned around and asked, "Robin, who among them is the most likely to bring back the king of the magnetic drum palace?" A slight force rubbed against her skin, and Robin's little face as big as a palm turned red. She noticed Kyle's funny behavior, and quickly pinched Kyle's thorny tendons, then took half a step back and continued to give Kyle massage. "I don't know what wonderful magic the captain has cast on you. I can't answer this question." Robin, who has not yet been exposed to the core secret of the Twilight Pirates, said he refused to answer the question. "It's really boring, Tilda." Kyle smirked, and then, regardless of Robin's gradually tightening, he lay down unrestrainedly. It seemed that he felt a little uncomfortable, but he deliberately shook his head and adjusted his position. But don't think Kyle is playing a hooligan. This is actually how he specially came up with Robin's character to join her in the Pirates. Since he could not give Robin a spiritual change like the Straw Hat Pirates, then he might as well choose another path, sacrifice himself for justice, and prove to Robin that he is sincerely inviting her to be his own person. A true person who is in you, I am in you, and is tolerant of each other. Thinking of this, Kyle was immediately righteous. "I just don't know. After development, will Dasky and Nami be as soft as Robin? An emergency, take one day off. I really can't get out, brothers." At 2:30 p.m., I suddenly received bad news that my uncle passed away in Shenyang. Then the family started to pack up their things. My father was driving a miniature bread and was carrying us to Shenyang, and he expected to arrive in Shenyang at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. I was shaking left and right in the car, and I had to help check the navigation. The network was not good and I was in no state. So after thinking about it, it would be better to take a day off. I will definitely make up for it tomorrow. By the way, when I saw someone in the comment section, I thought that it would be vain to go to the pirate world without leaving the kidneys. I agree very much with this. But there are so many beauties in one pirate, it is really hard to choose. I wonder if you accept the situation of many women. Of course, I can do feelings or something, try not to touch it if you don't touch it. Writing it is a mediocre show I just mentioned. Take this opportunity to ask everyone for their opinions, and do you want to see such content? Or you can talk about other things you want to watch, plot, popularity, and character templates. We are a little author, usually we will always answer your requests. Chapter 124 Flying Tiga. The azure wave of energy as blue as the sea hit the soldiers' panicked faces. Under the rapid push of the kung fu cattle and sashes, the guards of Kesda town were like crops in the autumn wheat fields, and were instantly wiped out and harvested. On the battlefield at this time, only one cow and one dog, who are still in fierce confrontation, are left, and 2 animal-based fruit-capable people. However, it was said that it was a confrontation, but Bellamy was suppressing Dalton throughout the whole process. With the blessing of the God of Death template, Bellamy, who was originally a little talent, now has the strength second only to the pirates of billions. Among this great root, billion-level pirates may not be considered powerful. But for Dalton, he is just a mountain that cannot be crossed. Give up. Taurus. Weakness is original sin. You who have no strength can protect nothing. Bellamy waved the sharp claws in his hand and drew several blood-red claw strikes in the air, instantly tearing the Tauren's stubborn fur. Dalton gritted his teeth, and although his body was already covered in blood, he still refused to give up struggling. "I cannot let you hurt the Drum Kingdom," he roared weakly. But all this is in vain. After more than 10 minutes, as Bellamy used his crappy instant steps plus shaving, a flash suddenly came behind Dalton. At the speed that he could not react at all, his sharp claws suddenly pierced into Dalton's body like a sharp sword breaking through the air. Forehead. The Tauren Dalton let out a painful and dull wail, and staggered forward, and finally lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. After falling to the ground, Dalton's body slowly changed back to human form, and his clothes were stained with blood and turned bright red. Is it necessary to fight to this point just to protect the people behind you? Bellamy was gasping, but a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. Since his worldview collapsed by Carp's punch, his temperament has no longer been as arrogant as before. Seeing a stubborn guy like Dalton, it is inevitable that he will have strange emotions. After Bellamy stamped for a while, he did not choose to continue moving forward. He knew that even Kebby, who was in a chores job, was many times better than him. This competitive game belonging to the Twilight Pirates, there is no chance for him to set foot in at all. But his old subordinates, Sashes and Kung Fu Manatee, didn't seem to want to give in. After confirming that the guards had all been lying down, they immediately ran towards the castle, wanting to see if there were any leaks to pick them up. Anyway, they are all their own people, so they won't be really good. Just do it. The Kung Fu Manatee are full of fighting spirit, and the Sashes, who have low IQ, is even more infected by it. Only Bellamy silently carried the fallen Dalton and walked towards the Tiga. Mr. Kyle. Bellamy, who returned to the ship, slowly put Dalton on the ground, showing a serious look on his face, and reports. This guy is the captain of the Guard Kingdom, and should be of great help to the adults controlling the Guard Kingdom. At the same time, he is also an animal-based Niu fruit. If possible, I hope the adults will allow me to send him to the crew dormitory to speed up his physical recovery to avoid excessive blood loss and death. Kyle did not hesitate too much and immediately agreed to Bellamy's suggestion. After all, he didn't want Dalton, the captain of the guard who cares about the people, to die in a confused manner. But this guy is also blamed for being too stubborn. If he hadn't insisted on sticking until his body could not bear it before he could fall to the ground, he wouldn't have been so extreme. Fortunately, for those with animal abilities, it is not difficult to recover as long as they have sufficient physical strength. Watching Bellamy carry Dalton and walk into the cabin, Kyle also waved his hand gently and signaled Robin to stop the massage. After standing up lazily, Kyle smiled softly after stretching. Okay. Since the excitement here has been watched, it's time for us to go to the central battlefield to watch the final battle. Tiga, is there no problem? I will work hard, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga clenched her fists, and a forceful look appeared on her face. Okay. Kyle smiled and pointed to the sky in the distance. We, go. The next moment, a surging air suddenly surged from under the hull of Tiga, blowing against the huge hull. This is. The sudden tremor made Robin unstable and he suddenly staggered. Just at this moment, a powerful arm suddenly stretched out, just blocking her slender waist, and boldly surrounding her. However, Robin, who was taken advantage of at this moment, was the unscrupulous captain who took care of him without any flaws. The waves flashed in her beautiful bright eyes, her little mouth opened slightly, revealing a row of white teeth, looking at everything in front of her in shock. Next in seconds, the tremor on the Tiga suddenly stopped, and then a clear sense of weightlessness came. In Robin's shock, in Kyle's laughter, with the efforts of little Tiga. The huge battleship Tiga, like an iron beast, slowly floated into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the changing scenery outside the boat, Kyle finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. As early as after Tiga was promoted to level 4, Tiga, who was promoted with it, had found Kyle and said that his current control over storm fruit seemed to be able to lift the Tiga's hull. However, in the flying state, the special energy in the little Tiga's body will be consumed very terrifyingly. And as a ship elf, he is not affected by the cabin facilities and cannot use the crew dormitory to restore physical fitness. Although Kyle was ecstatic at that time, in order to get on the road as soon as possible, he did not let little Tiga perform a demonstration. And today's occasion is a great opportunity to show off. Come on, little Tiga. A new storm has appeared, how can it stagnate? Come and let the residents of Magdo Island be shocked by a little dusk. Received, Captain. Little Tiga smiled with a small face and tried hard to control the hurricane. Under the thrust of the wind, the Tiga suddenly advanced, leaving a terrifying shadow in the town of Kesda. Then what is that? The residents of Kesda who were fleeing to the surrounding towns suddenly stood there and pointed their hands in disbelief at the sky behind them. After the discovery of the first person, the residents of Kesda town turned their eyes to the high altitude one after another, and then they showed shocking expressions one after another. The huge shadow quickly enveloped them all, but continued to move forward without any stop. At the same time, a magnetic drum is above the peak. An old woman in a navel-exposed suit and slender figure stopped the half-held wine bottle in the air in shock. In front of the sled she was riding, a four-legged reindeer suddenly turned into a round and rolling childlike form, showing her marvelous eyes at the Tiga in the sky. "Dr. Dorier, that's a pirate ship flying in the air," Chopper shouted excitedly. Influenced by his adoptive father Dr. Sherlock, he has been full of yearning for pirates since he was a child. But at this time, Gerva, who was called the doctor's mother by Chopper, showed doubts. The pirate ship flying in the air. Could it be that guy Ski? No, that pirate flag seems to be. Gerva was shocked. Twilight Pirates. Chapter 125 The Battle for the Team. On the largest mountain on Magdu Island, in the palace of Magdu Kingdom. The people of Wobble were completely unaware of the danger. Outside the palace, there is a pure white world with blizzards. For a winter island, if there is no blizzard every day, it is like eating less than 3 meals a day. And at this moment, a guard of the royal palace city suddenly became stunned. In the blizzard in the distance, he inexplicably found some strange figures. Is it a flock of birds intercepted by blizzard? The soldier thought so in his heart. But the next second, a hurricane that was even more chaotic than a blizzard swept through the dim sand and gravel, even though it broke out from the white canvas, came to the guards. It seems that Kyle's subordinates are nothing special. Stepping on a hanging ground made of sand, Clockdale's gloomy face showed a disdainful smile. Next, just bring the Waste King here back, can you have that mysterious power? He murmured softly. Who are you? The guard soldiers who came to their senses from the shock of seeing Clockdale suddenly started to shout loudly and quickly sounded the palace alarm bell. A harsh sound suddenly broke the tranquility of the palace. Looking at the soldiers who were surrounding him and aiming their guns and ammunition at him, Clockdale immediately chuckled. What a sad ant's tilde. While speaking, he suddenly waved his arms and summoned the raging sandstorm and pressed directly towards the soldiers in the palace. A wailing sounded, and the first wave of defense in the magnetic drum kingdom was easily broken through. What sound? Wobble, who was lying in his bedroom and was lazily stuffing an unknown object into his mouth, suddenly was stunned and his eyes couldn't help but look out the door. Next second, the violent sand waterfall suddenly shattered the thick gate, like an invading tsunami, instantly filling the entire bedroom. Woo-woo. Vapor, who was swallowed by the sandstorm, struggled in a mess like a drowning person. However, after struggling for a while, he suddenly remembered something. His eyes turned, his mouth suddenly opened, and he directly crossed most of his body, swallowing it in large mouths towards the gravel. Soon, the sand waterfall in the bedroom was swallowed up completely. The embarrassed Vapor stood up, with anger gushing in his eyes. The crystal-like armor transformed from sand and gravel suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Who is it? Who is attacking me? Vapor, who entered the battle form, shouted in an instant. In an instant, a whirlwind and sand slowly appeared in front of him and condensed into a strong man who had been tall for more than 2 years. Shape. Clockdale looked at Vapor with a strange look, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of the twist fruit? It can actually resolve my attack so easily. No wonder Kyle has a special liking for you. Who are you? Vapor looked at Clockdale angrily. But he just smiled contemptuously. This is not the question you should know now. Sand-bound coffin. Clockdale's eyes froze, and a monster-like indifference appeared in his eyes. Next second, a ball of sand that emerged from somewhere suddenly wrapped Wobble's whole body. He will not give him any chance to activate the ability to fruit. Clockdale suddenly raised his arms and showed a cruel sneer on his face. There's no way, you asked for it. Puff. Several blood lines suddenly ejected from the cracks of the sand ball. The air was filled with gravel dust and bloody smell. The gravel condensed by chakra slowly dissipated, revealing the vapor, whose body had dried up and blood was flowing all over his body. No way. Originally, Clockdell thought that this guy might be his future companion, so he showed some mercy to him. But the ability to sway the fruit is indeed a bit difficult. Then he had to burst out slightly, causing Vapor to temporarily lose consciousness. A sandy big hand appeared and held the unconscious Vapor in his hand. Then Crocodile turned directly and walked out of the palace. At this moment, in the palace, a large number of guard soldiers had lost consciousness and fell there in a row. The two dogs in Vapor's legs were already sucked into human fucking, and it was extremely difficult to even move. Next, as long as Clockdell successfully handed over Vapor to Kyle, he could directly get a chance to awaken. Only. Will all this really go so smoothly? The gate of the palace city. Clockdell, who had some perception, slowly looked up, looked at the figure blocking him from the way, and grinned. So is this why you deliberately walked behind me? Human C tactics. He. It's not all. It's still a bit difficult to catch up with your flight speed based on moonstep alone. Among several figures, Zoro opened the corner of his mouth, held He Dao Yi in his mouth, and then said with a clever and clear speech. It's just that there's no way, Lao Sha. Don't blame us for bullying the less. It's really your power, it's too much beyond us. HMPH tilde. Clockdell continued to sneer. Do you think you can compete with me by getting together? What a ridiculous idea. The cold eyes swept across everyone one by one. But Zoro looked calm. Can you do it? You have to try it before you know. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, his figure immediately ejected out like lightning. The grass pheasant sword in his hand was instantly attached with a layer of dark-armed domineering aura, making it harder and sharper. The continuous energy that gushed out of the universe boiled and roared in Zoro's body. 3 swords, the Great Thousand Worlds Yuan Destruction Slash. Swish. The sword body of the sow pheasant sword suddenly stretched out like a lightning, piercing towards Clockdell's body. HMPH tilde a trick of a scammer. Faced with Zoro's surprise attack, Clockdell just narrowed his eyes, then his body suddenly became deserted, and he easily fled to the distance. But at this moment, the grass pheasant sword that pierced out did not diminish at all, and directly pierced into the ground behind Clockdell. The next moment, the grass pheasant sword suddenly contracted, with the ground as a dot. Zoro's body flew forward directly with the help of the contracting power of the sword body. Under the power of inertia, Zoro suddenly threw out 2 terrifying black slashes in the air. Obviously. The rate of the sow pheasant sword is just a feint. These 2 slashes that devour everything like black holes are Zoro's true strength. In the air. As soon as Clockdell's was condensed, 2 full moon-like slashes suddenly came. Bump. A thick fog suddenly burst out in the sky. He couldn't dodge and was hit by Zoro's attack. Successful. On the ground, the Skylark, who was about to assist in shooting, was suddenly stunned, and her golden ponytail shook. But Drake, who was next to her, shook his head gently. How is that possible? After all, it is the 7 warriors C selected by the world government. And it's still the 7 warlords C that was strengthened by Captain Kyle. As if contrasting Drake's words, a cold wind suddenly blew, dispelling the smoke and dust in the sky. Then, at dusk, everyone in the pirates saw a Clockdell, like a broken porcelain doll hanging in the sky. Suddenly. He suddenly grinned with cracks on his body. It can actually penetrate my sand armor. I really can't underestimate anyone on this ship. He sighed and sighed. Zoro, who had 1 blow, saw that he was constantly making up for the sand armor with special gravel, and in the blink of an eye he recovered into Clockdell, who looks normal. He couldn't help but shake his head. Is it still too forced to rely on me alone? A glance flashed. His expression became serious in an instant. Since that's the case, let's go together. Just wait for your words. A red figure suddenly flew out from behind Clockdell. It is the Blood Axe Monka, which has entered the form of half-hero. Behind him, several dark red tails formed a spring-shaped appearance in the air, squeezing the air forcefully to provide it with the power to fly and rushing towards the sand crocodile. On the ground, the other people also crossed the sea of 8 immortals, each showing their magical powers. Skylark and Black Flame immediately opened the gun line and pointed their sight at Clockdle in the sky, ready to provide remote support at any time. Out tilde. Drake suddenly let out a dragon roar, and then his body suddenly turned into a human beast form, half human and half dragon. Let me give it a try. How much difference is there between me and the 7 warriors? See. As he spoke, a hot fireball condensed from his mouth, and then soared into the sky, and together with Monka, he launched a pincer attack on Clockdle. Although Kebi was silent, his eyes were filled with a strong sense of fighting. He did not choose to join the front battlefield as soon as possible, but instead threw out several kunai with the mark of the Flying Thunder God to ensure that he could move to the right position at any time. Then, with one hand, the Flying Thunder God sealed Cuba, and the other hand, the Spirulin exuding a dangerous aura, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Seeing that everyone had already opened the formation, Ajin's face was heavy, and suddenly turned into a large pile of mud, hiding it. In his body, a large number of seawater balloons had been prepared to weaken Clockdle's power at any time. Klo, who was hiding behind the building like him, silently took out several sharp knives. The blade was as bright as a mirror, and his figure was as dark as a shadow, minimizing its presence. Desaya and Bato looked at each other. The childhood sweethearts summoned the Condor Girl and the Silver Chariot in a tacit understanding and launched an attack into the air. The peacock, which had no mosquitoes to control, suddenly threw out the rattlesnake. Under her consciousness, the rattlesnake seemed to come alive, shaking and flying in the sky. Wherever you pass, as long as you are touched by a long whip, you will bow your head to their queen as if you were given life. Fight for me, my little babies. The peacock with a charming figure exuded her fragrant lips and joined the scene without hesitation. Although the other people, although their strength is far from meeting the standards for participating in this battle, they have no intention of giving up. They are standing aside, ready to wait for an opportunity. But, although everyone seems to be united now, they are determined to kill Clockdle, a guy who will increase the average combat power of the pirates as soon as they join. But in fact, everyone knew very well that this competition was a personal battle. They have to deal with the boss like Clockdle, but they also have to be on guard against other people around them. Especially Monka, Zoro, Drake, and others who have widened the gap with others. A chaotic battle began.